breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the RES Showdown, a Blast Rising event. And look, I'm so excited about today and the next few days as we'll have a jump-packed action set of games that will all lead to one team making it into a beautiful Blast event. My name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted by my side to break down all the action. And I can't wait to get into things here, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an exciting couple of days, as you already pointed out. Action-packed. We have some pretty big names coming in. Obviously, this entire tournament is a close qualifier for the Blast Open London 2025. So for a lot of the bigger names, a lot of the bigger organizations like Team Liquid, for example, like Fnatic, this is an opportunity, like OG, to get into the events that they believe they should be in. And then there's a couple other teams that are coming in from the Open qualifiers, a couple lesser-known names that are going to be fighting their way through to try and leave a mark.
Indeed. We have 8 teams competing. It is a best of 3 every step of the way, including today, the quarterfinal single elimination. And these are the matches we have at hand. Team Liquid versus VP Prodigy to begin the day. Xnavi Jr. versus OG Esports, something we'll also be covering. And then we'll have the lot of Dweg and Eternal J stepping in to cover the action for Fnatic against Sparta and Ecstatic versus Zero Tenacity right at the end of the day. So some really strong teams, good contenders, but also some new faces to the space at this level of play, wouldn't you say, Ted? So I feel like we've got a good plethora of a level of play here, and we'll get to witness some decent action.
Yeah, absolutely. We get to see a whole lot of things, right? We get to see how Liquid are going to fare after their participation in Cologne and not being able to, I guess, making it into the main event, but not being able to win a single map against either FaZe or Mouse there. We're going to get to see Cypher make his debut with a Fnatic jersey. We're going to get to see a little bit more of Madden as well, who's part of the Zero Tenacity lineup. So there's a lot of interesting things to be looking forward to. Misuta's playing for Xnavi Jr., which I think is one of the weirdest changes that we've seen, especially when you take it down a notch and you look at the tier 2, tier 3 space. Probably not the person that you expected to see on that team.
No, but I mean, seeing how VP Prodigy, Xnavi Jr. rather, have been performing and, not having their star with them, Makaze going to that main roster, that's also another conversation where you need someone to be rallying up the troops, be that fragger, and we'll get to see if Misuta can be that for the roster. Either way, though, like we said, a lot of action to be seen, and it all starts off from the quarterfinals, and they'll have to win 3 matches in a row to make it into the Blast event. Now, Team Liquid versus VP Prodigy, the first match of the day, and you already alluded to the storylines here, man. Team Liquid Academy battling with their own demons since the start of the year, and it feels like it's a bit more of the same ever since that player break.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid, this is one of the weird ones, right? Because we're going to take a look at the lineup. It's unchanged. We just have the addition of Flashy, right? A lot of people expected a lot of changes to come into that Liquid lineup going into the offseason. I mean, Nav himself probably thought he was going out of the lineup, and he said it a couple times, but then he said everyone on the lineup backed me. And for a lot of people, they probably would have put their money for Shui not to be the only addition to this team. A lot of people are looking at Nav. Ultimate had a couple big performances, but he's always been an iffy one. And now they just add a Hungarian coach coming in, the ex-assistant of Blade on Na'Vi, and you're like, well, is this going to change the team a whole lot? Well, there was a couple of good results at Cologne. It's not all doom and gloom, but in the end of the day, we're going to have to give them a little bit of time, and the first qualifier that they already played, which was the EPL one, where they lost a single best of 3 to Sashi, was not necessarily the best result ever. So they will definitely be hoping for a better showing. And let's not lie to ourselves, Pavlos. They need to be beating a team like VP Prodigy 11 out of 10 times.
And I feel like the expectations go a little bit further for them as well. I think you have to look at them being the favorites for the entire tournament. Sure, hard times for sure. But the fundamentals are there, right? You've got some really strong players. And like you said, we expected to see changes, not only because of the lackluster performances at the start of the year, but if you want to retain that America's slot into a potential, MRQ or even major, contention, we thought there might be a bit of a switch in regards to which region they'd be kind of a applying to. But yeah, like we said, many surprises in the fact that we haven't really seen that many changes, and also requiring some time to set in with new leadership behind the helm, really, as Flashy jumps into that position. But you're right, time to talk a little bit more about VP Prodigy, because I feel like this roster, albeit, making their way here through qualifying at the East European Open qualifier, having to take a fellow potential contestant here, Navi Jr. in the process, I feel like that was a decent result. Very close series altogether if you looked into that matchup. But again, I feel like big underdogs for this tournament as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for this lineup, I guess the one thing that we can tell people is that Aqua's the in-game leader. You've got a couple interesting pieces like Biz, for example, who's the AWP player, and he had a massive performance alongside Aqua to best Navi Junior in a 25-21 fashion on Nuke to actually qualify for this event. So there's a couple intriguing pieces on that lineup, all of them pretty young. They don't have a single player that's over the age of 18, so we are expecting to see just that type of, I guess, flamboyant CAS squad that has a lot of good aimers, maybe not tactically the soundest team in the world. At least they have a pretty experienced coach in Problem, who used to be a player for Hellraisers and a couple other Russian mixes over the years. So we are hoping to see a good performance out of those guys. And in the end of the day, this is their first opportunity to play that caliber of a team and that caliber of Counter-Strike. So they're probably going to just focus on trying to make the most out of it.
For sure, a lot of upcoming talent there, and you're basically looking at VP Prodigy, you're looking to see how much they can bring that consistency to the table, because their playstyle is unique, let's face it, right? Quite slow, quite methodical, quite wanting to, be that team that kind of outpaces the opponent and finds the right moments to pounce. So it's interesting to do that at this point in time, at this level, and we'll see if that works against Team Liquid here. But obviously they'll have to do that in a best of 3, and that's when we start looking at map pools here. Right, Ted? Obviously, Team Liquid very deep in the map pool, having to play against some very good opponents as well. How do you feel VP Prodigy can fare up against a situation like this?
I mean, I think for VP Prodigy, it's actually comfortable, right? Because in a lot of those situations, when you go into a veto like that, obviously Overpass and Inferno are not going to be played out. Those are the permabans, Overpass for Liquid and then Inferno for the VP Prodigy guys. I think the comfort that you're getting is the fact that when you're playing against such a high-level team, and obviously we can't really stress out enough how big the difference between those two is. The thing is, Liquid are probably going to play into their own strengths, and they're not going to focus too much into what VP Prodigy is doing, right? So the Inferno, the Overpass ban comes in, Dust2 coming in as the pick for VP Prodigy, and Mirage coming in from Liquid, which was probably to be expected. The only map that they've actually picked into so far in 2025 and won, and then a Nuke as a third and final one. I feel like it's expected. I feel like VP Prodigy, regardless of not being the most sound Mirage team in the world, are still going to be fairly comfortable with it. But as we said, your Russian mix of young players, an academy team, you get to play Dust2 and Mirage as your first 2 maps, and then Nuke, where you were able to take down Navi Jr. The veto doesn't really get stronger for you than this.
No, it doesn't. It can't quite get too bad, too worse than this, right? As well, either for them. So I think they'll be happy with this one, and I think it gives them the best chance possible for Team Liquid to beat them in a best of 3. Though my kind of thought process coming into this matchup is more on Team Liquid overall, right here, because look, your core stays the same. You haven't made changes as of the player break. It's more the addition of the coach. It's not like you want to reset things fundamentally, right? It's not like you want to start things from zero. So I wonder how big of a change bringing new coach in. It's kind of, it feels like in these initial steps, when you often see this in teams, the first few weeks, the first couple of months is more of an observatory role for the coach. See how they function, and then try to add your own little flavors and spice to the mix, right? Rather than having to start a project from zero. So it's a bit of a hard task for Flashy, don't you think?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of nuance to all of this. It is a difficult task. Obviously, Flashy has been a head coach before, but that was in female Counter-Strike, right? He was the coach of FlyQuest Red before going over to Navi and being the assistant of Blade for 2 years, where he's learned a lot. He did give an interview right after Cologne saying that he has learned from some of the flaws of Blade as well, which is a good thing, right? You want a young coach to be opinionated. You want him to be looking at even someone like Blade, who's probably the best and, I don't want to say the most successful one in the history of the game, because obviously we have Zonic, but one of the best coaches in the history of Counter-Strike, and you're trying to find his flaws, which is a good quality, I feel like. I think Flashy's got critical thinking, which is obviously quite good, but it is a whole different ball game when you have to manage those big characters, when you have to go into a tier 1 team and then try to be the head coach. And you're not only the analyst anymore. You're not just looking at the analytical point of view. You need to be a people's guy. You need to be managing people a little bit more. You need to figure out ways to make everyone feel comfortable. And this is one of the things that he did say that he's going to try and make different in comparison to Blade, right? The fact that he wants to give a little bit more freedom to a lot of his players, which I guess is a good thing considering that his in-game leader is Shuey, right? One of the most important things is going to be for Flashy and Shuey to get on the same page as quickly as possible, pretty much.
Yeah, that is definitely a big part of it. And Shuey, of course, you know, after that major being signed full-time with the team, you know, it shows that Team Liquid have got even before. It shows like they had a lot of faith into this guy. And, you know, that's probably one of the reasons we thought we might see some changes, you know, building around Shuey. But it seems they feel like there is some untapped potential here and they want to touch in on it. And I think it's an interesting point you bring that Flashy will try and change his approach a little bit. But at the same time, having that analytical value to the team, that could be something that, you know, a person like Shuey might appreciate, right? Some extra help on how to refine things on the macro scale. So, yeah, we'll be interesting to see how this actually is adapted for Team Liquid. But prior to jumping into the game, of course, VP Prodigy, you know, we talked already about the fact that underdogs clearly into a tournament like this, not only in this matchup and a hard, you know, a hard match ahead, but where do you think the strengths lie? What are kind of the win conditions for a team like this heading to this series?
I think it's individual performance. I mean, if you're a lineup like this one, we can go back in history and just look at the few cases where open and close qualifiers have been really problematic for tier 1 teams. This is where I actually think things get really tricky for Liquid, right? Because at the start of this season, they go into the ESL Pro League European qualifier, lose to Sashi. Now they go into this one. This is where you just say, bring it on, right? This is where you get a quick reminder of how high the level is in some of those online qualifiers in Europe. And I think for VP Prodigy, their best quality is probably going to be try and make the game as chaotic as possible, right? You're probably not going to be able to fundamentally go toe-to-toe with a team like Liquid, not on the micro scale, but I guess, or the macro scale, sorry. But in terms of individual performance, maybe if 2-3 of your individuals have a live game or a star-like performance, you win the pistols, you win the conversions, you get a couple nice conversions and let's say half buys where you shouldn't be, but you get a couple 1-deeks. We know that those guys should be individually skilled, right? At least that's what we're putting our money on. If we're trying to get at least something, and you know, I'm holding on for dear life here. I'm trying to find a reason for VP Prodigy to even be in a position to win one map. Individual performance is going to be it. The good, at least I guess the good thing is that at this point, Liquid are not really accustomed to playing European online Counter-Strike as much. In fact, since Ultimate joined the team, this is going to be only his 4th online event with Liquid. And one of them was the EPL qualifier. The other one was the Blast Bounty at the start of the year, which was the first event of 2025. So Liquid are not really that comfortable with online play in Europe, which I think is one of the few good things for VP Prodigy, because this is where those guys thrive, right? This is the type of Counter-Strike they know.
Yeah, that's definitely their jam, isn't it? That's what they've been accustomed to for quite a while. But Ted, for me, this is a generally interesting tournament overall, right? We already talked about the fact that we've got an interesting set of teams at various levels, at various stages of their life in regards to the rosters and their developments. Is there a particular matchup you'd like to see? Obviously, it seems like we have a little bit more time before we get into this series, but is there a particular matchup, a head-to-head you'd love to see that you think boasts the most storylines here?
You know what? For all the weird reasons, and this is just the tier 2 fan within me speaking right now, I really want to see a Liquid versus Xnavi Junior matchup. And the one reason is because Flashy, who's the head coach of Liquid right now, used to be a teammate of Coolio, who's the head coach of Xnavi Junior when they were playing in the Hungarian scene, right? And Torji was on that lineup, who's on Mouse right now. So, yeah, there's a little bit of Hungarian Counter-Strike history right in there. And, yeah, this is one that is definitely going to be pretty exciting. But I think in general, just looking at teams like Fnatic, looking at teams like OG, on the back of making some roster changes, Fnatic losing Mattis was a big hit. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do with Cypher right now. But in the end of the day, I feel like every single game that Liquid play is going to be the most interesting game for me, because those are the people, those are the guys that everyone's going to be looking at, right? There is reasons to find a lot of the other matchups interesting as well, but the Liquid games are going to be, I think, the top of the top, because a lot of people are going to be looking at them expecting to see improvement. A lot of people are going to be looking at them hoping that they fail, right? And this is the sad reality of being a big team when you're playing a qualifier like this. A lot of people want to see you go down, right? And those are the moments when you go into a tournament like like this one and show that you really are a big name for a reason, and you can go into those matchups and actually win. I have a really interesting story for you, by the way, before we get into this game.
Sure. Yeah.
Because as of right now, VP Prodigy is outside of the top 80 on HLTV, right? We're not looking at the VRS. They don't even have a VRS rating. They qualified through the open qualifier. But the last time that Twists lost, and this is my research that took around 30-40 minutes, so it could not be it might be 98% accurate. Let's say I might have missed something, but
take it with a grain of salt.
The last time that Twists lost to a team placed outside of the top 80 in a best of 3 matchup was in 2019, and that was ECS Season 7 in North America. He lost a 1-2 series. He was on Liquid back then, obviously. Lost to Rogue. Rogue back then had Vice, Nico, MSO, Nico, the Danish Nico, MSO, Sick, and Hiko. Hiko is still playing. The last time that Twist lost to a team placed outside of the top 80. And he's lost to some pretty weird names over the years, right? There's teams like Chaos, there's teams like, obviously, Sashi, but all of them were within the top 80. Outside of the top 80 for a guy like Twist and a guy like Nap, it really is an atrocious thing. So, yeah, I feel like if you're a Liquid, you're just going into this game knowing that losing is not an option. You need to win, and you need to win convincingly. You're looking after a 13-4, 13-4, and anything too close for comfort is not really that big of a success story.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of critics around Team Liquid generally for this one, and especially a lot to prove. Not only because you made some interesting decisions, not making changes, something that everybody would have expected coming into the off season, but yeah, it does seem to be an interesting situation in their life and in the trajectory of this roster of how they're going. It does seem we do have a slight issue that is currently being worked on, and yeah, we'll be into the matchup very soon. Don't worry about this, folks. But we've got this lovely podcast going on for you. Some interesting topics. This is the start of the day, the start of the first 4 days of competition, right? Where today is all about the quarterfinals, tomorrow about the semi-finals, and 4 days, 3 days. I miscounted. Don't do maths on broadcast, folks. But yeah, 3 days of action where tomorrow is about the semi-finals and Sunday finally the grand final, which will see one of the teams competing here making it to the Blast Open 4 of 2025. But yeah, Ted, I mean, apart from, critics around Team Liquid, I feel like there are other teams here that are also under that caliber, and there's a lot of thought around them. Obviously, you know where I'm heading with this one, Fnatic being one of the bigger question marks of the year, of the past couple of years, let's be fair. So where do you think they stand after bringing Cypher in after that player break?
I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't see Mattis leaving Fnatic, or at least I was hoping he wouldn't for the sake of the team. I was actually a big fan of what was going on with Fnatic prior to losing Mattis, right? Because it kind of felt like the team was finally being put to place, if that makes any sense. Obviously, coach-wise, they're going to make some changes soon enough, probably as well, with Independent announcing that he's not really sure if he's going to stay for that long of a time. But Crims, Blame Fear, and Jambo with Mattis looked like an incredibly solid core. Seeing Cypher back excites me, but I also don't really know how I feel about it, right? Because it's been a really long time since we've seen Cypher actually be part of a really successful lineup. I guess it's safe to say that the last time was that Into the Breach team in 2023, which is a little bit ironic because this is one of the last majors that Fnatic played. Well, they did play the Perfect World Shanghai major, but before that, it was the Blast Paris one. So for Cypher has been a lot of different projects. Obviously, unfortunately, he was part of that entire weird situation with what happened over a bleed and unpaid after that. They were unpaid. That is the pun, and that was their name. But I think Cypher hasn't really gotten the opportunity to stay on a stable team for a longer period than 6 months, let's say, and see how good he could be in there. I still believe that this Fnatic team individually should be probably one of the strongest teams in this qualifier. And don't misunderstand me. When I say Liquid should be winning this, I'm not overlooking OG. I'm not overlooking Fnatic. I'm not overlooking even Xnavi Jr. We don't really know how Zero to Nasty are going to be looking with Madden as well. And this is an interesting story, right? I'm going to shift the conversation right there. Madden was one of those guys from the Ents score. He played with Nerds on that Ents lineup. And you can see where Nerds is right now. You can see where Snappy is right now. Well, obviously on NIP, but they're improving. Madden was left in a really weird limbo where he couldn't really join a team for whatever reason. No one was picking him up, so he had to go down maybe 2 levels, let's say, from where he was after the Falcons. And now he's here where I feel like with Zero Tenacity, he gets to prove that he still wants to play the game. He gets to prove that he still has the drive to compete. But in the end of the day, it still is a little bit weird seeing that type of that caliber of a player going down in the doldrums of online Counter-Strike. But we don't really know how good Zero Tenacity are going to be looking with him on the lineup, right? I mean, they've always been exciting throughout the last 2 or 3 years in online Counter-Strike. Maybe they just needed Madden to make a little bit of an announcement of themselves at a bigger event as well.
Indeed, it does feel like that, and yeah, for Madden to find his home now in Zero Tenacity, it'll be an interesting affair. I feel like he needed kind of a supporting structure around him, and I feel like he can definitely find that amongst fellow Montenegrin and also other, neighboring players, right, at the same time. So yeah, I feel like Zero Tenacity can have that camaraderie feeling about them, and every time we kind of get to talk to them on like an interview, on a broadcast, it always feels like they have that about them, which is something maybe that would help him in the end. But yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity do get to play against Ecstatic as well, who also have gone through no changes, right, from the player break, thinking that they can keep something going on for them. Do you feel like that's the right choice for them? I know Ecstatic have kind of had this slow but upwards trajectory in a way. Do you feel they can kind of continue in that sort of trajectory?
You know what's the weird thing? Ecstatic is actually the third highest seed going into this event.
Yeah, right?
They're placed higher than Fnatic. They're placed higher than Ecstatic. They're placed higher than Zero Tenacity. It's just Liquid and OG ahead of them. Ecstatic have not been playing bad Counter-Strike, and if you're looking at the VRS, actually they're the second. The second seed, right? They're even over OG. So, yeah, number 27 in the world VRS-wise. Liquid is number 21. This is an outrageous thing to say, but there is only 6 spots between Liquid and Ecstatic in the VRS right now. So, I don't think we should be overlooking the Danes. Yeah, no. They haven't played a single official since the mid of June, though, which could be a little bit of an issue, right? Because now we're entering August officially. We have entered August. So, it's been around a month and a half, a bit of a longer team, or I guess player break for some of those guys, including Ecstatic, which is usually not how it goes, right? Usually when you have that type of a qualifier at the start of the season, is going to be the big names. Someone like Liquid, for example, is going to be going in with not a lot of reps. Well, actually, Liquid have played 5 best of 3s already. They've played against Mouse, they've played against FaZe, they've played against FlyQuest. They've been able to get some good wins under their belt. So, yeah, I guess for Ecstatic is going to be a little bit weird, the fact that you're going into this one without a single official throughout the last 90 days, and you're still, 60 days, and you're hoping, you never do maths on stream, that's right, but you're hoping to bring in a good level of play into the server. The thing is, with that single elimination bracket, you're not really going to get too many opportunities to have a slow start, right? You either go in and smash it right out the bat, or you're just going out of the event. And unfortunately for Ecstatic, they do get to play Zero Tenacity, which, as we know, is a pretty tricky team to handle at times.
Yeah, and I think for Ecstatic, it also comes with the slight pain of not making the previous MIQ, right? But definitely now well within reason to be competitive for the next one. So yeah, building more on that. And look, if they manage to get a nice run here and, win the next 3 matches consecutively, make it into the Blast Open 4 later on, that would be some brilliant experience leading up to some bigger and bigger events, right? So I feel for Ecstatic, they're in a great position. And I hope, sure, there's been a 60-day quiet period in regards to officials, but sometimes I feel like you need that. You need to refresh yourself, kind of get that reset, and you don't even know exactly what has been going on behind the scenes, right? There could be there could have been a lot of scrims, and that's what you kind of see more and more from the teams of that higher level, right? When Ecstatic were, in that fully tier 2 conversation, playing online event after online event after online event, which, let's be fair, as an organization, they've had years of experience it's a bit of a change in structure on how they've been approaching things. So I'll be interested to see if this goes well, if they'll kind of continue in that way, right? Because they've definitely had some good results in that tier 2 space for a good while now. So how does that kind of reflect heading into the second half of this year, per se?
I mean, I don't really like making those references and saying things like that, but Ecstatic as an organization is such a wholesome project. Just imagine a world where this organization that, obviously that lineup with Salazar and Kragan and Nodius and all the other folks in Cappy was able to make it into the major in Copenhagen last year, right? And they made top 16, and that was one of the biggest surprises of the event, and the fact that they were obviously, and they still are, a Danish organization with Danish players. Making it to the first Danish major was a whole shebang. They sell the entire lineup. They build from the ground up with new guys, with younger guys. They go through a lot of roster changes. Just imagine a world where just 1.5 years later they qualify for another tier 1 event. I know we're really far away from it, but it would be really wholesome. And I love what Ecstatic have been doing with just the entire management of the organization. But I guess this is why an event like this one is such a good opportunity for a lot of those teams, right? Because if you're looking at Liquid, you're going to look at them and say, well, they should be making it through, but the long is really hard, is quite long. And even if you do make it to the Blast Open London 2025, let's not forget the first stage is actually online, right? So you're going to have to play against teams like Vitality, Mouse, Mungo, Spirit, Aurora, FaZe, Furia, all of those guys. You have to face off against them online in a single elimination bracket potentially, or I think there is a group stage, but you get the idea. It's not easy. For teams like Xnavi Junior, like Ecstatic, those guys that thrive in online Counter-Strike, this is a perfect opportunity. You get to play against some of the best teams in the world from the comfort of your home or from a team boot camp. This is where you have a bigger and more realistic chance of actually taking them down.
Well, it seems the issues still continue to get us back into the server. So we'll make sure that everything is cleaned up and ready. But until then, thank you for listening to our podcast. And we'll be back shortly, folks. Don't miss the action. It's shortly.
Follow us on Spotify.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the RES Showdown of Blast Premier Rising event. It's time to get going. Tech issues resolved, and it's Dust 2 to get this series started. A best of 3 between Team Liquid versus VP Prodigy.
Yeah, quarterfinals, first game, first map. It was a bit of a slower one, so we're going to do a quick little bit of recap. Dust 2 is the map being brought in from the side of VP Prodigy, which is the Burst Pro Academy, and then we've got a Mirage and Nuke if needed.
Indeed, so far, Chewy in a grand position to potentially take one down, but doesn't actually happen. Instead, the turnaround towards the side, where Twist is holding his ground, hand in hand with Nav, and it could potentially lead to be Dudley. Net does go down, but Twist holds his ground for just a little more. It buys time for Nav to go all the way around. Toro reads it. It is superb by Toro, and Biss cleans up his own little jewel as well. Therefore, VP Prodigy are the first on the board.
All right, pistol round goes their way. There was a little bit of an issue with the anti-cheat. That was the reason we took such a long time before we get into it. But VP Prodigy opening things up with a bang here. 17-year-old Toro joining in with a double kill into that pistol. Forever as well. Good stuff. Love the way that the first person that was running in, by the way, had his head tucked. That was a really fun one. Scaling up the round real quick, able to get those refracts, and Liquid put down to the reset early on. So they are going to be going into this one with a bit of an eco. No force-up shenanigans going on. And that was one of the most important things that we highlighted before the start of the map. The way for VP Prodigy to be competitive in a game like this one. Some beautiful camera work, by the way. But the way for them to be competitive is to win those pistols, win the conversions, get all those bonus rounds that you can.
Indeed. And this is their own map pick, right? And moving into this one, we already said that in this veto, in this best of 3, the first 2 maps seem like a decent endeavor for them, right? And for Team Liquid, on the other hand, we know they're heavy favorites, not only this match, but the tournament as a whole. But VP Prodigy are the ones to clean up. Second round, not a single casualty as well, holding on every single weapon to the next one, including 2 AKs.
I mean, there is a bit of a difference between the level of teams that VP Prodigy are used to playing in this one right now, right? The only Dust 2 they played in the last couple of months was a 13-6 win over a team that goes by the name of Northern Lights, which is a Swedish team. Lovely name. They have Snow on the lineup, but not the Brazilian one, the Swedish one. So, yeah, not too many known names, and now you're going up against Liquid. You're hoping for a good start. We're not going to wait too long before we see Roland from Poland with a big green in his hands. Ultimate on that AWP already. Contested only by a scout on the T side as of right now for Bist.
I love how Roland from Poland kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice saying.
Yeah, he rolls nicely, this Roland.
It rolls off the tongue nicely, Mr. Roland. All right, well, it is Team Liquid's first buy. Ultimate on the AWP. And well positioned to receive a potential mid-hit, but it is smoked off early, and that 1 minute 10-second mark, VP Prodigy full mid-control, but Bomb, eyes on that right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be an ace play right now. 3 players going in towards long. This is a lovely block coming in from Shue in towards that long position. Might want to go through with a flash here, VP Prodigy, or they're risking to waste a bit of a timing.
Shuri out into the open, caught off. That is not good timing for Shuri. Gets caught off instantly. And with that, VP Prodigy start to enter. Twist knows he's surrounded and can't hold on to his life either. Forever very snappy with a shot, and it leaves Ultimate in a very difficult position. First shot successful, but the fact that Aqua closes up the distance so damn quick, it doesn't leave Team Liquid a moment to breathe or react. That goes by in a flash.
Yeah, it all comes down to the fact that they get that kill on too long really cleanly, right? It's just an unfortunate timing there for Shui. He was trying to reposition in towards the back. Blue could have been able to actually play anti from that specific flash. He gets into the cubby, but VP Prodigy just hit the perfect timing on the play. Flash comes in, surprises Shui, and Naf is already thinking about trying to hold on to that M4. It's not only a round on the board for the T's, it's a clean one as well. Aqua, the in-game leader, collects a double kill. Forever and Toro with one apiece, and Naf, if he loses that rifle, that will mean you're looking at 2,900 for all Liquid players going into the next one. No rifles included.
Terrorists win.
Damn, no survivors. And at the same time, a full set of rifle upgrades for VP Prodigy, right? And it's not only the M4s being picked up, it's the big ring for Beast. That is a predicament that Team Liquid find themselves in right now.
It is a little bit scary how uncomfortable Liquid looked on this one, right? The moment that Chewy goes down. The Rifle's trying to find a little bit of space for Twist in towards that short position. Instant headshot. Ultimate misses the first shot, gets one kill, but a refrag comes in instantaneously. So Liquid put in a bit of a precarious spot early on. Now, the good news is, with how the new bonuses on economy work, for the CT side, it's a little bit easier to be strengthened up in those rounds as well, because, you know, every single time you get a kill, you get extra $50 in the bank account. So that accumulates, maybe not early on, but later on in the half, that does make a little bit of a difference financially for the CT side.
Loads of information available. Unfortunately for Naf and Shuri, no real success in the backstab. But job done by Ultimate in lower, but that's all about Team Liquid are going to be taking here. Aqua is low, so a potential bullet landing anyone as well to get the job done, but instead tries the one to go down. AP upgrade, hang on a second. Maybe some extra damage to be done, but it's just the 2 casualties. And VP Prodigy, not too bad, getting a 4-0 start.
Yeah, that's all money though, for the Bank of Liquid, so this is not too bad. Thing is, VP Prodigy have already started things off with a 4-0 start, so if we don't want to let us get worried now, Team Liquid, this is the time for you to start winning rounds, right? Naf is yet to register his first kill, same for Shui. Ultimate's got 4, but Nerds is on the 0 as well. So it's just Twist and Ultimate. 6 kills combined for Liquid, 4 rounds in. And this is VP Prodigy looking to lean into a bit of a B play here.
Yeah, big pace changer. Already looking at maneuvering to B, and Beast ready to catch any player to lock into his position. But instead, the nade does quite a bit from Naf. Once the molly depletes, that's when Team Liquid pull the trigger on the attack. Naf already with the first one. How many more can he clean up? Flashes, making the sky filled with fireworks, but VP Prodigy starting to make their entry. Flood smoke for Twist, and it allows them some space to get more kills. That's a 2K already. Bist on the hot seat, and that might allow him to give him some more breathing space. The thing is, Aqua is so far away, Bist needs to be quiet. I don't think he quite knows. Aqua cannot deliver on time. Good moment for Shuri to read that position, and now Bist left on the solo angle. Both Team Liquid players know where he is. Thing is, they can't really take the risk to take these fights head on, and Bist trying to balance the tension from 2 different positions. Ultimate taking care of him through the box. Team Liquid have a say in the game.
Whew, that's a really big recovery. That would have been a big blow for Liquid there. The B-pop comes out. You're able to get a 2-for-1 on the entries. A big double kill coming out of Twist to try and support him. We're going to check it out on the replay. Not able to win the first fight, then the refrags come in. The moment that Nurse goes down, you're already starting to get worried, but there goes Twist. The man of the hour, the flash over from Ultimate Twist. Claiming both those kills, making life a lot easier, and this is the real difference maker here. Shui turning around and cutting off that flanking player coming out of CT. First round on the board for Liquid has to be the first of many, but at least they've started it. They've lost only 1 buy round, and now they're on the board. It's all about not letting VP Prodigy get up to a 5-6-0 start. It's still looking a little bit funky this first half, but it's not beyond repair.
I don't mind this, Ted. We've got 3 CT players lined up in mid, potentially worried about a potential VP Prodigy hit, and wanting to line up an HG. The breakaway works in favor of Aqua instead, though. So early numbers go to the VP Prodigy side. The CIS roll start holding strong. Naf looking to see if he can trade it back in his favor, but unable to do so. Back to reset, favoring VP.
VP Prodigy have been ready for pretty much everything, right? Even the HG doesn't break the smoke perfectly. Nerds has started this map 0-6 right now.
A tough blow for sure. And on that 50-second mark, VP Prodigy starting to maneuver towards this right-hand side. This time, Ultimate lined up. And the AWP misses the mark. Post the flash, but holds his ground, importantly so. But Bist is able to read it. Marvelously played. And now Shuri truly is the one that can stop this all unfolding out of control for Team Liquid. Smoke fades, and it's no trouble for Tribog and Forever. This is looking pretty damn smooth. No defenders left for A now.
Liquid have been able to get 11 kills in what is 6 rounds of play against VP Prodigy on Dust 2 right now, by the way. Toro, on the other side, a name that you probably haven't heard before, he's got 9. He's got 2 kills less than the entire Team Liquid lineup. This is terrifying, Pavlos. This really is terrifying. The way that even Liquid are, maybe you could say, extending in some of those fights. The break of the smoke doesn't work. Aqua was ready. Then Ultimate's just trying to walk in. Lack of comfort in towards that A-bomb site. Make him try and make a bit of a move. Naf was trying to go for a peek in towards middle as well. Same way, he just walks in dry. Thing is, he didn't get punished for it, but there's been a lot of that coming in from Liquid, and VP Prodigy have been ready for pretty much everything so far. Twist. Gotta hold on to that M4. We'll be able to do so. Money on the VP Prodigy side looking perfect after the previous one. Didn't lose a single player, so they're starting to build up a really good economy. The 1xBet odds still heavily in favor of Liquid. Of course, you can go and check them out over 1xBet, but yeah, if this is how things keep going, I'm not sure the odds are not going to change later on. First tactical timeout coming in from Flashy. Time for the new coach on the block to get a little bit of impact. Stated that he wanted to go on a different route than Blade. Get all the good things, but learn from his flaws as well. So it will be interesting to see how much time and if, in the end of the day, he will be able to actually shape himself into being a little bit more efficient and one of the greats.
Sure. It's a hard task he's got ahead of him, especially following up being in an analyst role. It's a change of direction for him career-wise, and for Team Liquid, their roster remaining unchanged. It's him trying to slowly put himself into that project and paint the picture that Team Liquid as an organization would like to have. For now, VP Prodigy happy with what they've achieved. No shot connecting through the doors early on. And a slow but steady setup, favoring more towards this tunnel side.
Yeah, they really have been favoring mid control in their defaults here, VP Prodigy, haven't they? And Liquid, this is the first time we're going to see a little bit of a switcheroo. Ultimate not on the AWP this time around. Money simply doesn't allow it, but he's ready for a flash play in towards short instead. Blocking them off with a smoke. Nerds is playing up close in towards the door as well. Liquid have done a good job to block them for the first 30-40 seconds, but a move might be coming in towards mid at any moment now.
A smoke to block him off early. So it won't be pouncing quickly. VP Prodigy often leave things post that 1 minute mark.
Issue is right now, you've got no smokes left on Liquid. Right now, just used their final one in towards that B bomb site. So on 55 seconds, no matter where VP Prodigy go, it's really difficult to block them. Just one Molotov and Ultimate is going aggressive.
Exactly, sort of hoping that Shuri is the one to be on the receiving end with the only incendiary remaining, but instead, it's towards this B site, and Ultimate's already down. Thankfully for Team Liquid, they've got themselves 2 players available for the B side defense. This could be quite the fortress, 30 seconds, but a couple of flashes still remaining. This could be explosive. Molly to clear the left-hand side entry, allowing them to focus to the higher box. Both defenders down and out. VP Prodigy play this superbly. And the 2 remaining players for Team Liquid, the only thing they can do is wave that white flag.
This is a little bit weird. It's starting to look a little bit discombobulated. I'm not sure if it's a little bit of frustration coming in from Liquid because of all the technical difficulties before the start of the game, but it doesn't really feel like everyone's checked in, so to speak. Ultimate just burns inside of the Molotov into a short. Didn't even see a person, by the way. He was just pressured. He didn't see anyone on his screen and burned into a Molotov. And then the B defense just collapses. Entries have been so clean. Twists again forced to save. Same for Shui. This time, though, saving might not be granted, as there will be a couple T's on the hunt.
Yeah, Shui's in trouble here. Twist there to help out. An important angle to hold, but these flashes are just so prohibiting. Shui holds on for a little while, but it's all for naught as no rifles are saved by the end of it. And VP Prodigy, money for days.
Did you have that on your bingo card, by the way? You're tuning into a random Counter-Strike stream on a Friday midday, and you're looking at VP Prodigy. It's not even the main team. God, the main team might not even be able to take a map off of Liquid right now, but the Academy sure can. And imagine what type of a joke that could be. A 6-1 lead from the youngsters, and they've been playing some really well put together Counter-Strike. Aqua, the in-game leader, going 8-3 right now. Toros on 9-2. Triborg on 6 kills. Forever on 5. Bist with the AWP hasn't really had to do that much. But they've been playing some really well put together CS.
You're right. Simple, but effective. VP Prodigy now lining up towards this right-hand side, as he said. A site to be potentially the hit. Team Liquid taking a gamble, putting all their players together, and it just might be the right call. Could be the silver lining in this round.
Yeah, everyone's in here. They still have a player in towards the B-bomb side, though, as Triborg. Question is, how much time do you want to give him? Do you want to go into the commitment, or let him poke and prod for a little bit?
Yeah, no smokes available for a potential cross map to keep the block on B going. But no one from Team Liquid has shown anything just yet. Just one pistol to be spraying right now. That's basically the VP Prodigy information you've got at hand. Aqua crosses. Attack onto Toro. The
Here's
flash
the
of the
birdie.
breakaway. That molly is disruptive, and there is absolutely nothing the Team Liquid players can do on Catwalk. Completely shut down, a mow down of a couple, AKs going off, and the backline is covered. Sure, Nertz gets some damage across, but his seconds are numbered. And with Tribug being beneath him, retrieves Nertz with open arms. And that is 7 in the bag, locked in for VP Prodigy.
Yeah, the double up is going out right now. Liquid is it's probably your last hurrah right now. You're trying to put Nerds on an AWP, but look at how clean those have been. Flashes go high. You just mowed him down on the spray down on the AK. Triborg didn't even call him back. It was too risky. And now Nerds is going to try and put out the big green. You're trying to switch it up. This is desperation for Liquid, and the game just started. We're 8 rounds in, and they're already in a bit of a lackluster situation, already tasting crisis. And this is just one map, obviously. We're far away from saying that Liquid is losing this series, right? That would be a crazy statement to make. But they are struggling on Dust 2 right now.
But what's the core here, Ted, right? Because you bought the double greens, and you kind of want to be pushing the issue a little bit, be posted up a little bit deeper, maybe get those pickups. VP Prodigy don't know you've invested so deep. And it does seem Ultimate is going for something like that. Also, the push into into tunnels. Nerds and Ultimate both deliver with the AWPs. That's what you needed. Already 2 players up. Now you just need to stick the landing.
Yeah, this is the one that you gotta close. You get a 5 versus 3. That's why you bring out the 2 orbs. You go for the mid-round aggression, and Naf is looking for more.
Oh, you might need to do that. A little bit unnecessary, but still gets away with it. And the numbers game favors Team Liquid, so if they keep on trading like this, they should be fine. Nertz gets out of trouble, and they realize it might be best to give VP Prodigy that mid-area and try to take defending this B site all to yourself. That flash is good.
Careful.
Nertz pulls off the angle, the flash,
God.
the chase. The B site is for VP Prodigy, and they're still in the game.
This is a 2
Still in the
versus
round.
5. A 2 versus 5. You can't give them anything. A bomb plant is already too much. You can't give them more kills. You can't possibly think about giving them the round.
Bomb goes down, and Aqua taking position near car. Toro holding strong in the middle of the site. Shuriq, how much pressure can you load in your direction? Or is it going to be the opposite? Is Twist going to try to pull the trigger? Instead, Ultimate finds a pick. You know where Aqua is? Turning his left-hand side, but it's Ultimate to swing just in time. Team Liquid averting the crisis.
That's not one that you're going to be saying nice after. That's one that you're just wiping the cold sweat off of your forehead after. Ultimate with a big triple kill. That's a 5 versus 2. And you nearly dropped the ball there in towards the B-bomb side. Good effort coming in from VP Prodigy. Tactical timeout coming out. Liquid. The switcheroo was nice enough. Aqua, that would have been a historic one, by the way, especially considering that position. The fact that he's got a person on the other side of the server who's got a pretty emblematic highlight from the same spot in CSGO, in Twists. That would have been a blast from the past there. And one for the future. VP Prodigy. 7-2 damage done. Money on Liquid, not fantastic. VP could still reset that CT side economy until the end of the half. This is still a half that could go double digits here for VP Prodigy. And I can't believe I'm saying this. But even this previous round does not sell the idea that Liquid is going to start winning them comfortably. They did find the first 2 openings. Snap pushed and got another one. It still did go down to the wire.
Indeed. Very, very close. And you're right, Team Liquid not out of the double drums just yet. Feels like this round is very much an important one, a pivotal one to how this map could go. Drybook, this is a dry peek. We haven't seen too much of this from VP Prodigy. Could be a quick breakaway. Nat looking away for the flash, and he's not looking in the right direction when it's needed. Ultimate, how many can you get before getting locked out? A couple of mollies forcing him off position. Nearly goes down to 20 points of health. And Team Liquid suddenly find themselves locked out of the fishbowl.
You can't play this. You've got 2 ops on the retake. You just can't go for it, and you don't have the money in the bag. This is 8 rounds. They've just won it on the back of one guy running out like a madman ahead of all the utility and catching Nap off guard.
That small adaptation has made such a big difference, and the only reason this is an economical collapse for Team Liquid is that you save 4 rifles. And that's not even over yet. You've also got players chasing after them, so
It all accumulates, doesn't it? In the previous round, in a 5v2, you lose 3 guns. And that is the reason that right now you're a little bit more afraid as well financially, and you have to go for the save. VP Prodigy have won this first half pretty convincingly already. The question here is this just going to be a comfortable win for them on the T side? Or is it going to be a mowdown? Team Liquid has 2 rounds. They still go for it, and it's not a bad call. I mean, you know they've got the 2 ops on the other hand. It's still a massive risk to go for that B play, especially the first dry peak. There could have been an AWP on the other side of things.
Easy.
There just wasn't. That's what makes it even crazier that they decided to go for a round like this one.
Yeah, lower tunnel push here for Ultimate. Hoping he could get away with something. Last time we saw a double AWP setup. It worked fantastically. But this time, having to use a smoke for cover on the retreat. And a net safety for Ultimate thus far. VP Prodigy again putting focus into mid. But this time, Ultimate has an answer.
I mean, even the fundamentals to play your default and clear out middle and lower is not too bad from VP Prodigy, right? You see the first flash in towards lower, then you see the molly coming in towards the outside, I guess, angle of lower, which is a little bit closer to the doors from the top mid players to help out the guys coming in from upper.
Nothing
They could
trouble.
just get the opening, though.
Twister's there right with him. And the smoke settles, and VP Prodigy, I'm not quite sure if they fancy the deep setup. Smoke will fade, though, shortly. Triborg left in cubby. And will move as soon as that smoke pops out. Another one to follow. And a beastly hit to boot.
There's 3
Ultimate
people
holding this
here.
position is perfect.
They have to hold on. You've got 2 rifles, Twist and Naf ready to pounce. Ultimate just needs to hit the first shot, and then he's going to get all the support in the world.
Smoke spotted. Twist starting to join him in the B-side defense effort. Standing on top of the box, pulls a trigger. That is Aqua already down. He even has time to throw down as an incendiary. And with 15 seconds left, VP Prodigy know they are in trouble. And with 3 defenders left into this B-bomb site, there is nothing they can do. The cleanest round we've seen thus far from Team Liquid. Everyone survives.
Now this is much more like it, and they really need to be tanking Ultimate for this minor recovery, I guess, into the first half. If they end up coming back into this map and being a lot more competitive and eventually winning it, Ultimate and Twist are the people that were keeping them above ground and above water in the first half right now. Another opening kill coming out of Ultimate, breaking the smoke. Twist as well with another good hold in towards that B-bomb side. They're the 2 people right now that are solidifying most of the success, but VP Prodigy switching up the pace again.
This time greeted with an aid and a molly. So tough times and isolation for a couple of the early players provides perfect opportunity for Twist to double up, but somehow, forever, will try and square things up a little bit, but get surprised by the nade. And instantly VP Prodigy on the back foot. 1 player down forever, barely any health on him, holding by a thread. And Team Liquid spread out across the map.
A little bit trapped, though. That's the only issue. A lot of commotion in towards long, but you've got no presence in towards lower, middle, upper, nothing for VP Prodigy. So it's really difficult to make the call to double back right now, and Liquid are getting proactive around the map. You've posted the AWP of Roland here in towards that A-bomb side, meaning Chew and Nurse could go for something. Ultimate spotted the first one. Could disengage, call for a little bit of help. Look at Biston towards middle, though. He's going for a bit of a play. Might have caught a timing on Nurse. They didn't see him.
No, but his position will be checked nevertheless. Shuri doesn't expect him to be that deep into the angle. So it gives them a chance.
Oh, no.
Ultimate is so treacherous here, but gets away. And there are still 35 seconds to work. If you expect Forever to close up the distance like that, you do. And it's 2 big greens against the 1. And now Bist, the solo rifler now, having to deal with Ultimate and Nerds. But his position is so damn tough to cover, and the bomb is so far away with not much time to deal with. You know his position. 19 points of health taken with a bullet landing across the wall. This is going to be tough, but quick to the trigger and doubles up. Biss, that was spectacular.
With 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the RES Showdown, where currently we are 1-1 when it comes to maps between VP Prodigy and Team Liquid. After a very slow start for the favorites of this series, Team Liquid are able to bounce back quickly on Mirage. A very decisive 13-2 at that. And now it leaves us with one map remaining. The map that will decide it all, it's Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're just joining in and you're wondering what the hell is going on, well, but Liquid did lose Dust 2. Yeah, they got only 7 rounds against VP Prodigy on their map pick, but they bounced back pretty easily. Naf was unstoppable. Ultimate was playing well. Twist was Twist. So, yeah, Mirage felt a lot more normal. It felt like we're back to reality right now, and we're going into a third and final map, which should be, again, pretty comfortable for the side of Liquid. It's a Nuke which didn't quite go their way against FaZe when they played it a couple weeks ago in Cologne, or a week ago, a couple of days ago in Cologne. But you know what? I feel like Nuke is still one of those maps on which Liquid should be quite potent, and they did get a couple wins after the fact. So we're not really putting too much worry into that. I feel like now with what happened on Mirage, it would definitely be the most shocking thing in the world if Liquid really struggled. But this is the one map on which VP Prodigy did take down Navi Jr., right? A 25-21 win in a BO1 to go through the open qualifier and actually qualify for this event on this map. So we're hoping to get a couple good performances. We're hoping to get something exciting out of the youngsters when it comes down to Nuke, especially if they get to start on the CT side. But of course, we'll have to wait and find out which way the knife went.
Sure. I mean, you already mentioned the 25-21, but both the last times that VP Prodigy played this map, it was overtimes as well. So we'll have to see how it goes for this one. And like you said, Team Liquid very much online after that second map on Mirage, and we expect them to be in full force on this one. VP Prodigy not going to make it easy, though. Not much to lose. They knew coming into this one they wouldn't be contending for the Blast Open spot, but here we are, and they have a chance to potentially break Team Liquid's hopes of making it there instead. It looks like Team Liquid will be starting off on the T side. I didn't actually catch who won the North round, to be honest. So I don't know who will be starting off on the T side. So I'm lying there. But I'm assuming VP Prodigy did, and that is the CT side start for them.
Yeah. Liquid T side start again. Shouldn't be too big of an ordeal. Twist is usually filling in his groove when it comes down to Nuke. Nav has always loved the map. Ultimate's quite ecstatic when it comes down to the CT side in particular, but we're going to have to wait and find out as we're already kicking things off. It is the VP Prodigy guys to start it off on the defense. A kid being brought in from Aqua. An HE as well. That's interesting. You're probably expecting some smoke shenanigans, but as of right now, Liquid, with the brunt of the attack, regardless of that presence in towards outside, actually in towards the lobby area. Bomb there as well. It's a bit of a slower one coming out of Liquid. Just a bit of a poke and prod.
Indeed. Opting for the slower pace here, Team Liquid, for sure. And
I guess you're waiting for a reaction. You want to see, this is one of those rounds where you spread around. You probably have a setup finish in your head, right? Looking like a ramp play. Could be a ramp to heaven as well, but you're waiting to see if the CTs are going to do anything, and if they don't, you go with your original plan. But there's 3 people here.
Oh dear. Yeah, there are indeed, and a bullet straight away lands on Twister's head, as well as a nade to do a little bit of chip damage to Naf and Shui. And now we've got Triberg potentially being approached here from Squeaky, opened up. Shui finally gets something done, but other than that, VP Prodigy might have a good stronghold over this Aqua. Really good in the series as of now, but
Toro,
this pistol round might not quite work out for him. Instead, Toro interrupts the bomb plan and forever joins in on the effort to do that. VP Prodigy surprised Team Liquid on their attempt to get the bomb in the ground.
Yeah, you were just not ready for the extra guy, right? Especially after you spot so many players in towards that ramp position. I guess you hope that the majority, or you thought that the majority of the rotations are going to be coming in from heaven, regardless of, you know, what ended up happening. So VP Prodigy will get that first pistol round under their belt. No bomb plan for Liquid, meaning no bueno when it comes down to the money as well. So going for a bit of an eco this time around. Should be a 2-0 start for the young VP boys. And that's a friendly reminder they can't actually qualify for the Blast Open London 2025 because this is an event that the main team is playing. So VP Prodigy is allowed to play the qualifier. They can't proceed into the main event though. So for them, it's all about trying to get a little bit of VRS, I guess, out of their supposedly good performance against some of the top dogs. I say some of the top dogs might end up them just playing Liquid, especially if they lose, because it's a single elimination bracket. But hey, they'll still give it a go.
I mean, look, we already said that it would be a great performance, again, them getting one map, and they've already done that. So
Yeah.
everything from here on out is a bit of a bonus, quite
Exceeding
honestly.
expectations.
And for this particular round, everybody from VP Prodigy got a kill. Every single one of them netted one. So a bit of a team ace there.
It is a really exciting prospect, though. This is the reason I've always loved qualifiers like those. Obviously, it's not really fun looking at some of the bigger names being miserable and struggling in qualifiers, but it is always interesting because a lot of the people that will watch primarily Tier 1 Counter-Strike actually get to have a bit of a look at some of the youngsters, right? You could be scouting some of the people that are going to be playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike or could be playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike in the next couple of years.
Sure. And now, back to square one, where Team Liquid now have got a decent buy going for them, but this is the moment VP Prodigy choose to pounce, get a little bit aggressive. Team Liquid accustomed to moves like this before, but Naf gets ahead of the curve. Oh, different head-to-head now in Trophy Room, though. And again, it seems like the teams shall have it. VP Prodigy can't win an individual fight just yet, but this gets a little bit desperate here. Knows he's the only one alive, but that molly creates some trouble. Forced to drop back, down to 60 points of health. And in the meantime, Team Liquid are able to punch in the digits. So a rough world for Bist to live in right now.
Yeah, but he's been really impressive individually, right? This is one of the main outcomes, right? We're not looking at VP Prodigy and expecting to see the most sound Team Counter-Strike, although they have had some good reactions, even in this round, right? You lose outside, you're trying to react with the lobby crunch. Unfortunately, Liquid is just ready for it, and it didn't feel like communication-wise, it was probably played out the way that VP Prodigy wanted to, right? Especially with the smoke in towards Trophy, which isolated the two players coming out of ramp. If, per se, we imagined that there was no smoke there, maybe the round could have been a little bit difficult, but for Liquid, that is. But, yeah, VP Prodigy not able to make it work, but Bist has been really good. Mirage, even though it didn't go their way, he still had a couple good rounds. Map number 1, probably not the star of the show, but then you had Toro and Aqua stepping it up the most. And Bist, only 17 years of age, joined that academy project in October of 2024. Had just one team prior to it, and that was the Fluffy Gangsters. And when I say he had one team, he actually did play only one game with the Fluffy Gangsters in the 2 months that he was there. Well, one game on HOTV, that is, so not a lot of experience, but he's still looking quite good.
Fluffy Gangsters.
Yeah.
Awesome name, that.
Yeah.
Quite honestly.
It's one of those really precarious ones that you oftentimes see in open and close qualifiers. Those awful names that you hope you don't see if you're playing an open qualifier on the other side of the server.
I once played on a team. It was called Rubber Scrubber Duckies.
I thought there was gonna be something to do with rubbish.
No, Rubber Scrubber
Not gonna
Duckies.
lie. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the name.
Lovely team name. What game
All
was
right,
that
well,
on?
we don't talk about Bruno. Not the game you think.
Right.
Nuts. And Ultimate both find success. And even though VP Prodigy were on the back foot to begin with, even deeper in a hole, and now having to find their way out. 50 seconds of the clock. Team Liquid could play around with this as much as they want.
Yeah, they have a lot of real estate right now. The only issue is the Oper's still present in the round. Good news is you know exactly where Bist is because of that first kill. He's going to try his absolute damnness to be as mobile as possible, and he's got the support of Triborg, but can't really say he's really got the support because Triborg is down secret right now, although he's trying to move around as well, and Bist might actually be able to get off the bomb here. There goes the first one. Refrag from Naf should be instantaneous, and it is.
I mean, Triborg in the meantime is able to just escape secret and find a pick in the back of it. So a 1v2, not entirely impossible. Team Liquid scrambling for time to get the bomb down by the end, but shouldn't be an issue to block that C4 on the ground. Triborg is going to give it a go if he gets a pick.
He's got a kit. Doesn't have a smoke or a molly. That would have been a hell, but still a
An
possibility.
HE and a flash. Although the risk of throwing it reveals his position. Bomb ticking frantically by the second. Looking to see if anyone is in control, but instead, Naf quite literally flying under the radar there. And below him, able to get the job done. Team Liquid able to square things up here, 2 for 2. Sure, the pistol and the follow-up didn't quite go their way, but as soon as they have guns on the board, they have started to look a little bit more scary. VP Prodigy now forced to find some answers ASAP, else they'll be in trouble. Remember, they are starting off on the CT side. We can't really afford to go too far behind here.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about Naf's performance, by the way. I think that's been an interesting conversation. The fact that he's been having his worst career year in Tier 1 Counter-Strike so far in 2025. But since the start of this season, I guess we've seen some minor improvements. He's sitting on 0.92 so far in 2025. And just for reference, 2024 was a 114, and he was still part of a struggling Liquid back then. So it's been quite tough for him. But I guess with his performance here in this event, that is a nice opportunity to bolster up some of the numbers. And IM Cologne wasn't necessarily bad for him, as we pointed it out. Actually, Stage 1 was his best event since Kato, and Kato was in February. So, yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a resurgence coming out of Naf. Obviously, the psychological conversation is still going to be there.
Sure.
The fact that he probably thought he was going out of the team and things weren't going out.
Yeah.
When you do get backed up by your teammates in a situation where you feel like 99% you're going out, and you still stay and everyone says that they believe in you, that must feel like... I mean, it quite literally is a second lifeline, right? So you have all the motivation to try and put yourself out there, bring your best foot forward and give it your all, and that's what he's trying to do right now.
Yeah, it makes a difference knowing that there's belief in you, right? Not only your teammates, but the organization behind you, the one backing you. And for sure, a lot of those questions were in the Team Liquid players' minds, and I think Naf, like you said, definitely at the top of that conversation. But now, seem to be online, seem to having some steady performances, some clutch moments as well throughout this series. And ones that allowed Team Liquid to have a decent score on Mirage as well, 13-2, which there were a few of them that could easily gone the other way, right? A few saves.
That's a crazy one, by the way, because a lot of people don't realize how long Naf has been playing the game for. And when I say the worst year in his career, the previous worst one was 2014 for Naf. That's 11 years ago. And 11 years ago, Naf was part of a team called Denial, and some of you might remember Denial. He was playing on there with Shazam, with Fugly, with Daps. That was that's a blast from the past.
Indeed.
Yeah. Even had an official with Nitro on that team as well towards the end. So yeah, Naf has been around for such a long period of time. The fact that he's not over 30 and he's been playing for such a long time,
crazy, right?
It's mind-boggling. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, his Counter-Strike career started at such a young age, right? So
same for him and Twist.
Yeah, and this is not the first time they've been on the same journey together.
I mean, they've won a Grand Slam together, so
indeed.
You're hoping there's a lot of mutual trust in there and a lot of good vibes, so to speak. A lot of respect,
a lot of trust as well. You know, going through highs and lows of a career as interesting as this one is. You need someone by your side, and definitely considering Naf and Twist have been that for each other for quite a while. As you've noticed, folks, there's a bit of a tech timeout going on, but the 1xBet odds are there for you. Currently favoring Team Liquid, 124 to 378 against VP Prodigy. Again, using the promo code Showdown gives you a nice welcome bonus. But other than that, this is a clear situation that VP Prodigy need to get themselves out of. And this particular round might not be that opportunity, right? This is a moment to reflect, but perhaps an empty round, one more focused on the damage you can do rather than the success in the round as a whole.
Yep, and if you're Liquid, you should be going into this one thinking this is a great opportunity for us to practice, get a little bit of confidence, right? It could obviously backfire massively, and you could lose a series that you shouldn't be in a million years, but under normal circumstances, it should be just a good way to run some of the things that you might want to try out on Nuke. And as you said, this one should be a bit of a cleanup. Nerds, Twist, combining for a 4-piece pretty quickly. The flash through the smoke wasn't a bad idea, but doesn't quite pan out.
And the thing is, some of those kills were through the smokes themselves, so I don't think we expected it to be that one-sided at least, right? VP Prodigy not even getting a chance to see some of their opponents.
By the way, I've got a fun fact for you.
I love your fun facts, Ted. You've
The
had a few of
reason,
them.
well, this is one that I'm coming up with, but I think that should be the logic. So Aqua, notice how he's got the, okay, he doesn't get a kill. Notice how he's got the RS towards the end of his nickname, right?
Yes.
Obviously, this stands for Russia because he is a Russian player, but I think the reason he doesn't have Aqua, just Aqua as his nickname, is because there was a player called Aqua that played on Big Academy, a German guy that decided to retire when he was really, really young. But he was a damn good player. He had a lot of potential. So this is the second Aqua that's been part of an academy project in Counter-Strike. And if you're interested in that type of a fact, folks, I have bad news for you. That means that you're a Tier 3 Counter-Strike enjoyer and a geek for the game, which is cool in itself.
Oh yeah, props to you for that. But again, previous round, the filler. This one is where the source lies. Team Liquid looking for a quick pounce into ramp, actually, an explosive one, a quick one. Bist is there to retrieve NAF. Only on the Mac 10 though, so the least of the bad scenarios going in for Team Liquid, while Nerds on the other hand tries to be sneaky in the back end forever, there to stop it from crumbling out of control, and instantly Team Liquid on the back foot by 2 players.
It's a little bit terrifying the moment that you go in towards ramp and you just see the Oper and he gets a kill and he's out of there and he's not even playing ramp, but he's playing hell. Because you're wondering where the ramp player is, but looking forever. Sure. He's looking for more. This should be
They
ready.
expect it. You've got to. Still gets one and takes most of Shui's health down as well. And if you're VP Prodigy here, you can afford the trade game all day long. Double the amount of players available to you.
It's all about the damage right now if you're Liquid. This round should be lost. You've got nothing. Both of you were spawning in towards T-Garage. I wouldn't even hate a save right now for Ultimate and Shui. We were trying to do a little bit of damage though, but look at Treebark. He should be good for the kill. Oh, Ultimate clears it.
But Toro will clear the rest though. Brought out the broom, the brush, the mop. Nothing left to see when it comes to Team Liquid that round. VP Prodigy needed that round, needed to get back into the flow of things, and that's exactly what they've done.
I love the fact that you transition into a mop, right? Because this is usually what you use when you spill something, and liquid is liquid, you know.
Haha, on the nose there, man.
Yeah. Thank you. I've been saving up. Been waiting for the moment to get those ones in. It's a nice round coming in from the VP Prodigy guys. That was we pointed out. They were running a bit of a double setup in towards Secret and the B bomb side, which we didn't get to see. And Nerds is picking up the pace here and able to find the first one.
Speeding on Salis, but suddenly VP Prodigy have a bit of an answer, and if you leave Triborg unchecked on site, he will do a lot of damage. Youngest on the server finally drops, and Ultimate's position is quick enough to deal with Beast. Crouched in the off angle, good enough to get the collection without the trade. Toro, the only one now left, but a 1v2, not out of reach.
He needs to pick up a kit from somewhere. There should be one dropped somewhere around the bomb side, but he's still gonna give it a go. Yeah, there's the kit.
That's the kit.
Might make his way in towards heaven. This is probably the least probable play, but Ultimate is already staring up from CT vent, so yeah, should be around for Liquid.
That's the scary part. You've even got the Team Liquid logo staring at you from the spray right in front of you, so playing with your emotions. There's the pick and the drop. Incendiary into her. That's not where his opponent is heading from. And that's the headshot onto Shuri. Oh my, and the
He's got it,
defuse right on time. Right on time. Crazy stuff by Toru. And the 1v2 puts VP Prodigy on the helm.
That's how you announce yourself to the world. You get a matchup against Liquid. You're not missing out on an opportunity to clutch like that. Ultimate did not realize what happened there. It was such a quick headshot, and he was ready for it. Toro played it so late. He needed to get both those kills instantaneously. And look at that once again. Check it out. The push coming out of Shui. The response in towards the A bomb side. Triborg doing his absolute damnedest towards the back of the bomb side to hold on. But Ultimate looked like he was ready to lock this one in, especially with the second kill. They had all the information. But Toro is able, with the reposition in towards heaven, to clutch it up. What a round.
Pair that round with potentially what comes up here. If VP Prodigy win this, that's a backbreaker for Team Liquid. Oh, well, that is just mad. Scratch your heads, folks. On the edge of your seats, I'm sure. Suddenly, this tab is on your main monitor.
Yeah. That's the 50-yard touchdown right there. What a clutch that is from the young man. Definitely one for the show reel. And you know what, even if you end up losing the series, the fact that you've picked up one map, the fact that you're putting up a fight here on Nuke, it doesn't matter that it's the CT side, and you are thinking about the possibility of Liquid being a little bit more comfortable in the second half. Still, getting those rounds is good enough for the reputation. And VP Prodigy again looking to be a little bit more aggressive in the middle of the round. Toro's going to go for another one. Ultimate spots him out. Is he ready for the second?
It would have been a nice bait and switch for this to repeat it. Got a little bit scared in the process. Triborg trying to destabilize.
Hey, he's open.
And in that, Team Liquid might choose to push off the back of it. That's a good incendiary to block off hut access. But from Squeaky, 3 already exit, and there's a flood smoke available to maneuver multiple positions into the site already. If you're Team Liquid, the bomb can go down, but how safe can you be given that there's a looming threat of Bist on the backline and Toro in heaven?
Yeah, seeing that smoke in the middle of the bomb site, it just makes them feel uneasy, right? They didn't believe that it would be empty, so they wasted a little bit of time. That's allowed VP Prodigy to get a little bit closer.
So how do you deal with these threats? Twists, responsible with a hut position. And there's no real backup, so it has to be a clean one. Biss on the other end is slow peeking it.
Big kill.
Oh, that barrel might be spotted early. First shot doesn't quite connect. Nuts. Completely exposed to the elements, but very damn accurate, and Ultimate's there for the backup. And with that, VP Prodigy know they're in trouble. Know that time is no longer in their favor. That's a desperate run to safety is necessary at this point. They choose each side of the map to keep themselves afloat, but it's Team Liquid back on the board again.
Yeah, that's the trickiness of losing the A bomb site and going for a retake like this one that relies on you to just get a kill. A really important one in towards either a hut or door, right? It's really difficult to get out of those choke points when there's a lot of people staring at you, especially with the smoke in towards Mini. Nerd's able to get the first one, Ultimate with another nap again, stepping it up with another big double kill. They level things up once again. Still a little bit of residual cash left. So with the Oak staying alive, Bist will drop over a rifle. They have somewhat of a decent investment into this one, VP Prodigy. That's a must win.
What a shot by Shuri.
You need the rifle.
But so far, playing it safe. Don't really want to overstep your welcome and give off on the advantage you already had. Triborg, lovely peek. Nuts, though. Might just be walking into a trap. How many can you get in the process? Oh, that's the one. And surely you realize there's a second one in wait. Nuts.
Oh.
You might as well be called nuts because that is completely absurd. 3 picks to the good. And that leaves VP Prodigy with jaw wide open. No, surely not. That's a bit of an ouchie. But at the same time, with 2 players remaining and a fully telegraphed position, that still should be a salvageable round here.
Yeah, that's why they didn't want to rush it, right? And those are the decisions that you want to see out of Liquid. Obviously, that was a spectacular round out of Nerds, but even the moment that he gets the 30 kill, he doesn't instantly call them down B. They're like, well, we have the time. We can chill out for a little bit. Wait and see where Aqua's going to show himself from. And the fact that he actually gets the kill on Nerds is best case scenario. You can isolate the B bomb site. That's a nice little headshot coming out of Aqua. He's going to be able to hold on to that AK-47. One good thing that VP Prodigy have been able to do in the majority of those rounds they've been losing is hold on to some of the guns, right? So every single time Liquid have something to worry about in a round. There hasn't been a lot of freebies against a fully reset CT side economy. And we gotta get used to it, especially with the bonus cash you're getting for the kills. I know it's probably the 20th time I'm mentioning that, but it is a big game changer in the way that the teams should be approaching a lot of the anti-ecos, because more often than not, there will be at least a couple safe guns or a couple hero guns being brought in from the CT side, even in hard buys.
But I think for once, Ted, this might not matter. Sure, Aqua could have the possibility of dropping a gun, but I feel like this is going to be a solo Kalashnikov round for them.
Yeah, there's still something to be afraid of if you're Liquid, though, right? It does keep you a little bit uneasy. It keeps you on your toes most of the time, right? Because you know a couple of wrong moves could result into you losing the round a lot easier than in comparison to if they just had the pistols around the board. So it does change a little bit. Let's see what Aqua wants to do with this one. He's had a couple big rounds so far all game long. Bist down to the USP. He's invested into a molly and an HE, so they probably do have a specific idea they want to run. They have some type of a plan. Let's check it out.
Mostly an A setup for VP Prodigy and a crunch out of door. Aqua, first blood, AK pays off. Maybe a potential pickup of the second one as well, and that's exactly what happens. Forever equips himself the rifle, and Team Liquid an extra reason to be afraid. At least they find Forever before he's able to make that AK use.
That would have been a big one. Twists couldn't afford to miss out on the timing on Triborg. And didn't. AK still in the mix though, and Aqua's keeping it mobile. Going into her secret right now. Liquid again trying not to rush into anything. And Ultimate.
Yeah. You're leaving the 2% lane to cannon fodder, which does allow Aqua the trade. But I think you already know that you're not leaving this round alive, so you try and take down as many with you as possible. And 3, it's not that shabby. But Team Liquid have a 2-round buffer and at least guarantee equilibrium by the end of this half.
Notice what they did there, by the way. They had the molly and the HE. The molly goes in towards ramp to make sure that they don't rush, obviously, the position where you just have one pistol. And then the HE breaks one of the outside smokes. And then the AK is swinging in towards lobby from single door. So you're trying to keep Liquid guessing into where the rifle is going to go for the fight. So there is some intelligence being brought into the game from VP Prodigy. Those are all really nice little details that are showing that those guys do know what they're on about.
Aqua with first blood as well, and with Biss having such a deep position outside, could cause trouble here from Team Liquid. Nets sort of flying under the radar outside of the smoke, swapping positions with his opponent. A retreat needed from ramp. Nut, here's his own little retreat going on. Oh, this could be a good chance. Oh,
No, what?
The turnaround from
He turned
Triborg.
around?
The timing of it. The 90-degree turn and the flick on his opponent's head. Team Liquid down 2 players. And you've got Forever looming in your back lines. This is not how you want things to go. And I don't think they're ready for it, especially with Forever having this deep of an angle. Never mind. Nuff knows. And suddenly, this is still doable.
I mean, Nerds knows that he's caught a timing, so it's a lot more normal for Nav to be... I don't know if someone spotted him maybe as he was walking in towards Mini. It's so weird that they just turn around and delete Nerds like that. He's probably kicking himself thinking, how do they know? Why are they turning around? Why am I not getting a kill here? And so around that, Liquid will have to work quite hard if they want to recover. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb still not really committed to anything.
I wonder what Twist decides to do here. If he's going to be the distractor here or try and let Team Liquid cause the main commotion and then come in at the right time. Molly, that's going to block entry at first. Twists thinking about closing up the distance. Not much time remaining. Now loses his life. Twist is there to find Bist, but 14 seconds means he needs to act quickly. Ultimate losing his life leaves Twist exposed to everyone else available. VP Prodigy methodically and successfully lock in that round.
That's a massive triple kill coming out of Aqua, but I'm still wondering, because that one kill that Triborg gets on the A-bomb side, that is the difference maker, right? If Nerds gets that kill, that opens up the round in so many ways. Liquid had everyone ready in towards the lobby with the bomb as well to pounce on that A-bomb side. That's the kill. That's the one. Triborg just turning around, deleting Nerds out of nowhere. Might have seen him on the edge of the screen. No idea there, but if he did, that is the quickest reaction I've seen. What a kill from Triborg.
Bit of a saving grace for VP Prodigy for sure, after being quite far back early doors in this map, but now just being one away from potentially 6-6. Sure, CT-sided. So you kind of want to have the lead, but you can't be the beggars in this situation. And with Team Liquid rapidly moving into A, you've got to respect it. The question is, when do you pounce? And I think we've got the answer. As soon as Triborg makes his position known, now VP Prodigy can flood out of the smoke, and that is just overwhelming. Nothing Team Liquid could do, really. Ultimate, a solo man endeavor. AK in hand, a bit of a dream. But that means at the end of the half, 6-6 being the score, VP Prodigy playing catch-up, and it's time for Team Liquid to show us how it's done on the CT side. Well, as the score is equal for either side, VP Prodigy have played catch-up, but now have the difficult task of dealing with Team Liquid CT side.
You know what? Crazy theory crafting, but Liquid couldn't really get their CT side going against FaZe a couple days ago. Maybe that's what you're after, right? And Liquid even won that pistol round against FaZe, just lost the conversion and got only 2 rounds until the end of the half. So it's not like we haven't seen Liquid feel a little bit miserable on the defense. Still shouldn't be the case, but a pistol round here on the D side is definitely going to keep you in the contest. Nerds already getting that information, hearing the commotion. Nice first pickup onto Aqua. Now it's time to back off.
And there was already a bit of chip damage done from outside, so VP Prodigy not walking into the site with all of their health. But a bit of a change of pace now, threatening the vent's collapse. Shuri, well aware, asking for reinforcements, and as the cross from Hut has already superseded. That's a good angle for Naf to be in as well. Door opens. Revealed Shuri. Was that a dink? Probably.
Yep.
Down to 16, so scary situation. Naf, overwhelmed by 2.
Oh!
But no! Call an ambulance for your opponents, not for him. Nerds can clean up from here on out. Shaw connects with a headshot, but Forever keeps it competitive. On the bomb defusal already, low on health, but the kit is there.
No
Or is
kit?
it? No, it's not. Oh no. Is this an oopsie moment? Tempting the bomb defusal yet again. Forever finds the headshot. V Prodigy not going down without a fight. Goodness me.
Yeah, we're naming them at this point. We're just going with the VPP, and you know what?
Yeah, let's call him that.
Forever was the MVP of the previous round. What a clutch that was from him. The 1 versus 3 there. Opening kill comes in from Nurse. You're thinking this is just going to fall into place so nicely, especially after that double kill coming out of Nav. But then the push in towards the lobby. Nerds isolating the fights. And Forever left in a 1 versus 3. The moment that he gets the kill onto Shu, it was always going to be a difficult one for Ultimate to clutch up. No utility, no kit, and barely any time left to work with. And he even goes down to the Glock. VP Prodigy get that second pistol round. And now this is becoming a much more interesting game. Ultimate with a bit of an unfortunate disconnect, so we're going to wait for him to get back into the server. Sure. But this is suddenly... It suddenly has transitioned from being a game where we're all having a bit of a laughter and a little bit of fun with VP Prodigy getting a map off of Liquid, but then still losing regardless, to a game that actually does look winnable for VP Prodigy, especially now with the pistol round going their way. It doesn't really mean that the map is over, obviously.
Yeah.
Still 6 rounds needed for the youngsters if they want to close it, but with a pistol round and potentially getting an 8-6, you get the first buy round and you're halfway there.
Ted, I feel like we've officially entered scary territory, right?
It will become truly terrifying the moment that they reach 10, if they reach 10.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Especially if Team Liquid aren't able to convert their first buy round, that's when things get ultimately into the hibajibis area for Team Liquid. You don't want that. Not in an event where you expect to be the favorite, not only in the first series, but
and unfortunately,
the tournament
right
as a
now,
whole.
they're ultimately disconnected.
Yeah. Ultimate disconnected for sure, so gonna wait for him to join in. But for what's happened so far, VP Prodigy showing us that they're in here for the fight. And look, for anybody just joining in and looking into what this tournament's all about and realizing that this is essentially a qualifier to the Blast Open London 2025. So you think, okay, VP Prodigy win this, they potentially go, no. They don't. If they win this tournament...
If you are a normal viewer, VP Prodigy is the type of team that you open up the HOTV tab on this tournament, you go in and you're like, okay, those are the guys that I'm not interested in watching. Who are the big names? Who are going to be the guys competing for the spot, right? And then there's a group of Russian teenagers coming in that had 12 official maps on HOTV as a team before this event. And they're going toe-to-toe with Liquid. So you're being a little bit shocked. Welcome to the European qualifier treatment, Liquid. If you are indeed planning to stick around, better get used to it, or start winning some events. That could make you skip the line, skip the queue. Oh no, Twist is disconnected. So we're losing people.
Maybe you use that as an opportunity to refresh, right? While Ultimate is trying to reconnect,
or it just frustrates you even more, the fact that you need to wait for such a long time. Well, we are hoping that he's restarting, but I'm not sure that's the case.
No.
But hey, you know what? The good news is this is just game number 1 of the day. So if you are getting a little bit exhausted watching Liquid struggle against an Academy team that's outside
their own demons,
80,
honestly.
There's going to be some more evenly matched up games after this one. We're keeping it going with the ex-Navi Jr. taking on OG matchup right after this one. It's going to be me and Pavlo sticking around for that game. Misuta actually coming in to play for ex-Navi Jr. The same French Misuta that you'll remember from his time on Vitality is the guy joining in the youngsters. And then on the other side, we've got OG with RES from NIP. Well, not on NIP anymore, but you get what I mean. RES, Adam B. They've played a couple officials already, but yeah, OG without Fiku for the first time in what feels like forever for this project. And then you're looking at Fnatic taking on the show-stopping team of Sparta, which is an excellent name for a team. Yeah, another CAS lineup. You've got a couple familiar names on there. You've got Invisible, who used to play on Arcret for around 4 years, for those of you that are following Tier 2, Tier 3 online Counter-Strike. And then the last one of the day is going to be Ecstatic versus Zero Tenacity. And you've got Madden playing on Zero Tenacity. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on down there. Obviously, it's me and Pavlos here just for the first and second game. And then there's going to be Dweg and Jay stepping up for Fnatic, Sparta, and Ecstatic Zero Tenacity. But we've got a full day of Counter-Strike, action-packed. And we've got the semi-finals tomorrow and then the grand final on Sunday. A best of 3 starting at 5 p.m. Central European time on Sunday to see which one of those 8 teams will grab a spot for Blast Open London 2025.
Well, for now, Ultimate has rejoined. Back into the tech timer. I'm just making sure that everybody is ready. Everybody's fully locked in for this one. And it seems that's exactly the case as the 20-second timer starts to tick down. Everyone from Team Liquid joining in. A small buy, an investment of sorts, as we have a Famous, MP7, Scout, and the pick of the litter when it comes to pistols and Twist and Shuri. VP Prodigy win round number 1 of the half, and now look to see if they can extend that lead.
Yeah, Forest Buy coming up. This is your ticket to a much more competitive game here if you're VP Prodigy. You get this round, you're probably looking at a 9-6 lead the moment that Liquid get the guns out for the first time. And the Na'Vi smokes are coming in towards outside, just the double diagonal. Scout, FAMAS, MP7 in the hands of Nurse, of course, and a couple of pistols on the other side of things. Liquid just letting them cross down secret if they want to. But it's not what the T's are looking at as of right now.
Team Liquid realize what the plan is, and they've also seen Forever kind of break through and will continue to be a menace in this area for a while. So it's not like Team Liquid are comfortable to retake the space they've given over. Instead, Nuts gets notified by the cross, instantly throws down a smoke, and now turning their attention. Look at Team Liquid. They've gone for a little push of their own. They've cleared out
VP Prodigy know it, though.
Back into ramp.
Yeah, you should know it. Toro started this round in towards T-Roof, and you sent 4 people in towards outside. So VP Prodigy know that lobby's probably a no-go zone right now. You need to focus on outside and secret, especially after the smoke is faded away. And Ultimate lands the first one onto Triborg.
Nuts. It's all up to him to really do a lot of damage here. And I'm scared that the weapon he has in hand is not the best for the headshot position he was playing in. Just some chip damage before he finds a bullet to the head. Either way, though, one will be going down. Not much resistance. Shuri trying to exert some pressure towards the back end. But if you look at Team Liquid here, the next round is looking very much like an eco. So potentially taking what you have to the next round isn't too bad of an idea.
It's such a mature approach to the game from VP Prodigy, and if you're Liquid, you're probably asking yourselves, why are we being afraid to make even more moves, right? Because you are reacting properly to it, but what happened there essentially is VP Prodigy get blocked in towards secret, and then you've got a couple options, right? You can try and go back, play in towards outside, in towards the warehouse, look for some picks, and potentially end up going for an A split the moment you get blocked down B. Or you can recognize the fact that after losing outside, Liquid have probably pushed lobby. You've got one person that was playing T-Roof and has no idea where Liquid could be in towards that lobby position. So you're just like, well, we're just going to call your bluff. We're going to call the fact that you're not going to rotate 3-4 people down the B bomb side. You will expect us to try and reroute after being blocked, but we're just going to wait out the smoke, go for the B play. Nerds is alone. We get that kill. Round is pretty much over, and Liquid, we're not really there with the rotations on time. So now what we were talking about is VP Prodigy with a great opportunity to get 9 rounds on the board. Of course, NAF and Ultimate are still bringing in those rifles from the previous one.
But this is a fast-paced round here for VP Prodigy. Bit of a change of pace. The 5-7, though, off Twist. Getting a lot of damage across, just the pick, and maybe softening up Toro and Triborg. Could make them easy pickings for the rest of the squad, but the only one that could do a lot of damage here is NAF. Nuts somehow holding on to his life, down to 2 points of health, and in the meantime, Shuri recovers an AK for himself, so not too bad.
That's unlucky for Shui. I mean, the nade doesn't do that much damage, but they did throw it because they heard Nerds burn. Naf has found a kill elsewhere in the meantime, though, so this is becoming a little bit tricky here for the T's.
Nerds' position a little bit undiscovered. The thing is, he needs to break through the glass, and he doesn't really have a great weapon for this situation. Bomb goes down, so the information is there. And he acts as a distraction for Shui to jump in. And the crouch is good enough to disallow Shui to connect his first shots. And therefore, VP Prodigy have a couple of casualties, but able to convert the round nevertheless. Walking into the next one, Team Liquid fully investing. Not only rifles, but full set of util. Lose this, and Ted, we are in a very dangerous territory.
Yeah, I don't know how we've reached that point, by the way, especially after the 13-2 on Mirage. A lot of people were probably thinking this one was going to be a walk in the park here for Liquid, but as you pointed out, we've reached a point where losing one buy round actually puts Liquid in a bit of a crisis. And I want to give a quick shout out to the man on your screen right now, 16-year-old Triborg. He's been getting a lot of high-impact kills all day long.
Forever to lead the charge outside, while the rest of VP Prodigy dig their heels in the sand. Twists. Trying to get the timing on Forever, but that doesn't quite work out in his favor.
No. Didn't look like a clean one. Felt like he either lagged out or there was something that was not right with a fight for Twist. Either way, he does go down, and it's been a tough map for him. One of the pillars so far for Liquid all series long, and he's on only 6 kills as he leaves his teammates in a 4v5, and what is probably the most important round of the game so far.
If you turn your minds back to Mirage, a little bit of magic was required for Team Liquid to shut down the rounds that made it basically a very decisive matchup.
Bomb.
It feels like Team Liquid would need a little bit more of that, and Naf was definitely the spearhead of efforts like that, and seems to be that just again. Shuri escapes the flame somehow, finds a corner where he's unscathed. But taking care of him will buy a lot of time. 35 seconds on the clock. And Forever finally clears the angle. Now, can they focus onto taking a side? Ultimate? A deeper angle taken? Bomb retrieval and the audio cue is there. Oh, dear me, Naf. They're walking directly into his crosshairs. He's got Nerds there to assist, and he's connecting with his headshots. Ultimate looking to find himself to the back line, and Nerds continues to give. Very close with Tribook, but now there's a chance to plant. I think he's just got enough space between himself and his opponent to get the job done here. One headshot for Eden. That should do the job. Tribook gets the round locked in. That's 10 rounds in VP Prodigy's pockets. And Team Liquid in a world of hurt.
It's not funny anymore. It really isn't funny anymore. This is starting to feel like a true crisis. And yeah, that tactical timeout is much needed out of Flashy. This is not just a bad day in the office anymore. This is really a problem for the side of Team Liquid. What a clutch that was. It felt like Nerds did enough. It felt like the double kill was going to be enough to push them over the finishing line, but Triborg is able to get a miraculous 1v2 out of his back pocket. And Liquid is in a tough spot right now. Financially, round-wise, mentally probably as well. 4 rounds behind VP Prodigy, 3 away from knocking Liquid out of the Blast Open London qualifier. The RES Showdown might be over for Liquid, just 1 game in, and this would be a second. Look at the 1xBet odds as well, heavily in favor of VP Prodigy at this point, and you can go and check them out. Use code Showdown for it. This has been a showdown for VP Prodigy, and for Liquid, this could be the second European qualifier that they get eliminated from in the first round. They lost the one for ESL Pro League to Sashi. This one could be even worse.
Yeah, man. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I can already hear the critics shouting here. Jumping into a fresh season, sticking to your roster, it's a statement, right? Saying that you've got belief in the guys that you have, and just making a switch in the coaching staff that sure needs some time to implement their methodologies, but this is not what you wanted, how you wanted to start off the season. Naf with first blood, Naf with second blood, taking matters into his hands. This is desperate times calling for desperate measures, and Naf knows of it. And he might even be able to find a third one. No. Gets isolated by Bist. Oh, well, VP Prodigy are trying to break through enemy lines.
They knew about the reposition as well. Naf goes down. Look at the reaction. They'll double push in towards the lobby, and there's no one here to greet them from the T side. That's a lot of real estate right now for Liquid to work with. Question is, what do you do with it?
I mean, the same goes for VP Prodigy, right? They can maneuver as they please. Oh, and you can hear the footsteps. Nerds is a freebie. Tribal knows there's another one around. Doesn't need to take the fight, given that VP Prodigy have completely reset. It's like, who are the T2 and who are the CTs? Completely switching positions off the cross of the map. And Tribal knows they have access towards A. At least having Heaven control is a big must. 25 seconds, and things start to get spicy. Team Liquid know losing any of their lives, that could be it. Pixel spotted and capitalized upon. Shuri, important position to be in, but it's down to a duel which Bist will win. Incredible stuff. Bist putting VP Prodigy onto 11 rounds. Team Liquid in the dumps.
In the bin. What was that shot from Bist? We gotta check that out on the replay. We gotta reload that one. That flick was sensational. He's really playing this one like it's a face-it buck right now. They just believe in themselves so much in every single fight. How does Liquid lose that? Naf with a double opening in towards the warehouse. Sure, he goes down to the Oper, but from that point on, it felt like they were just being picked apart. And look at that shot from Bist once again. The triple kill in retrospect. Bist 16 and 9, VP Prodigy 11, Liquid 6. And soon enough, might be out.
This is hard. We knew that Team Liquid needed a bit of flamboyance to bring them back, and Naf has definitely been the one to do a lot of that work already in the series. But when a 2K like that isn't enough, you start to ask the question, what is? What is enough?
That's why no one wants to play qualifiers, man. That's why you don't want to play those close qualifiers, but when you don't have the VRS, you don't have the VRS, I guess. You're forced to go for it. You need to go through those games, and this is how things could be sometimes.
Yeah, coin flip, for real. We thought Dust 2 was a flip. A flick? A fluke. That's the word I was looking for.
Sure.
But VP Prodigy really showing us that it wasn't just that one map. They can do it again on a map like Nuke. Who would have thought?
That would be a total freak.
Super freak. Okay. Positives for Team Liquid. 2 rifles. Potentially a third onto Shuri. You've got to force a round like this. You can't really allow VP Prodigy to get to 12. That would be 6 rounds consecutive without being able to make a single mistake. So
yeah, it's a little bit tough because they've been going through a lot of technical difficulties as well.
Yeah.
That definitely doesn't help given the circumstances and how difficult the game is already. But yeah, difficult to look for positives. I mean, you're looking at VP Prodigy just winning back-to-back 1v2s, and both of them were probably not supposed to go their way. This was the conversation we had at the start of the day. What needs to go right for VP Prodigy? What needs to happen for them to potentially win this game? Well, probably you were looking at them winning the pistol rounds. You were looking at them picking up a clutch, left, right, and center, and that's what they're doing right now. They're just picking up crazy rounds out of nowhere, and you can't really fault Liquid for not really knowing how to feel about this one, because it's been a really weird day for them.
Yeah, you can say that again. Not the Team Liquid we expected to see. We saw glimpses of it on Mirage, but that's about it. Glimpses of it on every single map, to be fair, but you don't want to see glimpses of it. You want that to be the case all the time.
It's even worse that we saw what we saw on Mirage as well, right? Because Mirage did look like what this entire series should have been. The fact that they did win one map 13-2 and it looked that comfortable, and then you go on to Nuke and now you're struggling like this is a little bit unfortunate. Now, you could say we haven't really seen too many buy rounds out of Liquid on the CT side, but this is the world we live in right now. So you're going to get a limited amount of opportunities. If you don't capitalize, you will be stuck in a tough spot, and that's where they find themselves at right now, unfortunately. They do have enough money to muster up a buy into the next one, but yeah, this buy won't consist of a big green in the hands of Ultimate. You're going to be a little bit shy when it comes down to the utility as well, and Nerds might have to go for his notorious MP7 once again. It's not an impossible game to come back into, let's not forget. This is Team Liquid we're talking about, but the Team Liquid we're talking about did lose Dust to 7-13, and they are down 6-11 to VP Prodigy.
I'm going to make a
team that can't even qualify for the event. VP Prodigy can't play Blast Open London. They can just win the games, and because the main VP team is there, they will just get the VRS, and the second seed of the qualifier, if VP Prodigy win the entire thing, will actually qualify. So they can't even be there but they still might eliminate Liquid.
Yeah, they can stop Liquid from getting there. All that matters is that final, right? Final played out on Sunday. But the
Is that
chess
the new
reference I
NAP
wanted to
amp
make,
count?
though... Sorry?
Is that the new NAP amp count? That's my question.
Maybe. But it really does feel like the eval bar is like 3 points under, and you need to be Magnus Carlsen on your end game here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's the only one winning for Liquid right now.
Right?
I mean, that was a little bit harsh. So they can still
you're not
turn it
wrong.
around.
Mate, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Imagine how badly those technical timeouts have got us on the chokehold if we're talking about chess already.
I mean, look, jokes aside, the timeout at the start of the series could have been a big part of it as well, right? You probably play your prac game or just your regular warm-ups at the start of the day and you're ready to get going. You know what the schedule is like, you know when you're going to start playing a game, and then you end up getting things started 40 minutes after the time that you were expected to start.
Yeah.
And then you have your flow interrupted a lot of times. Maybe this time it could work in their favor, given it's VP Prodigy having a bit of flow, but I feel like they're in such a bad spot already in terms of round score that I don't think is any longer the case. Off the back of the attack pause is out for VP Prodigy.
Yeah.
Make sure that they're fully aligned walking into this one. They struggled to close out Dust 2 for a little bit. It got a bit scary. They don't want that to be the case on Nuke.
If you weren't frustrated before that, you definitely are right now. On the back of a technical timeout, they just go for attack. Obviously, we're not hating that for VP Prodigy. This is your best opportunity to close out the game. So it does make a lot of sense for Problem to make sure that everyone's aligned with what they want to do. And Toro deciding to hold on to that Mag 10 makes me feel like we might be looking at something a little bit quicker coming out of him. They've got the money to put him on a rifle. They decide to keep him on an SMG. What's the idea?
All things considered, Team Liquid don't have too bad of a buy at all.
If you were to hit them with a straight-up pop or a rush play on the back of that type of post, knowing their utility is not going to be perfect, that would be a really ballsy one.
It would. Normally you want to let them use the util early, but VP Prodigy have a Mac 10, so they're going to make use of it early. Twist ready for it, doubles up as well, gets given the opportunity to chime in a third time. VP Prodigy walk into a trap, and now Bist, as soon as this round started, he might as well hope it's already over. 17-9, the score on the kill feed for him this map so far, but this round looks like it's going the other way.
You can never ride him out of a clutch, though, especially with the past couple. Naf will make sure this is not another clutch, and this is Liquid passing the test. And as we said, there was a high probability of VP Prodigy trying something a little bit more creative here. Tried to go for the second timing as well, waited to see if there was going to be some initial Yi2 coming out of Liquid, went for the pop. Liquid
That's their first
really
CT round.
prepared for it, though.
This was Team Liquid's first say on the CT side. Ever since the pistol, the follow-ups, their buy rounds, now is when Team Liquid make their mark. But this is when they need to make their stand also. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot put a VP Prodigy on 12. Because that gets scary real quick.
Yeah, smokes coming in. Last time you used the same variation, the default outside smokes, you just had one person cross down secret, and now you've got pretty much the entire team bar one person. Toro's the only one lurking in towards the lobby, and VP Prodigy quite silently have made their way down there. Twist is the one to greet them.
Instantly throws down the smoke. Knows the cross is a real possibility.
I think he's posted the smoke before seeing anyone, which could be an issue, right? Because you know there could be people down there, but you don't know how many, and you don't know for sure.
Yeah, you're right. But interestingly enough, if he was posted up closer, that would have been the position where he could have spotted them and thrown in the smoke. So, VP Prodigy, nothing strange about this to them just yet. And this time, this gun, the M4A1S, and Twist can hear it all. Good for the 2, and that's a good start. A potential upgrade. Forever looking to blockade the cross. But Ultimate comes in on time and makes sure that Bist is no more. And Taro left again in a 1v3. And for Team Liquid this time, thankful that they know where the bomb lies and where they need to defend.
Toro. Bomb. Toro again. And he's saving. He's calling this one off. Knows that there probably isn't a massive opportunity for him to pick him up, and it was about time to see Twist step it up as well when it comes down to Nuke. A really important double kill coming out of him. This is going to be 8 rounds. The difference 3 now, and Liquid holding on to the AWP as well. Toro forced to hold on to his Galil. And that's the one round that could have made you probably tilt even further if you were Liquid. The only reason you win it is because Twist is able to hold on with a double. No further support because of that premature smoke. If he doesn't get both those kills, this is an entirely different round. Nerds with a big rotation as well. The Ope of Ultimate, aware of the possibility of a reface coming in from double. Liquid looking good.
I'm going to mention a fun fact. You've had a lot of fun with your little fun facts. I've got one of my own. Last couple of times, VP Prodigy played Nuke. Overtime was needed for the map to get closed out.
Yep.
And I feel like we're definitely looking at something similar to that.
It doesn't
I
look
don't think
that
Team Liquid's
far-fetched.
comeback is over just yet.
No, not quite. There is something that's still going as well, though. That is Nerds' spray. That's pretty much done forever. Able to get the kill. This is an eco round after all, so if you're Liquid, you're just hoping you get it over the line as quickly as possible and as cleanly as possible, and Twist will make sure that is the case. It's a lovely 1-2-3 in just a matter of seconds. And Bist, even though he's caught a bit of a good timing,
Sure.
with just the Glock and no armor, shouldn't be able to get more than 1 kill, and that's best case scenario.
Yeah, you've got to mention, though, Twist did have a hard time in the first half, but definitely leveled up here. A few multi-frags already on entries towards this A site, and now having a 3K to his name, bolstering up his stats. But yeah, you can't really afford having a player that is offline, and I feel like Team Liquid had that at the start, but no longer being the case is good signs to come, and a potential 9th round where the difference would be just 2 rounds between themselves and VP Prodigy. Can you find a pick? Yes, he can.
Wow.
Could have found an AK as well, but Ultimate was able to stop him before he could get his hands on the Kalash. Like we said, 9 rounds in the books here for Team Liquid, but VP Prodigy have been able to save and now have a bye.
A bit of a sacrifice coming in from Toro and Aqua, though, unfortunately, because they did invest a little bit too much in the previous one, so if you want to have the full utility, you're looking at potentially a pistol or an SMG and a Galil in the mix. Liquid 2 rounds away now, and there you have it. A Tech 9 for Toro. A whole lot of util for the side of VP Prodigy. What is the plan this time around? Last round didn't work because of Twist getting a really good double kill down Secret, and again, they are exploring the possibility of sending someone down there. This time, though, it kind of looks like Forever will just get the support of Aqua, actually. The bomb is making its way down there. Now they're playing ahead of the smoke. Trying to catch the timing, and they do. Nurse is going down.
That's crazy, jumping the gun like that and it paying off.
What?
Toro gets a pick and also takes Twist down to 19 points of health. That is not what you want if you're Team Liquid. And Naf needs to do some heavy lifting. Forever pants down. And suddenly, the scales have evened up just a little bit. Naf hoping he can get away with more. Naf, 3 to his name. And the tables have turned. Team Liquid, 2v1. And Aqua, with 1 to his name, ball in hand, has got 1 minute to figure this one out.
The individuals are just keeping them out of the hole right now, but Aqua, he's got a full belt of utility and a lot of time to work with. Liquid are the ones that are pressured to make a move.
Closing in. For Aqua, dropping them down was a pixel. The cleanup. Thing is, Ultimate has got all of his health, but does it matter? 1 missed AWP shot, and that's the end. Draws out the USP, and that's the smart decision. Hiding behind the smoke. Aqua surely knows there's something off about this. That someone could be looming behind those shadows, behind the smoke, looking for the head. Ultimate, all he needed was a swing and a shot to connect anywhere on his opponent's body, and that's exactly what happens. Team Liquid to recover it.
That shouldn't be that difficult, should it be? I mean, especially with Nav getting a triple kill like this one. And again, it's just the individuals dragging Liquid out of the hole right now. Nav with a big triple, Twist with a double last time around. That spray transfer was so nasty from that fly. 1 around the difference again, but VP Prodigy are keeping them on their toes. I have no clue how Toro was able to get in towards the vent in the previous round and even get a kill out of it, by the way. VP Prodigy
I've got no idea how Naf got the triple either. I feel like if you're Team Liquid here, you're building statues for him. Murals, like, you're dedicating everything in your life because of this guy.
Yeah. You're a Liquid fan right now. If you weren't bold before the start of this game, you definitely are because of the stress right now.
Oh dear, that flash catching Shuri off. That's a pickup, ultimate.
Oh no.
That is not a shot you want to miss. And Twist goes down also. Oh dear me. Rifles dropping to the lower ground. No time to recover it though. The Tech Knives have been enough. Nuts are 1v3 needed. Oh, this is not when you want to fumble. Not when you want to drop the ball. Team Liquid had the buy. VP Prodigy had the pistols. And at this moment in time, it's VP Prodigy with 3 players to none. Map and series point for VP Prodigy, threatening to knock Team Liquid out of the Blast Open 4 contention.
That is insane. The RES Showdown started with Liquid being the big favorite, the one team that had to grab the spot, the one team that had all to play for, and their first game was supposed to be a freebie, but it's not a freebie anymore. Now we've entered really dangerous territory. 2 rounds, 2 chances for VP Prodigy to get the biggest win in this academy's history. That's not an overstatement.
Oh dear. Thing is, for Team Liquid, the positives that you need to look at a moment like this is that you're not too far off of overtime. And if you want to continue VP Prodigy's trend of getting there, the past couple of times they've played Nuke, it's not far-fetched, especially with Nuts. Getting given the first blood of the round. Twist barely avoids contact with the VP Prodigy players. And silent falls as VP Prodigy looking to make their move slowly but surely, getting closer to this B-bomb site.
Trying to figure out where Naf is right now, because Twist is alone. They can't go down the vent anymore, so you're not relying on those quick rotations out of the A-bomb side. If Twist goes down for nothing, this round is all on Naf, and vice versa. Naf is still focused in towards Trophy. Twist is in a really precarious spot. He needs to let them have the bomb side if they go out of double in control.
Surely they try and open it, nade it, or smoke it. So he might want to jump the gun as well once this bomb goes down. Naf, smoked off. Chooses to peek it either way, and it's the right decision to make. That's 2 picks. Oh no, the scramble by the end, but Twist, the timing is immaculate. Does not give a chance for VP Prodigy to breathe, and Toro realizes that this round is not for him and his team. Has to let this one go. And overtime is now, what? An arm's length away.
I can't believe how Nap has been able to keep Liquid in this game, by the way. It's himself and Twist. They've been going absolutely crazy in the last couple of rounds. That CT side on Nuke has been all damn. And Nerds has had a couple big rounds too, but the work that Naf and Twist have been doing down the B bomb side has been immaculate. Naf knew that he couldn't let them have the bomb side for free. He couldn't risk Twist going down without a kill with the MP9, and the fact that he gets a double is all because of that maneuver from Naf. Takes the attention away. Look at that back's turn. Easiest double kill in Twist's life. It was just about playing the patience.
Oh boy. It's only Bist with not a rifle this one. And Triborg with a Galil. Everybody else fully equipped. And this is for everything. VP Prodigy, they can still take Team Liquid down right here, right now. Could still knock them off their feet. But Team Liquid also, as simply, could take us all the way to OT forever. Might have just escaped. Smoke, but unable to convert into the first pick. Nerds is able to use the smoke to his advantage. The 5-7 is drawn out, and it pays off. Ultimate being approached, and this time does not miss the first engagement. Second bullet lands as well. Not quite the third, but the job's been done already. Bist in a real tough spot. And Team Liquid know that if you've done it, it was a tough ask. They were so far behind on that second half. But 1 kill away from securing OT and giving this match another go.
Well, might be able to dodge a bit of a catastrophe here, Liquid. Still not out of the doldrums just yet. You're just fighting to earn yourselves an opportunity to stay alive, but they've done it. Bist should go down any moment now. Does get one more, trying his absolute damnness to actually get a couple kills, but Chewy will book it down. It's 12 on the side of Liquid. We're leveled up. We're going to overtime. VP Prodigy Not able to close it out in regulation, and Liquid keep on fighting for dear life.
I think you described it perfectly, Ted. Really hanging on for dear life, and you could tell by the end of it as well. A few shakes in there. Nuts really saving the day. How was able to keep himself alive throughout that is mind-boggling to me. And Ultimate having a as decent performance as well in this particular round. 2 kills
that is just
per
ludicrous,
player.
man.
It's nuts.
I still don't know how I feel about this. We're talking about. I'm gonna say that again because it was such a long time ago. The first time I said it, the last time Twist did lose a best-of-3 series to a team placed outside of the top 80 on HLTV was in 2019, and that was Rogue. That was the ECS Season 7 game, and Nav was on that Liquid lineup as well. That was the Liquid team that actually won the Grand Slam. They lost to Rogue. At the time, Rogue had Vice, Danish Nico, MSL, Sick, and Hiko. Hiko was still playing the last time Twist lost to a team of a similar ranking to VP Prodigy, and it could have happened again. 6 years later, 1xBet odds though, once again in favor of Liquid. You can use the code Showdown over at 1xBet. Click the banner below the stream, of course. Big shout out to them for all the support. And we're back to reality right now, back to normality, so to speak. Well, I'm not sure if we can say back to normality.
No, this
at least
is not
Liquid
normal.
can win the game again.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game. VP Prodigy starting things off on the T-side nade. Exploding on Torres' feet, but still able to live with throughout it. Naf aggressively showing up behind, and Ultimate standing his ground. Now that's decisive, but it's still not over. Aqua sneaking in from the back. And now, only 2 required. Ultimate, the crouch peek is enough, not at headshot level. Sees his opponent first, and 13 in the books for Team Liquid.
Yeah, there goes Roland. That was a nice triple kill from the back of the bomb side from the big green. And Naf with the push in towards ramp. Another tactical timeout, of course. There is one bonus attack that both teams get once we get into OT. And Problem wants to make sure him and his boys don't waste that opportunity. They were so damn close to a sensational result, and they're still not out of reach, but Liquid have regained the lead for the first time in forever, what it feels like. For the first time since the first half on Nuke.
Counter-terrorists win.
Boy. Let's see if they can continue with this pace. 6-6 on both halves, right? Not one being able to find the advantage on the CT side. Let's see if Team Liquid have more success with that when money is a non-issue in overtime. So far, VP Prodigy a little bit slower in pace than last time around. Putting a lot of attention to detail, a lot of attention outside mostly. And Team Liquid only have one on the lookout. I think that's nuts. But he's out into the open without any cover. Up the stream, no panel. And that allows VP Prodigy to gain the jump on this round. And Shuri left to play catch-up.
Yeah, low HP on Aqua, but again, they're switching it up this time. Just peeking without the smokes. Did it a couple times before they blew him out. A couple times after they were already up. Shuri, gotta be careful. There goes one. Decides to stick around. That's a massive risk he's taking right now, but he's got a little bit of support out of Twists.
Yeah, but have you realized? Oh, that one's crossed.
They've missed
Already in vents. Oh, they have got no clue. Twist goes down. But Shuri is able to pick up Triborg in the process. So it's still a 3v3. And Bist, oh man. Looks like he's got the pounce on Naf. Naf hasn't got a clue. Turns around. Head ripped off its shoulders. And now Ultimate turns his attention towards him. This is tough. And Shuri goes down with the ship. Bist has done so much. Ultimate able to secure his life.
Oh!
Finds 2 as well, and now it's down to the clutch. Bomb dropped, and knows his opponent has to get to it, but Toro quicker to the trigger. And it's equal once again.
They really are holding their own, aren't they? They're not falling apart in overtime. They're not falling to pieces. It wasn't just Liquid trying to get 2 rounds and then it's gonna be an easy walk in the park in OT. No, VP Prodigy is still here. They're still playing. Still being competitive. They get the opening kill. Surprising Nerds in towards outside once again. Nav caught on a bit of a timing by Bist. Follow-up once Shui was perfect. Ultimate with a really good attempt on the clutch up. But Toro's quicker.
Oh boy, this is a toughie. And Ted, I really don't know where this is headed. Still anyone's game, absolutely anyone's.
I don't think there's a person in this world right now, living, dead or alive, that could answer your question. I don't know where this one's going. I just know we're going with it.
We're just going with the flow.
Yeah.
Being taken through the motions. Team Liquid and VP Prodigy producing a storm. And we're just going up and down.
Yeah.
Like a pendulum, like waves in an ocean.
Don't really need a coffee, by the way. If someone was thinking about getting a nice little afternoon coffee, you don't need it, because this game has been a shock for the system.
It really has. It acted more like an energy drink rather than coffee. It was a quick boost. I wonder if there will be the drop, the crash. So far, none of the teams look like they're anywhere close to that just yet. Picks are spotted, and ultimate so damn clean with a double scope. How much more can you get, especially considering one is nearby? You definitely heard the footsteps, or have you? Tribal being a menace, and it's enough of a bait to put Naf into the open. Pistol is secure. Ultimate has to drop as well. The drive-by from Tribal nets VP Prodigy the lead. They've got 30 seconds to work with and a decision to make.
That's such a crazy peek as well. He was all alone, and he peeks with a bomb on his back. If he goes down, the round is probably over. 20 seconds, though. They need to make a move.
They're going to A. Two sides being attacked. Flash keeping Nuts with his elbow in front of his eyes and able to see it's all down to Shuri with so many positions to take over. And Twist is far away from this, on the wrong side of the world. And imagine VP Prodigy winning 2 out of 3 rounds on their T side in overtime. This is going to put Team Liquid under a world of hurt. But let's give Twists the benefit of the doubt. If there's anyone going to do it, it's got to be him. But not this time. VP Prodigy in the lead.
Their audacity is just insane. The audacity of Triborg to go for that fight against the open towards 7. That's the real difference maker. We're going to check it out on replay as well. Biz patient up. This is the peak. That is absolutely crazy out of Triborg. But eventually keeps them in the round. He even found another one. And Ultimate has been doing everything in this overtime to try and keep Liquid in it. Clutched up the first one, nearly clutched the second as well. But if you think about it in retrospect, VP Prodigy have been putting themselves in the better position every single time since we got into OT. Bist is on 26 kills. 26 and 18, top of the server for this young man. Not all of them on the op as well, but a good portion. 17-year-old, only team before VP Prodigy was Fluffy Gangsters. And I'm not going to be mad at you if you don't really know this name, if it doesn't ring a bell. But if it does, you deserve a little bit of respect.
I just enjoy the name Fluffy Gangsters, to be honest, mate. I feel like that image describes Team Liquid altogether. That little drive-by, just...
Yeah, just a dead body.
Yeah, just a dead body. Oh, boy. Well, the score is not quite correct, folks. It is 14-13 in favor of VP Prodigy here.
Yeah, they're partially alive. There's a couple
fixed.
fingers that are still moving. One of the eyes is not fully closed. They're still trying their best to stay.
Yeah, toe is jiggling and a wiggling. Team Liquid now on the T side. They're going to need all 3 rounds to make this one work. All 3.
Look at the aggressive play out of Aqua. You've got the op to take first point of contact as well.
But it's VP Prodigy to get both picks, which means VP Prodigy are just that one step closer to making this series their own.
Yeah, gapping towards the ramp though. Oper's not here, meaning you can just walk out and no ramp player, but that makes it really awkward here for VP Prodigy, or for Liquid, sorry. Gotta scale down the B bomb side, but look at who's here. Bist is already rotated in.
Oh, that's just a great position for him to hold. Taking the shot. It does land onto Ultimate. Toro there on the cross. He finds a gap through the smoke, plays with it, toys with it. No one shall pass when Toro is there, a 3-piece. And that is phenomenal for VP Prodigy. I don't think they expected to be in this position again. They had a few opportunities in the second half to close this series out, but they have 2 more chances.
Check this out again. Aggressive movement towards outside. Oper wins this fight. M4 wins this. And Toro's just getting a triple through the smoke for the final one. Fully on the spam as well. And they get another one. That's 4 Map and series points in total, 4 chances in total to knock Liquid out of the event. And there goes number 3 right here, right now.
Team Liquid not going for anything over aggressive. Knowing that VP Prodigy are definitely capable of their own little extremity push. Toro's bullet through the smoke. He doesn't even need to see his opponent, and that's what hurts if you're Team Liquid. The turnaround, Shuri at least gets the better round of 2 players here. Tribal trying to, it's a balance act for sure.
No.
And he gets 2? How did he get away with that? And he's still alive! Finally put to rest. Finally tucked to bed. But this still being around is not something you need to underestimate. He's got cover. The smoke providing him space. Scoping had all the time in his life to find that pick, and now he's ringing around the rosy. Naf, surely he realizes his opponent had enough time to go through Squeaky now. And so much time is elapsing, therefore, more pressure onto Bist. And he must know that Naf is now in backside, clearing out Hurts. He had to. Naf getting the better end of that one. I think all hail Shuri for Team Liquid there. He's the one that saved the day. And Naf to clutch by the end puts Team Liquid still in contention.
26 kills, what a 1v1. Naf needed that one, but yeah, you're spot on, Shuri. If you don't find that double kill, this is probably done so. It was probably over, and they were just 1 kill away here, Liquid. 1 death away, shall I say, from being eliminated, and now they get another opportunity, pushing for 2 overtimes against VP Prodigy. It's not even the main team, it's the Academy. You beat the main team last time you played them.
It's a completely different story now. You're right. And pure insanity. And what a way to start the tournament off as well. So many awesome matchups, and I don't think anybody expected this one to be the closest. And I mean, we haven't seen the other ones yet, but I don't think it gets much closer than this. Nuts. First Blood realizes there might be 1 to follow, and indeed that is the case. Team Liquid 2 picks to the good, and with 1 minute to work with, they can also chill out. But it's not like Nerds has slowed down. He's actually gone a little bit further forward. Tribal flushed out. The Team Liquid knowing of his position, but VP Prodigy needing to make something work. Catch-up time. Triborg switch. Yeah, he switched up his position already. And it's Shuri. First to go down. Triborg with 2! Oh, if it wasn't for the molly, it might have been a 3rd, but Toro is there. Hang on a second. Team Liquid had a 2-player advantage, and suddenly they may have just fumbled the ball.
25, and they know. Bist knows. He's not seeing anything. They've heard the steps as well. They know it's going to be a B play. Toro can't stop them, though. It has to be the Oprah again, and Bist to switch to a rifle.
A 2v2. Bomb going down. Bist realized he didn't get there on time. Blocked by a molly, and both VP Prodigy players having kits in their hands. If you're Team Liquid, decision time. Where do you post up? Where do you hold? Has Naf, well, has Bist changed up his angle? Has Toro joined him, or is he going through ramp? A lot of questions, but you mustn't get in your own head. Naf probably in the safer position of the 2. Flash, the alternate. Alive, but Bist is there. And only 1 player was needed to secure this by the end. The kit being available gives VP Prodigy plenty of time to defuse. It took him a good minute to close this series out, but they have done it, and to everyone's surprise, knock Team Liquid out from blast open contention.
That is insane. Can you believe it, ladies and gents? VP Prodigy, the Virtus Pro Academy, a team that is not even eligible to qualify for the event. They are to play the qualifier, not to go through though. If they win, they're not even getting the spot because the main team is playing Blast Open London 2025. They are the ones to eliminate Liquid from the contest. First round, quarterfinals. This is Liquid going 0-2 in European close qualifiers in this season. Lost to Sashi in the ESL Pro League 1, and now they've lost to VP Prodigy, a team that is not even inside of the top 80 on HLTV.
Yeah, not a good start to the post-player break season. And now Oh, entering difficult territory, Ted, for real. You can already hear the critics here for Team Liquid, and it's something that it's going to have to be talked about at a later date. But for now, as you mentioned, as we saw as well in the bracket, this was just the first series of many, right? This was just the first quarterfinal of 4. We still have more action available to you folks. VP Prodigy versus Navi Jr. coming up to after this. Ted, any final words before we throw things to a break and get ready for that one?
Yeah, VP Prodigy is actually playing against the winner of this one tomorrow, but I'm going to let you get away from this one. It's been a really long and stressful game. Yeah, we've got OG taking on Navi Jr. after this one, folks. Don't go anywhere. Second game should be even more interesting than the first one. I'm not really sure if that's possible. But yeah, VP Prodigy are keeping it going. Sadly, we need to say bye-bye to Liquid, but we'll see you in a bit for game number 2.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the RES Showdown. And so far, things are looking up to be quite spicy. Our first quarterfinal already took place with Team Liquid having to say goodbye from this tournament. But in the meantime, VP Prodigy move into the next phase, into the semifinals already. And with this next matchup, basically deciding who will be their opponent. Ted, I don't know what to feel after that match. Maybe Navi Jr. versus OG Esports brings some logic to this day.
I don't know, man. I think at this point, the only thing that we're looking at is potentially Sparta beating Fnatic. This could be the only other possibility of something being as crazy as the first game. But yeah, we're going to drive our attention in towards Navi Jr. and OG. And I guess that result, as much as it's really disappointing for Liquid, it actually opens up the bracket for both those lineups right now, right? You get to play against the VP Prodigy guys that did over-exceed expectations, but still it's a much easier matchup, you got to feel like, for both Navi Jr. and OG in comparison to one against Liquid potentially. So for both these teams, this qualifier and the spot in Blast Open London actually became a lot more realistic.
Indeed, indeed. And for Navi no longer being under that Navi banner, right, could also get a lot done, and are looking also to be picked up by any org, which is crazy to me that no one's gone and done that just yet, I guess. But maybe it's something about to happen shortly. I hope, right? Because we're talking about a very, very stacked team, a very stacked roster, and sure, they're not at full strength as they used to be. Makazi going to the main roster, going over to Navi altogether. They've had to play around with that fifth. We had Mateos kind of filling on that role for a few matches. But today, Ted, it looks like Masuta is jumping into that role.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun one, right? Because they did play some games with Matthews, and now we've got Masuta coming in, and it's been a funky couple months for him. I guess a funky couple years since he got removed from Vitality in 2022, played on Falcons, played on ITB, played on 9 towards the end of 2024 and up until 2025. And now he's officially still listed as a Foot player, right? That French lineup that got picked up by Foot with Jags, but he's still playing with the Navi Junior boys right now, and I guess it's going to be a fun one. On the other side, we have a new look OG, right? Obviously had to part ways with Fico, unfortunately, a couple days ago. They did announce they did announce Adam B a couple weeks before that, or a couple days before that, and now they're playing with Arosdos, which is going to be a fun one. Obviously, he hasn't been announced as their permanent fifth yet, but Arosdos, things didn't quite work out for him on the side of NAP, unfortunately, and now he's back on OG. Is a pretty revamped lineup. A team that was able to make a bit of a note in the Austin Major, able to get a couple nice wins. Unfortunately, nothing too deep there, but we've seen some good performances out of Krisen, out of Nikodos. Spook has been quite good, and I feel like now with the addition of Adam B and Arosdos, this lineup just has even more experience and firepower.
Sure, right, but at the same time, you can't help but feel this looks a little bit different without Fiku, right? Being in this team for about 3 years now, Yeah, exactly. Yeah, being in this org for about 3 years, making 3 majors as well with this roster. So it feels like, okay, you say goodbye to a very instrumental piece of what made OG up until this point. But it's a new era, right? Like you said, it's an opportunity to bring more firepower, a different kind of roster, see if it kind of works for you and allows you to catapult your performances to another level. Because let's be fair, sure, OG has been in the conversation of the top 30s for a while, but you'd want them to get into that deeper end, get some deeper runs into tournament. But either way, let's jump into the veto. This is a best of 3 series of these quarterfinals, and the winner of these two will be playing up against VP Prodigy, who have just won their match against Team Liquid. We got our first 2 bans already, Dust2 and Nuke out, but Train our first pick alongside Mirage.
It is interesting to see OG go for that Dust2 removal, right? Both teams have not really played Overpass yet, so I feel like, especially knowing that Train is not really the forte of X-Navi Jr., OG just decided to leave it open. And then X-Navi Jr. as well decided to go for the minus Nuke. I think this veto is actually quite interesting, because Nuke is not usually a map that X-Navi Jr. shy away from that much. They haven't played a single Train, though, in the last couple of months, so this is the first time that X-Navi Jr. are actually leaving that, that door open. I wonder if OG are going to get caught off guard by it, because you're looking at an OG that's definitely more comfortable when it comes down to their Train, but still a map that they've played just once, right? And that was a 10-13 loss to Parivision, which happened on the 18th of May. So we are getting a pretty surprising veto all in all going into this one. 2 maps are being removed that are not usually the permanent bans, both teams trying to surprise the other. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup all in all. Train is one that I'm particularly interested in, and I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and to add to the interesting list and the complexity of this veto, the third map is Ancient. That's the decider. And albeit this being one of the most played maps for OG, they recently lost to X-Navi Jr. on this particular map. And it wasn't even close. It was 13-3. So, yeah, there's a lot here for sure. And I feel like you know, unlike the first matchup that we had at hand with VP Prodigy taking on Team Liquid, we thought Team Liquid would be the clear winners from that one. I feel like we're in store for a quite close series in this one, right? That's the prediction, at least. Yeah, it'll be interesting on multiple levels, multiple maps, some mind games being put at play. So it's hard to really place it. But let's bring things to an individual here, Ted, because obviously these teams are going through some changes. Albeit one player per side, I feel for X-Navi Jr. losing Makaze as a 5-man, I feel like it's a much bigger hit, because if you look at the history of Navi Jr., as Navi Academy teams altogether, if you look at the plethora of players going through that roster, Makaze, in terms of performance and raw statistics, was second only to Monacy from players that walked through that. So a lot to miss out on. Masuta, first 2 kills goes to him as X-Navi Jr. start things off well in their pursuit of this A side.
Yeah, he's already got a double kill, so apparently the right pickup, and Kraveni's going absolutely nuclear, gets 1 and a second for himself. That's going to leave Prison. We're not wasting any time right here, right now, folks. Jumping right into the pistol round on Train. Obviously, the map pick of OG, but a map that they played only once, as we said, Navi Jr. have not played yet, or ex-Navi Jr., shall I say. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation, especially considering that, if you remember, one of the reasons that Misuta did get removed from Vitality a couple years ago was the fact that they wanted their lurker to be a little bit more aggressive, right? They wanted them to be making a little bit more moves. And obviously, Misuta's a different player. A lot of time has passed. He's had some projects where he even had to be the star player, I guess, be the guy to aggress, but in his natural habitat, he's not really the most aggressive player in the world, right? And Makaze was exactly that for X-Navi Jr., so you're seeing a little bit of a switcheroo when it comes down to the roles. Maybe other people are going to try and take the initiative, or Misuta will just embrace his transition into being a star player fully.
Yeah, on the flip side, you've got Arasdos as well. Joining in for OG. Stepping in instead of Fiku.
Yeah.
We'll see how long. Yeah.
One of the people that was a little bit, I guess, disappointing. Couldn't really make a showing for himself on NIP, right? He's the only one that they changed after the first season, and for a little bit of context, he couldn't even play the first couple weeks, maybe even a month when he joined NIP because of VRS reasons. They had to play with Jax, right? So Arasdos didn't really get the best introduction to that NIP lineup, and things didn't eventually work out. So now he's got a second chance to show that he's got the qualities to play international Counter-Strike.
Well, for now, potential B hits. A quick one. Contact through the smoke. Symmetry able to find 3 picks to boot. Make that 4. Give him the ace. Why not? Okay. Nice pat of the starts to get the day going.
Yeah, lovely stuff coming out of Symmetry. The fact that Makaze is left doesn't mean that there's no firepower left on that X-Navi Jr. lineup, right? Symmetry with the AWP and apparently with some of the rifles as well, but you've got Krabeni staying, who was obviously the partner in crime of Makaze. He was the in-game leader, giving him all the space, giving him all the opportunities, and you still got him. Zux and Demon have been really impressive as well, so it's all about seeing if X-Navi Jr. can keep being the same flamboyant and really aggressive team even without one of their big stars. I can't even say their number one big star, because I don't feel like it would be just towards the others, because everyone from the side of xNavi Jr. has been really impressive so far in 2025, not only Makazi, even though he was the one to get the promotion into the main team.
Yeah, the map put to a halt for a moment in time. Looking to see that everything is in order to get the series going. After all, an important match, I feel, and an important tournament for both of these teams. You know, playing at the Blast Open in London is something that you'd love for experience, right? You'd love for the reps. You'd love to get a deep run in an event like that, especially looking at OG here. And I feel like now, no longer being under the Navi banner, xNavi Jr. can start to make their own story. I feel limited. They could have easily been in the MRQ, given the results they've had at so many Tier 2 tournaments this past year. So now they get the chance to do that.
That is a little bit sad we couldn't get to see qualify for the major, obviously, because they were the Academy of Navi at the time, so you couldn't really play the same event. But I think it would have been really interesting to see how those guys would have done on LAN. When it comes down to a big event like this, obviously we did see how OG did, and I don't think it's a performance that OG are going to be particularly sad about. I think they did a really good job at the major, even though maybe they were hoping for even a little bit more. But even the fact that you were able to go past stage 1, you were able to get those wins over Complexity, Tyloo, and NRG. Stage 2 didn't go their way, lost to VP, lost to M80. They did get a map off of the Falcons, though. And the M80 game that they lost was an overtime. It was probably one that they needed to close out. So a couple things to be regretful of, I guess, if you're OG, but still a step in the right direction for a really young lineup, being led by Krisen, who's still a teenager, regardless of being the in-game leader and looking pretty good. Even individually, not only IGL-wise.
And I think something we haven't mentioned so far, something that at least piques my interest, is this Nikodas versus Symmetry head-to-head.
Sure,
two very interesting AWP players, unique play styles, quite important for their teams overall.
Yeah, I'd say Nikodas is even more unique, because he's still one of those guys that prefer playing rifle most of the time, right? With Symmetry, you know what you're getting. You're getting someone that's going to buy the AWP the moment that they've got enough money. I think a really interesting angle for this game. This is actually a rematch of the ESO Pro League qualifier, right? xNavi Jr. were able to beat OG in a 2-0 fashion. 13-6 on Mirage, 13-3 on Ancient, so we're getting a bit of a different veto in comparison to last time around. Let's see if that's going to switch things up for OG as they go into their first buy round on the T side of Train. A little bit of brown hose control already established. Bump, going to rejoin any moment now, shaping up to be a bit of a B play maybe.
Yeah, it explains a lot of the veto as well, right? That previous match.
Yeah.
But
Mirage is still in.
True.
And Ancient. So the same two maps that you did lose are still in the veto. Train is the big asterisk, if you could call it that.
Hoping they can start off the series on a strong point. Nikodas finds first blood, but it's not without the answer back from Jugs. And in the meantime, OG lining up for a B hit. And you've got Spook quite far away. Not quite sure how soon he'll be able to be relevant in a potential take. With xNavi Jr. starting to take footsteps in IV, gaining information, realizing that no one's around, may even get the timing onto Spook, but I think the turnaround's a little bit rough. The spray down does connect onto Demon, but not enough for the pick. Therefore, it is xNavi Jr. with the right foot forward as OG start to make steps into B.
Bomb is across 20 seconds.
Very deep into the site already. Adam B looking to make space for his team. But again, Krabeni disrupting, denying. 2 picks for Krabeni. And now it's got a really dangerous pistol to keep Adam B on his toes, at his heels. Bomb to potentially go down, but that molly is so damn disruptive and might even be destructive to the round as a whole. Plant is successful and somehow avoids most of the bullets onto the defuse, hoping that will reveal Adam B's position, but Symmetry finds himself the high ground and gets this round done and dusted.
The fake nearly works though, right? Even though Xnavi Jr. go for the push in towards Ivy and Demon gets the kill, you could see that they were still unsure. They knew there was a heavy presence in towards the B-bomb side, but after the initial block, they were hoping that maybe the T's would go down pop, right? So you have to have that thought towards the back of your mind. That's the reason the Oper stays around, and the moment Kristen shows himself in towards pop, they were kind of forced to stick around. Good work coming out of Demon to just get the information and stay alive in towards B, and that move from Krabeni, the fact that he was ahead of the timing, they didn't know he'd cross towards the back of Thomas. He's the one to steal it away. There's the replay. Initial aggression. Misuta does go down, but it doesn't matter anything for the round in retrospect. And Xnavi Jr. started off with a 3-0. Bomb plant will facilitate that AK in the hands of Adam B, and he's already put it into good use.
Indeed he has, and he might fall of risk of being run over, and that's exactly what happens. OG, don't let go of the gas. Full pedal to the metal. Did Demon spot out his opponent there? I feel like he got barely spotted through the smokes. A gun, a few pixels for sure. Molly to flush him out into the open. And
oh my god.
Instead of being retrieved, is the one doing the retrieving. And a 2v2, as the dust settles, and so do a couple of smokes, Demon holds his ground as he has no clue where Adam B has placed himself to the back of this site. Molly as well, and now the information is there, but needs to balance his attention to two different directions simultaneously. Nade doesn't land, and now finally, Jugs joins the fray. It's all a matter of timing. Jugs lines the headshot, and now you know Nikodos was in main. At least last spotted there. Upgrade on the rifle. And now you just hope that he can isolate players. Knows that Jugs is still on site. But where's Demon? The jump up. All the info. Nikodo's position fully telegraphed, running around, trying to see if he can catch up. Xnavi Jr. aligning forces, and Demon pops in right on time. That is as smooth as butter for Xnavi.
That's why I was saying there's still so many players to be excited about on this Xnavi Jr. lineup. That round from Demon is absolutely nuclear. I don't think OG believe the fact that he was able to stick and stay alive throughout this entire round. Look at that from Adam B. He's done so much with that initial peak, going through the smoke, punishing Cemetery as well. Arrowsdale's getting the kill into Misuta. Demon should have never been allowed to get more than one kill out of this. This is the kill that changes it. Oh, he was all alone. He was in a 1 versus 3, and there's just that one smoke in towards main that saves his life for a little bit longer. The fact that he's able to get away with so many kills out of this is insane.
I heard like 7, 8 explosions on HEs already. Krabeni was victim to Spook's aggression.
Ooh.
And so does Misuta. That's more like it for OG. This time, no trades. Oh, Jugs. That is sneaky. Gets away with one, so at least stabilizes, but gives OG the idea that there's at maximum 2 players on A. So they start to make their moves. Cemetery is clean. Clinical.
Knows.
It's going even deeper for the second. Oh, dear me. It all started so well, but a little bit more magic required from Adam B and Krisen to close things out here. Cemetery. Oh, no, that's not a shot you're used to him missing, but still gets it done and has time to deliver with a USP. Cemetery, a one-man army in the A-site defense.
Welcome to the realm of Xnavi Jr. That is insane. Individual play after individual play. Last time it was Demon, this time it's Cemetery. It's back-to-back 5v3 rounds for OG, and yeah, sure as hell you need a tactical timeout out of this one. That's a tough pill to swallow, to say the least. Back-to-back rounds, you're just going out main with a double kill and you can't convert. The late flashes from Krisen were perfect to set up the double. Look at it again. Spook winning the first fight against Krabeni, and there goes the flash. Misuta didn't see a thing. Dux wins his fight in towards Brown Hose, and then you're just looking at Cemetery. Just look at it and admire the brilliance. He's so quick with it.
There's something so seamless about the fluidity Xnavi Jr. have. These individuals, the way they approach the game, how they navigate certain situations, the intuition in so many of those moments.
That's why you want to see them get picked up by an org, right? That's why a lot of people wanted to see those guys actually leave Navi as an organization, because you want to see them have an opportunity to compete for bigger events, qualify, play lands as well. Again, another opening, another high flash coming out of Krisen. You need to convert.
At some point, you've got to realize you can't keep getting away with this, but yet again, Xnavi pose a bigger threat at the back of the site. Krisen doesn't get a chance to even see Demon as a bullet flies towards his head. And now Adam B, scratching his own head, what the hell's happened? Where's his team gone? Xnavi Jr., sure, they've been given a lot of these early picks, but other than that, it's been pretty damn clean.
It's really worrying for OG as well, right? Because this is the T side of Train. You're not going to get as many opportunities as that. And they've been really good, as you pointed out, and we've mentioned a couple times, that opening things up nicely. The Flash is out of main. They've been getting the same kill time and time and time again, but just unable to convert on the back of it every single time. There seems like to be a Navi Jr. player ready to go for a multi-kill, and Adam B's been spotted out already. Demon walking on ice. He's all alone, so he needs to be careful. Smoke won't really buy him enough time, and Adam B has gotten himself a chance here. Ready for another, not ready for Ducks. Not in time, though.
In so many moments, it's just Adam B's kicking and screaming through the first rounds. In so many situations, it's just him trying to find the opener, trying to clutch something out of a round, but honestly, it's just Xnavi Jr. all the way. This time it was Spook to open things up, but other than that, a very solid hold. And all of a sudden, you blink and you miss it. It's 6-0 for Xnavi Jr. and OG only with pistols in hands.
Switching up the pace. Ducks already hearing the steps. He needs to call for help, though. He's still alone.
I think he took the smart approach, though. Don't reveal yourself early. Don't let them know where you are. Silent, but deadly. Providing all the knowledge to his team. And it's very damn clean. Many a times you see a player jump the gun there, try to stop the bomb from going down. No, not in this situation. Not at all.
Yeah, we shouldn't be forgetting about something, by the way. There's another Hungarian coach in the mix. Obviously, things didn't really go well for Flashy and Liquid earlier on today, but Coolio being behind his team, he's been playing a massive role in those guys trying to be a little bit more structured, right? And you got to give him a little bit of a highlight. Obviously, Krabeni's been doing an excellent job as the in-game leader, but Coolio's likely the one behind a lot of the structure that we're seeing a lot of out of Xnavi Jr., some of the protocols, some of the discipline in situations like these. And Xnavi Jr. opened things up with flawless 7 rounds. I mean, I say flawless. It's flawless 7-0. Not all of the rounds were flawless. And there goes another opening kill in favor of OG.
Will it work this time for them? That is the question. Chris taking a lot of damage due to the molly and the flames. Krabeni also finding a smoke just on time, saving his life. He's low. He needs help. I don't think there is much of it available around Cemetery this time. Shut down before he's got time to have impact in the round, and I feel finally OG are able to convert the early advantage into a successful round. Took him a while, but it doesn't look like Demon and Jugs can contest this anymore.
They can at least try and do a little bit of damage here. Crescent, oh, not looking the right way. That was an opportunity for Demon. Doesn't get the kill, unfortunately. So yeah, now it's time to back off. They've got a lot of money to work with, so I guess the idea of sticking around and looking for a couple exits was quite appealing, but now you've noticed that you've already announced your position, so time to back off. OG finally win their first round, and this is the one reason OG should just stay focused on the prize, right? And I feel like Crescent knows this really well. Their opening game in towards A has been pretty decent. It's all about making sure that, you know, you keep the ifs, buts, and maybes, and there's a lot of angles to be worried about in towards A. I guess you can see the instant turnaround in towards back red, making sure he doesn't get refragged, but that's been the thing. Just make sure you're not letting Xnavi Jr. get too many multi-kills. You gotta be quite quick with the refrags against those guys.
Well, at least something goes in order for OG. But is it too late? I think that's the big question. But I think also for Xnavi Jr., it's the fact that they know they've lost a lot of players early, and it will get punished if they continue to give them over. So a little bit more respect shown this time around.
Oh, flash is good. Nikudos spotted out, fires a shot, does not quite find the connection, unfortunately, on that big green. And they are trying to be proactive around the map right now, re-clearing it towards Pop, not spotting anyone. Steps have been heard and communicated, though, courtesy of Arisdos.
Yeah, just chip damage for now. And as we approach that 1 minute mark, it's clear OG closer to a potential A hit. Crescent will be responsible of keeping players busy towards Ivy and maybe having a late flank.
Look at upper.
They'll clear a lot of info here, maybe even get attributed to kill.
That's so much information. Rotations need to come in. It's all about delaying. All the utility you have in towards A, you need to throw in. Issue is, there is none.
Prison get shut down. Xnavi Jr. have got everything under lock and key. Aristos, not even a chance to break out of Pop Dog. Gets shut down before he gets given the opportunity to say hello to Sight. And Nikono's left in a very lonely world. But at least he'll have company in the ground. That's 8 now in pocket for the Xnavi Jr. kids.
There's a couple identities that you can adopt as a CT side team nowadays, right? So the meta for a lot of people, if you want to go onto the higher level, is you want to be comfortable with just holding onto the bomb sites, right? You want to make sure that you have the right setups. You want to make sure that your individuals are comfortable enough so you can just stay and not be forced to go for pushes all the time, because this is becoming quite predictable, right? But when you're playing against a team that knows how to jiggle between the two and has the individuals to be comfortable, but in the meantime is still going to go for those mid-round aggressive plays every now and then when needed, this is the most difficult part of being a T-side team on a CT-sided map like Train, when you're playing against a team that has all those things thought of, right? If you want to give a good example, let's say 3D Max is a team that loves pushing mid-round, but at a certain point people will start expecting it. I feel like this is something that Navi Jr. are doing really well. They are an incredibly proactive team. They don't like staying passive, but if they have to, they are alright with holding on to the bomb side. So when they decide to go for those aggressive maneuvers, they're a lot more potent. You can't really know what to expect and when to expect it.
Demon. First blood goes to him. Finally feels like Xnavi Jr. have the save first. But it doesn't last long. I feel there's a curse of the first blood. Yeah, it definitely feels like it, Ted. Aristos takes over Cemetery. And now all of a sudden, Demon is the only one in charge of defending the site, but is capable of doing so. Spots out an AWP, but takes the fight head on! Demon's ridiculous! And Krebeni wins the 1v1. What on earth is going on?
What on earth is that from Demon? He's stealing the show right now. Cemetery had that big round with Dio, but Demon's doing it again and again and again and again. You go to his bomb site, he's alone, it doesn't matter. That's when he does his job like a cornered, wounded wolf. Demon, the Undertaker. He really is the true boss of the underworld. Look at that once again. You give him 1v1s. The second player was low on HP. Oper misses the first one, not ready for the second. Nuke. Instant headshots coming out of Demon.
Providing the torture, that's for sure. OG not having a lot of fun through all that pain, I'm going to be honest. And Masuta posted up closely to the A site, knowing OG aren't really familiar with that position as of yet, but now a big potential drop coming in from OG.
Oper's here.
Just on time. Thing is, plenty of util for OG to take advantage of this. Oh, that's not one you expect Cemetery to miss, but he gets given a second chance and a third. Yeah, not going to miss those.
Oh my
Cemetery is having a field day with the big green. Whether that's on A, whether that's on B, he's just having fun.
They're just being farmed. They really are. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's the start of the round, if it's the end of the round, the middle of it. It just feels like every single time there's a player that's going to farm them. Cemetery is on 14-5. Demon is on 13-2. You've got two players combining for 27 kills, 11 rounds in. You can't lose a game like this. And if you're OG, that's not a boxing match. I mean, it is, but you're just a punching bag. And this is your map pick. This is OG trying to switch things up. And no doubt they probably did spend a lot of time offline trying to practice Train, get it into the map pool. It's a map that you don't usually play. It's the permaban of Xnavi Jr. as well, but they leave it open. OG fall right into the trap. And that's the treatment they're getting. This is the first Train Navi Jr. have played in a pretty long time. And it looks hella good. It's looking perfect.
And even though Cemetery was holding a red line there, it's more like a bloodbath of red on the AG pump.
Let me correct myself. I said the first one they've played in a lot of time. It's the first one ever for this iteration, for this core of the team.
Sure.
Not just with Misuta, for everyone.
I was about to say OG had the numbers, but you can never really give credit to that anymore, it feels like. Very split positions. It feels like a bit of a matrix. And you don't know who's quite locked in with who. Symmetry can't quite send his attention towards one
There's
side.
no way.
Oh, maybe he can. Headshot and a body shot nets him a kill. Nicardo's with 2 to his name already, needs to make it a triple. Takes his time to see if he can line up the headshot, being a little bit more patient, but that train is proving to be quite the nuisance. Nicardo's jumps into the air, receives a bullet to the skull, and next Na'Vi Juni have a field day in the first half of his map.
And welcome back to the RES Showdown. We roll on with the Blast Open London qualifier for the European division. 2 teams have already stepped up. It certainly has been the day of the academy squads. And now we'll get to see whether the Tier 2 and Tier 1 teams can do a little bit better to move to our second half of the day. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne, taking over from Pavlos and Ted from the first half of things. And look, mate, I think we've definitely got the pick of the litter when it comes to decent matches today.
Yeah, I mean, I was very surprised about that last one. I thought that OG got themselves in a decent trajectory to be able to take that to a third map. And then we get to that second half of Mirage, and it's just not even competitive. Now, moving on, Fnatic and Sparta is this next game, Jay. I almost look at it, if you are a Fnatic player, you think of this as a sleeper game. You look at this, you look at the draw, and say, this is free, man. We're coming in, we're going to own. But if you would just look at the opening game of the tournament, I don't think you can come into any game with that expectation. Because if you do, you probably end up finding out that you get upset and get eliminated very early on.
Well, I will say that I didn't expect VP Prodigy to beat Liquid, but I think even Sparta beating Fnatic is a bit of a stretch to try and argue here today. Of course, that will be our match up next, and later on tonight, we definitely have what I think is the match of the day between Ecstatic and Zero Tenacity, 2 teams within that top end of the Tier 2 space. But again, we're focusing on Fnatic Sparta next up. And for Fnatic, look, if you are going to give any criticisms toward them, they are going to be a weakened team because, well, they've got a new 5th man in the lineup today.
Indeed they do. 22-year-old Cypher, who started his career in the local divisions, playing from UK squad to UK squad, but made his name on Into the Breach in a few different iterations, right? I remember he started off with that whole Adam 9130 and Dobbo one. It then sort of moved into the Thomas and Crucial lineup with Vold. And since then, he's been on European squads. He's been on TSM, Bleed, BC Game. So another European squad. He's moved over to Fnatic. This is a great opportunity for a young player.
I think the problem is, though, for Fnatic is that you can't compare... I mean, you can compare role for role to Matty's, but in terms of the quality of the player, Matty's was incredible, right? And I don't mean to put my boy down, but has been a little bit of time since he's been at the top end of the Tier 2 space, let alone within a team of conversation with Fnatic, who are trying to aim. They've publicly made it clear that they want to aim to being back within that Tier 1 environment. So expectations are high for everybody involved. And, well, is Cypher going to live up to that hype today?
I think for Cypher, it's an opportunity that you can't waste. He's not played with any of these guys in the past, but it's nice to know that he's actually got experienced pieces around him. I mean, I think if you look at that Bleed roster, you look at BC Game, even TSM, you're working with what I would say was experienced Tier 2 names, but not really the pedigree of what it's like to compete on LAN and to play at Tier 1. The idea that you come in with a fresh and hungry in-game leader of Fear, a young AWPer, a stylistically very exciting AWPer to watch in Jambo, and then Tier 1 experienced players in Crims and Blame F, I think Cypher's got the pieces around him to try and do a lot of damage on this team.
Well, this is the ragtag opposition that will try and defeat them on the Sparta side, and I have to say, Dwayne, that well, look, I don't have a lot of faith from the bat, and that's not just because of the name value involved in the Sparta side. I also have to take a look at their run to get here to the Showdown. The qualifier that they came through, not exactly the strongest one of the bunch.
No, the last few rounds that they had in the quarters, the semis, and the grand final, I wasn't even recognizing some of those players that were playing on HLTV. So I think for Sparta, they had a good run to be able to get here, but this is where you go from ragtag players and mixed squads to instantly high-end Tier 2 teams. And best of threes on HLTV, they don't come frequently for a team like Sparta.
Indeed, and so they're going to have to make the best of their opportunities. I guess in that sense, you can give them the fire underneath them. And I mean, if you are going to face a team in any one of the other 7 that you have in the competition today, I guess you do want a team that have a brand new 5th that just crashed out of the Pro League qualifier, having to have to play with stand-ins. But the difference is so staunch in pound for pound is the next big concern. It's like, is there truly a comparison there if you are going to look at the weaknesses of Fnatic that could be exploited by Sparta?
Probably not. I mean, Sparta are probably going to struggle to even hold weight on gun rounds, let alone talking about double digits or even taking a map win. This is them playing an ESEA Advanced and now going up against a top 30 team in the world in Fnatic. Now, we know that for Sparta, they banned their Inferno and Fnatic banned their Nuke. Now, in terms of picks, Mirage is certainly going to get picked from Sparta. It's the only map that they play. It's the only map that they can hold decency on. Whereas for Fnatic, I think they've got options. Their Train's quite good. Their Dust 2's quite good. Even their Ancient they quite enjoy.
Well, certainly in terms of strength and depth in map pool, I'm going to look at the Fnatic side, obviously, and look at them as having the favoritism in the veto. I will say that Mirage pick for Sparta is one of those other like silver lining positive notes for them, because being the highest played map in the pool for them, not exactly the same can be said for Fnatic. In fact, their lowest win rate in the last 3 months. So at least you have that one opportunity. Train coming in for the Fnatic side as their map pick in the series. And the final one that we will have will be Overpass if we have to get there. Although that's a pretty big if I have to say. I think Mirage might be the only chance that Sparta have to get involved in this competition.
I will say that Mirage is probably the weakest map in the pool right now for Fnatic. I mean, their permaban is Nuke, and because they haven't played officials recently, we haven't had an Overpass on record. So Mirage certainly is a weak spot and a strong suit for the opposition, but to still beat them on Mirage, it's going to be very tough. Sparta need a lot of things to go right for them. They need to be winning a lot of key rounds, need to be winning a lot of clutches, because if they just have what I would say an everyday performance, it's just never going to be good enough to beat a squad like Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, the sticking point is always going to be the pound-for-pound firepower. Because, look, by all accounts, they've got some pretty decent circumstances. A team with a new 5th on their weakest map in the pool. That does indicate to me, at least in just like a general, generic sort of like assessment, that you'd have a chance to take the map up. But the difference is the caliber of squads. And so that is the main thing that draws me back from giving them much of a chance here on this sort of series and on this sort of map here. It really is that much of a skill gap between these sides. I think a lot of people at home won't even recognise any of the Sparta players, Dwayne.
No, there's probably only one that at least is notable in the CIS scene, and that is Invisible. Played a long time on Arc Red, a squad that sort of, at the HLTV World Rankings, hanged around the sort of 60, 70, 80 marker for the majority of their tenure, always playing CCTs, being middle of the pack, odd playoff run here or there, but never really anything threatening. And then him and Sol B, they did play together on that Arc Red side, and then you'll remember the Gron team that had that sort of infamous Twitch streaming with some of the open qualifiers. They used to stream the team on boot camp back in the day, so they started getting a little bit of a rep about themselves. Everybody else, though, has not played at high level. I mean, even Canfuzz, mate, he's got 23 maps on HLTV. I mean, that's crazy to think that you don't even have many, and you're going up against a legitimate top-end team of Tier 2 in a best of 3.
Yeah, and that level of experience is always going to be something you factor into this. I mean, in theory, in a generic sort of sense, you can say that they've got the element of surprise on their side, but how many surprises can you really pull out against a team like Fnatic before Fnatic figure you out? How much can you really handle against a team of experienced players like this? It's certainly more experience than they've got under their belt. It's a very difficult sell to give the idea that Sparta can take anything in this series. Honestly, I have to go 2-0 to Fnatic, given the circumstances. Like, I just can't see a real way in for the Sparta side. I didn't see much of a way in for VP Prodigy, but at least they're a practice rehearsed team that are competing in the Tier 2 space relatively well. So at least I can sort of see, if you squint your eyes, an angle why they could get an upset in this tournament. I just can't make the same arguments as Sparta, unfortunately.
Even looking at Fnatic's entire tournament placements in the last 3 months, there's only one event in which they've been knocked out in last place. Every tournament they come into, they're either going deep or they're at least getting a few wins under their belt. And I'm looking at the idea of this being a single Elim bracket against a team like Sparta. It's just not going to happen. You're at least going to progress in towards the semis. You're going to have the target and the expectation of qualifying all the way. I don't even see too much competitiveness going on. I think it should be a pretty comfortable 2-0 for Fnatic.
Yeah, even just comparing the events of the two sides and what they've been playing recently, you're talking about the high-end Tier 2 teams, Tier 2 events, sorry, I should say, like LAN events, like Conquest of Prague and Glitch Masters, which both were grand finals, including one title finish for the Fnatic side, you know, Thunderpick and CCT and all these other big events that we talk about when it comes to the Tier 2 online space. Sparta are not going all that well in terms of open qualifiers for some of these competitions, and really, this is the biggest competition that they played in their history as of late. Like, it's a very, very difficult sort of, just, again, a step up in the level of competition that they're playing right now. And look, it might be a discovery period. We might see some levels of positivity, but it's a might be. I'm not banking on anything for them in this series.
And just to give you an idea, Fnatic have played 22 best of 3s in the last 3 months on HLTV, whereas Sparta have only played 11. Now, for Fnatic, they don't have to play best of 3s. They're declining tournament invites. They're trying to protect their VRS. They're trying to pick and choose. Whereas for Sparta, because you're so low on VRS, it's so difficult. So you don't even really get the chance, I would say, to play in the majority of tournaments that Fnatic do, to show that you can maybe push a team for an upset, be able to show that you can have one of these deeper runs. So you compare these two teams, you've got Sparta, that want to play at this level versus a Fnatic side who look at this tournament and say, look, we've got to win 3 best of 3s to qualify to Blast London. Absolutely. We'll pick this one and we'll make sure that we take our time off with everything else.
And look, if you are this team of Sparta, you have to take the opportunities you're given, and this is one hell of an opportunity. So I hope that they play their best game, because obviously this may be the only chance you're going to get to make up those points. It's the only chance you're going to get to show yourself off on a bigger stage than what you've already had before. And certainly if they took the upset, that would do well for their own VRS position. But again, it's just there's no evidence to indicate that they can do much in that particular respect. So unfortunately, that's where I think the conversation starts and ends with them at the moment. Like, you can go with all of these potential sort of like theoretical arguments, but there's just nothing that backs up those theories, unfortunately, for them. I think for Fnatic, their key thing right now is just to get warmed up. This is the first official they're playing with Cypher. This will be the first opportunity they're going to get to field him in a competitive capacity. And let's see if I can get the words out there. And this will be their chance really to hit the ground running and try and make a run towards London, because you'd imagine that someone like Cypher and all like Fnatic would love to be at that event.
Yeah, definitely so. And another counter, maybe a little bit more of a positive to Fnatic in their overall picture, it's been a few weeks since they've played a tournament, so not only a Cypher on debut, but Independent is now the head coach. Now, we were casting him, and when he was on LAN, when he was coaching the boys at Glitch Masters, but he was really an interim coach. We weren't sure if he was going to be here for a little while until somebody else came in, and then the news comes in 2 days after Cypher is signed that, yeah, we're bringing him in permanently. He's not going to be pushed back to an analyst role or sent back down to an assistant coach. So that's got to be a great feeling, knowing that the organization has support around you. The organization believes in your future moving as the head coach for the team. And
hey, look, he was doing pretty well for himself, all things considered. Like, those 2 lands came under him being the stand-in sort of backup option coach, right, for the Fnatic side. The Conquest of Prague victory, the Glitch Masters grand final, that was all down to him sort of being the back line, the backroom head. So you've got a lot of positivity for him as an individual, and for him as a man that's sort of keeping the glue together. And you'd imagine as well that he might have had a hand in picking Cypher out to come up to this roster as well. So there's a lot of things I think you can say are positive in terms of that particular move. It might not have made sense at that time, but it's worked out pretty well for Fnatic. Now it's just a case of proving it at the highest level as possible here in this competition. They should be going past Sparta at the very least. I'm going 2-0 Fnatic. I said that earlier. I'm not changing my mind.
And this is also going to be Cypher knowing that he hasn't played an official in about 40 days, and that was last with BC Games. So it's been a little while since he's played in an official capacity, and there's no better way than having a positive start with your debut with the squad.
It's part of the CT forces set towards that B bomb site with Crims. 2-1-2 set up from Fnatic. Sparta set piece into the A bomb site. Got Jambo taking forward face, getting one headshot outside of the palace. The Julie's in from BlameF can only get a little bit of damage of his own. Jambo's got a response bomb with a secondary player. Invisible's going to get the headshot together against Cypher, but Jambo drops that bomb in the open, deep in CT territory with a quadra to his name. He's on for the ace right here. Yura is P250, desperate to get something in return, and Crims will steal that ace, but secure the pistol round for Fnatic.
Excellent shooting coming out from Jambo. This is a guy that's only averaging a .99 rating in the last 3 months when it comes to Mirage, but right there, he was the ticket to making success happen. Now, there was a lot of distraction going on, rotations up con, rotations through jungle, BlameF out there from Underdark, but it was the USP to basically find everyone. I mean, to think that Dijon had him pretty much written off. I mean, he's completely blinded out there to the top of stairs. That really should have been a Glock kill and a trade frag, but not to be. Too strong from Jambo.
Sick stuff from him. You mentioned him being the hungry AWPer. He's out on that AWP so early, and expect very good things out of him. Making a serious name for himself in very, very recent times. Maybe some pressure at his feet, but regardless, a player that's thrived in that pressure environment. And also thriving right now on Fnatic in general, though. They have let that bomb plant come in on the eco for Sparta. A little bit of cash injection that should enable the rifles to come out in the next. See if Fnatic try not to lose any more players here.
That AWP is just scaling out towards the market window. They're waiting for the opportunity for Fear to come in from spawn. Pistols aren't quite being dropped straight away, but the Glock on the bomb site isn't going to be able to do much, and even the MP9's been seen out there from Sol B, so don't expect too much more from him. It's actually a pretty decent round, all things considered. Get the body block forward, 3 players stay alive. A little bit of a threat, but overall contained quite nicely. Now, to go back to the open qualifier run, Jay, mentioned that the last few rounds they didn't really have to take on anyone solid. They did have a little bit of a scare quite early on. The round of of 32 went 19-17 on Nuke, and that was against a Polish and French mix of Amanek, a BSD, a Polo, and Exist. And then the very next round, they took on the Poles of Phantom. That's Tapchan, Shane, and DGL. That also went to double digits. So it was the round of 32 and the round of 16 where the most competitive games were coming out.
As what we're saying, that the run itself to get here was not all that strong from Sparta, not just because of the level of competition, but also how they were tested in doing so. Puts them at a serious disadvantage against pretty much all of the teams. I would certainly say the weakest of the 8 that we have here in Showdown.
Yeah, Sparta are going to have quite a lot to prove, because I think at moments they've been able to upset some pretty good teams. I know it was a little while ago, but if you look back at sort of the May and June period on HLTV, Sparta 2-0'd Eklot, Sinners, and Iberian Soul. Now, the Eklot and Sinners one, you would say sort of mid-pack tier 2 teams at the moment. Iberian Soul in particular, they've been winning quite a lot of titles recently. They're quite high on the VRS. They've even been able to win some international lands. So the idea that you get 2-0s against them, even if it is a small sample size, I think it shows that they can hang, that they can push weight. It's just about whether they can do that now. Can they do that against Fnatic now it comes to August?
Again, a tough ask. But Sparta will have to make the best of their opportunities. Opportunities will come few and far between for the ex-Fluffy Gangsters. At least true to their name, they are going to do their best to soldier ahead. I'm not sure what else is coming up in the future for this team. I know they've been playing a lot in the unranked circuit. Maybe a bit more grinding to work up a few more cohesive elements will give you some sort of extra way back into the VRS system. And they are a ranked team to their credit. They are just inside the top 100. So a lot of work to get towards the level of Fnatic or even any of the other higher end tier 2 teams involved here.
It's funny you mention a few of these guys playing on the Fluffy Gangsters organization. That was what I would say a fairly historic name back in the day. You go back sort of 10 years ago, you had guys like Little, who ended up coaching Forza. Chopper used to play on that team as well. Remember, they played quite a few of sort of like the CIS minors back in the day. But yeah, this Sparta team, I mean, even when you look at the HLTV maps, you've got Invisible up at 392, Soul B at 260, and then everybody else is at 200 or lower. And you compare that to Crims, who's coming up to now 2,400 maps, Blame F at 1,400, Cypher at 1,003. It's a huge disparity from not only playing experience, but also the depth at the higher ends of the scene.
Didn't we commentate Crim's like 2,300th map on HLTV, like during Glitched or something?
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, he's currently at 2,174 with the Fnatic organization, so he's only played about 200 or so outside of Fnatic, and that would have been with Godsend and LGB.
It might have been 2,100 with Fnatic, perhaps. Honestly, Dwayne, I never remember your numbers because they're just so there's so many of them to have to keep in the back of my mind.
Well, even for Sparta, you would kind of expect everyone to be on the same amount of maps, but what it tells you is that they've been using a lot of stand-ins in maps and best of threes, because Invisible's at 28, Soul B's at 29, Dijon is at 31, Yara's at 31, Canfuzz, the newer guy, he's on 20. So in the few officials that they have played on HLTV, it's been a shame that they haven't always been able to rep the full 5-man lineup.
I mean, even this current iteration of Sparta is different to the one that had left the Fluffy Gangsters back in March of this year. A core 3, I believe, of Dijon, Solo B, and Yura Maita.
That's it, yeah.
And I think they had Takaneshi was one of the other players as well that was part of the team.
Well, that core 3 dates back to almost 18 months. That's a long time. I know that they haven't been too successful, but I think we see that quite a lot in CIS teams and lower-level European squads, is that you just need to try and keep a long-standing core, get a few HLTV events under your belt, and that's when you start seeing them a little bit more frequently. I know it's a bit more difficult now with VRS rather than just being invited into tournaments, but that's normally how it goes with the lower-level squads. Keep a strong core, go for a long time.
I mean, how you could argue that's how Fnatic originally made their names of the Swedish team, because that core was so valuable it swapped between organizations 3 times. 4 times, actually. Scratch that.
I will say it probably probably happened a lot more back in the day of cores staying together, just because there just wasn't as many options. I mean, you got to remember, especially with the national teams, right? If you were a Swedish player, you played on Fnatic or you played on NIP, and if you couldn't get on either of those two, then you were just in the pits, right? You were down there on the Yapalados and Existence Galaxies and whatever rosters would have been, the Chaoses and things like that. And I think nowadays, with so many international rosters coming in, you can sort of chop and change a little bit more. You can find it a bit easier to develop up the career path. I mean, Cypher's been out of the UK scene for quite a while, and he's jumped from international roster to the next. Definitely not like how it used to be.
Now, these are players that are elevating beyond their local scenes in an era of international CS. Crims and BlameF from their respective Swedish and Danish squads of old, and even Jambo and Fear, they're part of the Ukrainian lineup of old as well. Everyone has had their starts within the local scene.
I mean, I wonder whether a team like Fnatic might go to an Epic Land or a Fragadelphia, because I look at where they are right now in VRS, and I'd say it's not necessary. I would say it's the teams that are sort of sitting around the 60 to 100 marker. Those are the kind of squads that would really benefit from going to a BYOC, with what other tournaments could be played online, larger prize pools online than what you get at LAN especially. But I just wonder if they maybe have like a bit of a difficult period for a couple of months. If the results don't really go their way and they drop down the ranking a little bit, could it be an opportunity for more, what I would say, tier 1 players, experienced players going to these further BYOC lands?
Well, look, if NIP can justify at a certain point, then yeah, you probably could do at a certain point for Fnatic as well. Because we have had moments where we've questioned where they're going to sit. I mean, when we transitioned away from the partnered systems and into the open VRS circuit, you and I, we were talking about teams and orgs that might end up dipping out of the tier 1 environment because of how their VRS is impacted by results, and they weren't getting the results. And Fnatic and NIP were two of the names on that list. Fnatic recovered, NIP didn't, they had to rebuild.
I mean, I just want to come in here quickly and say, how is Liquid's VRS still so high? Like, I'm looking at their tournaments recently. Yes, Cologne would have helped. They beat Pain and FlyQuest, and that's it. They've come online, they got knocked out by Sashi, got destroyed by Sashi, a mid-pack tier 2 team with a stand-in, and yet they come here and they lose to VP Prodigy. And it's like, if these results, I know that the weighting is different from online to LAN, but that's why I think that VRS is just flawed. Like, how is Liquid not being punished by losing in the first round to Sashi and VP Prodigy in the last few weeks?
Let's have a look here. So obviously we're expecting a ranking update on Monday, so I imagine that there would be some sort of shift, especially when you consider the fact that they probably lost a number of points to VP Prodigy today alone. And let's see where HLTV has them pinned at number 25 in the world, which is down from number 11, which is where they're at the current invite standing. So you got a little bit of movement there. Probably a lot more needs to be done for it to really... Oh, sorry, that's the European ranking, number 11. Excuse me, let me change to the global ranking. So number 17 on the global ranking is where Liquid are on the GitHub at the moment.
I mean, even when they got out of the first stage of Cologne, they couldn't even win a map. The major itself, they went out in last place. Dallas, they won a single best of 3. It's like, seriously? How I can't be looking at the VRS and looking at these results and saying this is a top 25 team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with you. I'm just like, because now you've got me interested. I'm now looking at the, because here's the thing, right? You can actually look at the page, the GitHub, and you can see how the calculations are drawn, and it's not very easy to understand, but you can kind of get a decent sort of estimation, a guesstimation as to where those points are coming from. So I can see that they've got a lot of prize winnings from an event in April, $72,000. What would that have been?
That might have been the IEM Melbourne, where they got top 6, where they made the playoffs. But then even still, I mean, you look at the last 3 months on HLTV, and it's a 23.1 win percentage. And I think that's what these tier 2 teams are so frustrated about, Jay. And you can hear it from the players on social media when you talk to them, is that all you need to do is just get yourself in the tier 1 circuit, win a few best of 3s, get yourself a few prize money, and no matter how you do in tier 2, no matter if you're going out in last places, you're getting knocked out of CCTs, closed qualifiers, whatever it may be, you still survive. And it's just a joke. It is a complete joke.
Certainly not what I feel like it was designed to do, and
No.
I can never understand the mindset of Valve. I can never know what they're thinking, but you know, if you're moving away from partnered systems and you want it to be a more free and open circuit, well, it does not feel like that is the case. I mean, look, we could go into a whole podcast about the
definitely
VRX if we wanted
definitely
to.
could.
But I don't know if we're going to have... Well, we might have a little bit more time. We're still waiting on this technical pause to conclude. For those of you that are wondering, by the way, we, of course, have some server connection issues and as well as some Discord connection issues because we are watching the players. We're going to make sure integrity is paramount. So we've got cameras on them, making sure there's nothing nefarious going on. We have to make sure that that's all correct and proper before we can proceed.
Well, it's going to be a good test here for Fnatic, not only with Cypher in this tournament, but they've got, Blast Bounty closed qual on the 5th of August. So there is a legitimate chance that they qualify to 2 Blast tournaments. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be what I would say a much more difficult challenge at the Blast Bounty one because you've got a lot more Tier 1 teams and especially the higher end Tier 2 squads. But if they work hard and things go their way and they gel really nicely in the first few officials, that would be a huge bonus. That would be a great achievement early on to be able to qualify to 2 Blast tournaments.
See, here's my problem with looking at Fnatic and their potential is that we've done this a lot down the years, not even down the years, just in recent times with this Fnatic team. We've looked at the roster, we've looked at the lineup, we've looked at the moves that they've made, and we said, right, this is a squad that has a lot of potential behind it, and then they oftentimes end up not living up to that potential. I think about some of the previous teams that they've had and some of the previous players they've had on the roster, and while I admit maybe the last edition with Matties was the strongest we've seen Fnatic in a very long time, I wonder if there's another set of turmoil around the corner. I guess we'll find out with how this event and Blast Bounty goes. But for now, don't see Sparta posting much of a challenge, which is the team in front of them. And we're ready to get back into it with our 3rd round of our first map. AKs are out for Sparta. They got the bomb plant in the previous, so they'll face against the Rifles and the Orpa Jambo.
You've got Cypher, the short player at the moment, that's not too aggressive on a mid-take. Fair, top a balcony towards the Palace entrance, just try and minimize the distance. And Sparta re-smoke off towards the window, not putting a huge amount of util down, almost nothing against them. Double HEs towards the underpass, does a little bit of chip damage. At a bottom con smoke, is just going to try and drive the T-side contact away from that area.
There's a quarter HP damage done towards Dijon, so half HP with the secondary HE that comes down there at the underpass entrance. Joining up with the teammates. The Molotov up there towards that short angle. It's Blame F that takes down Dijon, so low HP player charging forward to his demise.
Even though they smoked off top cod, no flash into connector. So peering through a smoke, it's very risky. Now Cypher's got a good timing here because him and Blame F have got a crossfire.
Blame F is looking the wrong way though. Cypher's going to get faced upon by one of the T-side members. 4-on-4 has been found. Back to be turned, but they've missed his chance. Crims holds on to only one of those kills. 1-for-1 overall, 3-on-3 on the site. Sparta will have the bomb plant. Fnatic will be looking to set up for a retake. Their man's on his way forward. Jambo's hoping that someone peeks in. His AWP's unscoped for now. The Incendiary drives him back close quarters. Good shot on Yura.
Jambo's waiting for a bit more because the T's need to trade this Orpa. If they sit back and hold passively, they're not going to be able to win this post plant.
Slow to the uptake, noise being made by Fear. The Orpa checks that corner and does his damage, but not the kill. Now in can Fuzz to get a couple of his own, but Blame F on his flank will close in the pins as he didn't see that one coming. Sparta will not be allowed a first round. It's 3 on the trot for Fnatic.
Well, it's good to see that Bait F is back and kicking right there out towards Connector. He just sells Cypher completely. Yes, it's a timing. You've got yourself a tucked con player while your short player is quite aggressive. And right here, Cypher's just hoping, begging for a 1-for-1 trade, and Blame F just doesn't even peek. Comes in a little bit too late, doesn't catch the timing. At least the flank out from the apartments gets a couple of kills. So the streak continues for Fnatic.
Damage was sustained though, and a bomb plant didn't get brought out for Sparta, so there's force by potential for this team side. Tactical pause called in so they can think about that for a moment, but you can see the Rifles are getting bored by a couple of players, so I'd imagine the decision has already been made.
They do have an experienced coach, at least, on Sparta. Never, who used to be the head coach of Trash Go, which had Wonderful in it back in the day. The Enterprise roster that had the Miltzy and Blitz iteration with sort of the Czech, Slovak individuals. Most recently, a part of Cybershock, which is what sort of Notaneki and those boys out there, Lovicus, and was the analyst when it was Seized & Co. with IDB and Crad and those boys on the Nine Pandas organization.
Call upon that experience a bit more here for Sparta. A couple of kills on the weakened Spy State, so they have got the lesser firepower, an important round for them to win regardless. AK held over for Blame F, brought back on Jambo. You've got contact from Cypher in for mid, but no presence there from Sparta. It's all about the AK, which is coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, Fear is getting himself into a position where he's back passive. He needs distraction from both jungle and from Ticket.
Well, BlameF has done his job there and towards jungle. Ticket shot from Jambo. No one will suspect this firebox position until the man's been seen. Fear is known about and Canfuzz can take him, but BlameF does trade back on Euro. So 4-on-2 instead for Fnatic. Sparta have also lost bomb access and control. They can go back and get it, but they'll expose themselves towards the CT side. So they've got to strike for a couple of kills. Back's a turn for Invisible, but Crims does get Canfuzz. So it's all down to the mid player. And what is a 1v2, runs right into Jambo. I thought he died by hitting the floor, but no, the AWP connected it at the same time. Fnatic have been tested in a couple of these rounds, but they're getting away with the rounds themselves. 4-0 now.
It probably should have even been cleaner. It's a shame that Fear gets unfortunate timing out there from Firebox with the jiggle that comes from the A-Ramp individual. BlameF's doing a good job of fighting from sort of this top con, jungle area, around the bench, trying to just draw distraction. And then Jambo, it has to be said, few of these rounds, it's not even being flashed off at the angle. They're giving him straight wide swings. If they're not using their flashes correctly against a strong AWPer like him, he's going to start farming. He's going to drop 20 kills in the first half.
Fnatic will punish you for things like that. And that's what the difference of experience, the difference of caliber will make. AWP set for Jambo, flashes coming forward as those Tech-9s try and get towards mid. They will push Jambo off with the shift pace. And all good from Blame F, but his AK does line up those 2 kills. Third man denied by Fear. And the half by. Well, might get a couple of kills out of it for Euro. Okay, Crims and Cypher are down. Rifle not recovered, bomb on Invisible out towards ramp, so they're just going to cover off their main entries. Jambo's been baited, and Euro's got another. Howl the phone. Invisible's gone down. P250's on a quadra. Orb's picked up, but caught switching by Blame F, who swings towards the man. Quadra for himself on the turn. That got a little bit too close to comfort there for Fnatic.
Yeah, it looks like Cypher's got, unfortunately, a little bit of the yips at the moment towards short. That should have been an easy trade, easy 1-for-1 kill, and instead it's a couple of players dropping. Round gets a bit expensive. Sparta probably needed an extra flash towards Connector. While they used the double flashes to get out towards top mid, they just had no way to be able to deal with Blame F running through that smoke. Sparta 0-5 down. Rounds have been close, but wouldn't say that they're being all that threatening in terms of a round victory just yet.
Oh, Euro Marta definitely looked a little bit threatening with that P250 for a minute or two. On the AWP, landing a leg shot on Fear. Return of HP damage done so early, but Blame F still holds con. Drops the bomb with 2 casualties. Now Cypher can strike from short, get his first kill of the game. And trades back from Swap here towards mid. Can't get more than 1. And Canfuzz in a 1v4.
Now, right there from Sparta, that's the first time they've come into Connector against 2 players. Now, it was very cheeky setup from Fnatic. They had the first player that gets out towards the box, and they know that Fear is leaving. They can hear him, they can see him leave. So as soon as he gets out there to the jungle side, your crosshair is just focused on the top of con, because you're waiting for a reswing, you're waiting for the fight out. What you're not ready for is Blame F on the tuck. And Fnatic realign themselves, because Sparta have been putting a lot of emphasis towards con, haven't they? Whether it be gun rounds or these anti-half buys, they've tried to work that map control. So that was a clever setup to be able to give themselves the edge.
Second tactical for Sparta here. Haven't been able to gain much out of these pauses, haven't been able to get much out of these rounds except for the damage against Fnatic, but they need rounds themselves because they've lost 6 in a row. They can't win the half anymore.
I mean, even Dijon, he's meant to be the best rifler on this Sparta team. Last 3 months on HLTV, he's averaging a 1.18 rating, a positive 52 KD difference. He's a strong suit, and he's a defining factor to the majority of their wins recently. So if I'm looking at him 0-6, that's not a good sign on your map pick. You need your star rifler. You need your player that's going to bring you the most to just start generating impact across the server.
Got the main rifle in on Dijon. Hero weapon and a half buy still within the half back parameters though. And lead them down towards underpass where there will be a couple of players behind him. A couple of them to potentially meet him in mid as well. A little bit of noise being generated towards the apartment. Will that pull Fnatic for a bait? Doesn't look like it. Invisible's going to work a little bit harder. He does have a decent shoulder tag on Cypher. Jambo opens things up by taking the rifle down though, so Fragler still for Dijon, 0-7. Maynef swings up to deny that rifle again. Secondary kill. Orpa aware that Yura's out there. Crims has caught one of Invisible elsewhere meanwhile, but also getting Can Fuzz. Flameth will capitalize again with the weapon switch. All 5 alive for the CT side. Can start to build up the cash a little bit better this time. 7-0 for the Fnatic camp.
And for Sparta, you almost wonder when you're going to see a further set piece towards A. I know we saw one a few gun rounds ago, but right now, the mid default, I just don't think it's working. I think they're losing too much towards window and con. I wouldn't mind a top mid smoke, maybe a con smoke, maybe a bit of util just to suppress the aggressive take, but just ending A with an exec. I think they're really struggling to work picks on mid right now.
Very much so. Sparta. Pushing their way in again towards mid. Crims trading, but Dijon takes him right back on Blame F. And Crims low, caught through the smoke by Invisible. 4v2 established now. CTs may well be in a little bit of trouble for the first time in this game. Sparta have done a lot of damage. Damage has been recovered and they're not quite gotten close towards the rounds themselves. This might be their first here. AWP shot connects for Euro as Fear pogs out and gets nothing.
It was the first time that Fnatic have contested mid as heavily as they did. They double swung short. They've got a player in window, player in con. They wanted to fight heavy and they just start losing duels. Individually, they let themselves down. So Fnatic will probably look at that one from a calling perspective and say, okay, we've tried to change it up. We've done something different. Hasn't worked out. Okay, we probably don't need to do that again. We can probably sit back and not have to take mid with 4 players. And Sparta give themselves their first chance. But this is where you need to start coming close to resetting the economy, because even though it has been a 7-0 beginning, there isn't a huge amount of money in the reserve. So if you're Sparta, you're probably thinking 1-2 more gun rounds and we will get them on an eco. So let's really try and charge in now.
Still not impossible to bring back 5 at the turn, but you're going to have to work hard for it. Blame F be heard there in connector, but not quite able to face him with the smokes in the way. Crims is going to catch that first kill on Invisible. Cypher gets Solve. It's a 5-on-3 established. Smokes come down. Crims in the back corner of the site. His teammate there, Cypher with extra support. Dijon can finally get the veteran to drop. But they've established another 2-man advantage for Fnatic, so Sparta will do the heavy lifting, and 1 missed shot for Euro. Tried to stabilize it, but couldn't. The Orpa Jambo can go 1 better. 8 on the board of Fnatic.
Well, it's an easy read. You've got Fear that's cleared out all of A ramp, and he's seen nothing. Your con player's seen nothing either, so that's where you get ready for B. And Crims gets that first kill on a spam out to the apartments. Now, if you've seen nothing A, and mid is pretty much clear, at least from contacts, you know that it's going to be a B exec or a B contact fairly quickly. So they get themselves into position. Cypher deals with the short player. Doesn't overpeak here unnecessarily, sort of jiggles around, holds the apartment's lip. And Sparta, just when you thought there may have been something building, it just instantly goes back to realization of, yep, we're playing a high-end tier 2 squad of Fnatic right now.
And they've delivered a solid left-right good night. Easy pickings on the Fnatic board. Sparta It's given no room to breathe. No room to act. Looks like they've got room to buy the rifles, but just need a lot more than buy states to win a game, and this is being proven time and again. Had opportunities to reset Fnatic, but this is not quite one of them. Slow and careful towards the apartments. They finally abandoned mid to a certain extent. Sparta can take that part of the map control. Be held by Crims and Cypher. Crims still watching from jail.
No util to block, so this just comes out of a straight crossfire, and Crims is playing anti-flash out from the jail.
That utility, flashbang doesn't affect either player. Cypher can get a kill together. Turn back towards short. Crims can strike on one. Struggling with the second, but does manage to hold on for a little bit. Canfuzz going to plant that bomb. His teammate is low HP. 2v3. A little bit better than before, but not by a massive margin. Shot missed flick from Jambo. Nearly punished, but not quite. Fear comes up. Jambo deals the last. And Fnatic, well, standard stuff at this point.
Crims looks really good. I think B-side anchors don't get a lot of action on Mirage. You're jump spotting quite a lot. You're going back and forth with util. You're trying to do as much damage as possible on the hits and just to stay alive. And the idea that he's been involved in 2 real good shutdowns on this B-bomb site. I mean, out from jail, getting away with a secondary frag. Yeah, it's not the cleanest of kills out there from Dijon, but it doesn't matter. You've just got to be putting numbers up, and that's what counts. A 9-1. Lack of bomb plants too has not helped out the buy states. Yeah, they got a plant in that last one so they can get AKs up, but we're very rarely seeing the AWP. We're not seeing the full sets of util consistently from them either. And AKs are being saved en masse in almost all of these rounds for Fnatic.
Invisible can take the AWP down at least on this round. He's going to get left a little bit out in the dust here. Blame F Marsoft off. Can transfer to a kill, but only one of them. Solve will trade, so 4 versus 3. This time for Sparta's favour as Cypher gets core rotating in. It's Crims alone, and finally something a bit more decent for Sparta here. Second to their board, Crims look for the exit frags and can take one of those AKs back. Not counting on a clutch here.
Well, right there, we see the A players just getting overwhelmed. Crims on a timing out to the jungle swing. Doesn't quite catch that last kill. So Fnatic stay on 9, Sparta get themselves up towards 2. But you have the AWPer going fairly aggressive and being punished. The vision behind the molly made it a bit more uncomfortable for Jambo. And when you are that advanced, when you're that far in the open, if you miss a shot, you are just going to get traded instantly. You're not even going to have a chance of repositioning. Good work from Invisible. Double entry out on A, and that's what you like to see.
Second of Sparta's board, still got 7 to make up over Fnatic, who can still make it 10-2 at the turn of the half. Sparta kind of need a 9-3. Can they get it though? Incendiary's placed up, standard Molotovs down and wherever he wanted to be. CD side very heavily handed towards that mid-control access. Invisible making a little bit of noise here in the apartments, but they're not turning their attention towards him.
They're not drawing much at all. Cypher on the boost up towards short. Haven't seen this previously.
Nice little curveball. Sparta nearly expected though. Dijon can take the kill. BMF can trade him. Yura found by Crims. The AK close to Solb can return fire, but Jambo's AWP is also just as good on the A-bomb site, so it's a 2 versus 2.
They can start accelerating because of the Palace lurk, but Jambo is holding this. The AWP is holding out towards A ramp, and Crims can come up con.
He's wary of a backstab, though. Invisible starts walking up, covered off from this position. Drop down to be heard. Bomb carrier exposed, but covered by the AK. Jambo can't hit the shot. Invisible can. Crims takes him. But where is the last? Didn't get the info entirely on Canfuzz. And Crims going to wrap all the way over towards CT. Canfuzz going to hide himself back of Tetris. Bomb plant. Did it come down towards default? No, it didn't. Other side, I believe. Canfuzz, gap held, taps come forward, and the headshot lands. No chance for defuse, but Fnatic still lead the charge at 9-3 at the turn of the half.
break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, needless to say, Sparta have got a task ahead of them, having lost now their own pick of Mirage. Train is up next, Dwayne. I'm doing all I can to find the silver linings for Sparta. I'll start off on the CT side. They picked the CT side. Fnatic picked the map. But that might be all that they have to them. The fact that this map is so CT-based, is so CT-sided. Let's not lie here. Mirage was a bit of a whitewash, and I just don't see anything more than this first half being anything more than okay for Sparta.
Yeah, anything above average, I think, would be an increased in terms of positivity from map 1 to map 2. For Fnatic, it will be nice to see what their train looks like with Cypher, because they didn't play any of it in the Pro League qualifier when they had zero fix. So it's been a little while. We know that they haven't played a huge amount of tournaments recently. We know it's been about 2 weeks since their last official. So it's been nice to kind of see moving into August what their train looks like, because it is what I would say one of the more comfortable maps in the Veto. I think that they've got a very wide map pool. They like picking Dust 2, they like picking Train, they like picking Ancient, but now with Cypher in the team, it would just be a good first impression, I think.
Yeah, and just a nice little way to sort of bed him into what you say is comfortable territory for the Fnatic side. Although, admittedly, you mentioned the fact they haven't played it in over a month, actually, when they took on TNL during the proving rounds back at the very end of June. So we're in the beginning of August now, so it has been a little bit of time since that point. I don't think that's enough to make me say that it's going to look uncomfortable, though. Like, we've been through the player break, everyone's had to go through that. And Fnatic, I mean, look, they're just looking good at the moment. Everyone was firing on all cylinders for that last map up, and it's not to be unexpected. Intricacies of map be damned when you've got the better team on server doing the better things, right? You mentioned that Sparta in that Mirage wasn't doing anything wrong. They were just taking on a team that were far more experienced, far more composed, far more better in general, and the result is what we saw from that Mirage, and I think we're going to see a similar thing for Train.
Now, we also had a huge difference in terms of just AWPing. I mean, the first, I would say, 2 or 3 gun rounds, we just saw Jambo getting multi-frags. I mean, he started the map with a 4K on the pistol, whereas Europe, first off, didn't have the AWP very much on T-side Mirage because the economy was never there. But when it did come out, there was just nothing. It just wasn't generating round victories. And even CanFuzz, I know that he was the late lurk in Palace the majority of rounds. He felt like he was just doing nothing. Like, there was just the only person that was at least attempting things were Invisible and Soul B. Otherwise, it was a pretty poor performance on map 1.
Well, Spa going to have to pick out for map number 2. Invisible will try and make a play around the outskirts of the T-side line. Dijon is going to take the first pick for the CT side, but Cypher, the casualty, Jammer to follow up. Triple on the Julies. Finally overwhelmed by Blame F and Fear with the last 2 versus 3 of Sparta. Very good efforts from Dijon's Julie set. Now Blame F tries to strike back. He's lost Fear, though. All him in the clutch in a 1 versus 2 at 38 points of health as well. Will be heard by Euro back towards main. Bomb's been dropped in the open. Blame F almost got the headshot, needs to time it well. Down to 6 points of health. He's a bullet away from death, and there he goes. Pistol win, all important for Sparta.
Well, Invisible may have got unlucky with the Julies to not find anything at that close range angle, but Dijon steps up, and he's got players all around him. He's sort of playing on that E-box red sightline. He's looking in front of him, and even needs to turn around 180. This is very difficult for him to generate as much as he did. And that's why we know that pistols, especially Julies, are invested so frequently in these switches, aren't they? CT pistols always see a lot of Julie upgrades. And right there, it is a positive start to come through from the CIS squad.
When had no pistols in the last map, so this is a much already better improvement from the Sparta camp. Fnatic. The eco into this round. Should be going 2-0 up for the Sparta boys, and Fnatic can then bring the fight back with the rifles in the follow-up. It dinks down, being done towards Sol B. Follow-up as well from Crim's good onto Dijon. These Glocks getting a lot more than they bargained for. One more pick would be lovely, but HP doesn't justify it, and the UMP of Invisible will get some decent cash back alongside the AUG of Europe. Fnatic Here come the AKs.
And for the first time in a while, Fnatic have probably sold a player in the sense of actually trying to get some money back. I think Fnatic have been spending a lot for the last couple of years, buying out players, getting ex-tier 1 players involved, like your Bodies and your Nuke, and bringing in Fear, and bringing in the likes of Bermalov even from Mouse NXT, and then bringing in Jambo from Passion UA. And to be able to sell a player to an organisation like G2, I think that's helped out the finances a lot for Fnatic.
I can certainly hope so, because if they're selling him for chips, then, you know, like, you've probably wasted a lot of potential right there in what was, in my opinion, the best player on the roster for Fnatic. How far will those dollars carry them forward? We've got dollars and server to buy up these rifles, damage done to Yura and Blame F as respective. The AWP in the hands of Yura.
And nice to see some of the new changes as well with Train. This is going to be the first time for a lot of these players playing an official on the new patch.
Still waiting to cast an overpass for the first time this season, Blake.
I've been pugging quite a bit of it recently, and I've been enjoying it. Wasn't really a big fan of it when it came out the first time around, but I think just the freshness of something new, because we haven't had a map pool change in a while.
Well, Sparta pull off the miracle and take us to a third, and we'll get to see it. However, Fnatic are going to try and punish them for their missed opportunities. That player from Zen getting nothing. Jambo with 2 picks. He checks out Canfuzz down there at the ladder. Bomb plant default, 4-on-3 for Fnatic's part. Extension all the way out from Jambo as well, all the way into the back lines of CT spawn. These 2 CTs don't even know it's coming. Crims can play distraction. Jambo will eventually close on the pincers against them. They will lose the veteran. That 3-on-3 still remains. A third man of Sparta still rotating in from the brown walls. Strike, kill, second, seen. Information to call over to his teammates who can adjust as appropriate. Take the fights back turn as Cypher can capitalise, and Jambo steals the kill away. The AWP of Euro just looking for exit frags. CT spawn is clear. Now with Blame F going down, Cypher will run to the other side of the site. And Fnatic will claim their first.
It looked quite easy there from Fnatic. Didn't have to throw a huge amount of util. It was quite contact heavy towards B. Just some missed opportunities for the CT lines of engagement right there from the rotator and Con. Really need to just be getting one before falling. It makes the anchor's job really difficult because you've got to focus on the lower ramp from Brown Halls, but then also the Heaven sight line. You get yourself into a state where, yes, the AWP is in play, but the money is very light. It's going to be an uncomfortable rebuy. And for Fnatic, this is the perfect opportunity to not only tie up at 2 apiece, but then force it into a 3-2 score.
And the first tactical called in by Sparta. We're 3 deep in this series for them. As Fnatic did keep the heart up on that eco round, you can see how that will affect the buy for the follow-up. Sol B is yet to invest anything at all. UMP will come in for the man. Dijon, I don't know if there's been a drop weapon. A Deagle is what you're going to go with.
I haven't really seen Cypher get involved in too many aggro duels either. I think that was one of the big positives that he brought on that ITB roster with Thomas and Crucial was his aggro maneuvers on T-side, how good he was with entering and creating space. On both Mirage and on Train, he's been a little bit more passive than what you would normally expect, and maybe that's a role thing about how Fear wants to use him a part of this team than how he's been used previously.
Might explain why he was slow to get started on Mirage as well. Well, Crims will draw out first blood on Euro there towards Pop Dog, so there's your start for the T-side instead. AWP of Jambo now being recovered. He'll make sure that AK does not fall into CT hands either. Even stealing upgrades from the broken buys of Sparta.
There's just almost no util left for Sparta, so they can't even flash their way into Pop to re-clear the space. So they have to do it noisy. They have to go in with a bit more of a wide swing rather than a jiggle. Cypher with the deeper smoke out from Ivy. He's solo. He's got Fear a little bit further behind him with the bomb. Now the Deagle can repos to the left-hand side, but there's not much of a crossfire at the moment towards this Ivy control.
Dijon's Deagle moves up to contact. Fear takes him with a MAC-10 in hand. And a 3 men of Sparta. Sol B is moving up in receival, turned away at the wrong moment, giving the UMP a pick. But now Fnatic start to look onto this A bomb site where there is no presence at all. Might be a little bit tentative about fully committing towards the bomb plant, and it might give Sparta some time to adjust. 20 seconds though, Fnatic will have to move soon.
And BlameF's in the perfect position to cut all of these players from the brown halls and into the showers. I'm not expecting too much to be held on here. This is going to be an uncomfortable hold, because when the clock starts running low, that's when Fear can get in towards Pop, and where BlameF could start to overextend and push himself up towards the stairs.
Oh wow, that's a very old train there. I didn't even notice that before on the PC monitors.
And the only reason I noticed it is because it got brought up in the last best of 3. I was like, oh yeah. Do you know what I've noticed?
That's the 1.6
yeah,
version. I recognise
that's
that shot.
Well, the one thing that I've recognised is the M4 being pulled out. Obviously, you got the new gun animations, the new mechanics that have come up with the update. And I'm not a big fan of the majority of them, but the M4A1S, it does just feel like the 1.6 one, and I can get behind that. I'm like, okay, looks very similar to how it used to be.
Well, anything better than the Source version where they were cocking the gun with the dust cover rather than the actual cock. Like, that's... Why have you done that, guys? That was such a silly animation choice. Fnatic. Don't worry about any of those at the moment. They've got plenty of AKs. As Sparta recovered a couple of their own, so it's broken by with 3 saved guns. See if they can output some more damage on Fnatic's part. They've got Invisible and Soul B both posted out towards that Ivy angle. The challenge on the Jambo, who's AWP. Just hold strong for the time being. They'll leave Soul B there. On aggressive stuns, push Invisible back towards the A bomb site. It's going to be taken right now, it seems.
The wall of smokes went down to the first wave, and then the further util towards Hell. And this con player is going to struggle. Invisible out here from the back of the boxes, does well for one. The problem with playing that pos without much of a crossfire is that when you get detected, you're just finished, aren't you? They'll either put a molly down, or they're just going to have rifles ready for the reswing. That's one of those positions where you need someone at the back of bomb. You maybe need someone towards Hell, even someone that can swing quickly from connector or pop, just to make that a bit more threatening than just one kill and falling.
There's no threat from these last 2 men. They lost the AKs towards the backside, and of course the backstab as well that Soul B was going for. He was shut down very quickly when he got into T-Con. No rifles that Dijon can pick up from any position. Fear fell on the center of the bomb site. So yeah, you're out of options now. Just save that M4 for another round with the buys. Be a bit more possible for Sparta. 3 in a row for Fnatic will give yourselves a tiny $2,400 a loss bonus. That is a very shiny AK, I'll also say. No difference is made here. 3 alive for Fnatic, 3 on the board.
And Dijon A, he reminds me a lot of Dijon that we used to cast in the Swedish scene. Do you remember him, Jay? The guy that used to play on Yapaleno, Galaxy
Is that
Racer?
just because of his name?
Absolutely. That's the only reason. There would be no other reason of why it makes me think of him.
Sure. Dijon also reminds me of Dijon mustard because it sounds the exact same thing.
I mean, you could say that too.
Oh, dear. I'd like him to remind me of some decent star potential because I haven't seen much out of him over the course of this series. 0.49 on the first map of his rating.
He really does need to be mustered if they want to try and put something up here on Train, because right now it's been a difficult start after winning Pistol and Anti-Eco.
Set on the M4 is Canfuzz that's set on point though towards this B bomb site. Hearing footsteps in the brown halls. Yura's AWP will be set towards him down. Meanwhile, oh, what a shot from Cypher. Looks for the back lines and connects. This is beautiful. And this is Fnatic now in full control. They might have had a bit of a wobble with the pistol win, but look at them now.
That is Kai Watson at his very best. Insta headshot from the first guy. And then sees the con rotator, knows roughly where he's going to repos to. You just hold him down and strike instantly. Sparta getting nothing out of this gun round.
Not even the exit frags, and Dijon felt like it should have been a spray to catch the likes of Fear, but throw it off. Soul B being checked upon. I think Blame just seen him. Swings wide. Fear trades. Fnatic 4 on the trot, looking stellar on T's side, and every round you see tick by on this T side is less of a chance of Sparta making themselves look decent. Brought into this round, and now we'll have only so many funds to buy into the next. Half buys on the CT basis. And only 2 SMGs to speak of.
Fnatic know that all they need to do is default. They don't need to run out quickly towards T-Con. Out here to the Brown Halls, they suffocate the play towards ramp with all of that anti-rush utils. If there was any aggression coming, they would have been peppered.
Only one pick out of the Brown Hall's pressure. Dijon spamming away with the Deagle. Only running one more ahead to his name. Cypher with the triple. Neuro's grabbed an AK out of Pop Dog, but they need to just save it because there's no way you win to clutch from here. Much is obvious to him and to everybody else with eyes. They keep the gun, extra firepower, and you're going to need as much of it as possible if you're Sparta. 5th on the board of Fnatic. And just doing Fnatic things at this point.
I think Cypher's been a little bit unlucky with some of his international projects recently. Like, I mean, I even look at the TSM roster in particular. You had the whole situation with Joel, and it's like, great, you join a team, that happens. And then the lineup itself, I mean, it had Inters and Jacks, and you're like, well, it's not even a really strong team, is it? They're struggling to get pieces together. You then go over to Bleed, and you have the whole problem with the organization, players not getting paid properly. That's why players were leaving. It was a fairly good-looking roster on paper, but just never really sufficed it. And then you go out to sort of BC game, and then even there, I think you've had a few more issues with Jacob that happened on that team, and then players come and players go. And now that you've finally been given an opportunity all of these years later on Fnatic, it could be for the first time in a very long time in which you've joined something that you know is going to be comfortable from the very beginning.
Call it a roller coaster over the last 2 years for him. Highest highs, lowest lows, biggest stresses, but now can this be another high note for him? Fnatic in general. Obviously, you've got a lot of work to do to make sure that it actually truly is a high point, because it's only one series, and it's against the series you should very easily win. It's the rest of the competition where I think we'll pay the most attention to what Fnatic have really got to bring to the table, and what Cypher got to bring to the table, as well as the new boy. A bit of a warm-up opportunity with Fnatic, currently leading by a margin of 3 rounds. Undefeated in the last 5. Orps in on both teams, Yura and Jambo. Cypher swinging in towards Ivy's play method, swings into T-Con, gets invisible. Dijon will be the man to challenge the Dane. He does get a headshot to return, so it's a 4v4 with a little bit more decency on Sparta's side.
The timing at the moment in which Cypher's taking a lot of space with his teammates behind him. You've got Crims out on the lurk in the Brown Halls, and then 3 packed with the bomb towards Ivy.
Yura catching Cypher, and a double on Fear. Triple denied by Jambo and his AWP finding position. Crims, very, very different position on the other side of the map here. That bomb will need to fall back and regroup with Crims, or reposition to finalize some sort of bomb site here. B would be the easiest target because the one CT has moved off of it. But to get back here with pace from Ivy is a very difficult ask. He doesn't even know if there's anyone in T-Con, if anyone's pushed there from Sparta.
But the problem is you don't have any information, so you need to start searching, and that's what Crims is doing. Rather than sitting out there on B and waiting for a fight, he's clearing up the majority of the Brown Halls and into Pop. So this should be the realization of grouping together and hitting Pop. Sparta just know, just group, just pack, and maybe even give the respect to the bomb. If the bomb goes down on A, you've only got a single Hell player, so don't try and swing out and deny.
Oh, that Molotov, that'll be perfect on Dijon. 2 CTs can't help the man. It doesn't spread to him though. Smoke down as Zed. HE's to assist. Crim's going to get ahead of the curve and get Soul B. Dijon starts to move but doesn't see his contact. He's been seen by Jambo, but Jambo's AWP takes the pick back. Crim's going to pop back through the smoke. Can Fuzz will deal with him, and Sparta will have their third.
A good effort there from Crims, only expecting one out there on B, maybe thinking that there's a Hell player and an Ivy player. So try and get on the other side of the smoke, try and see if you can either beat the rotation or just catch him off guard if there is someone there. And then if not, just see if you can play the time of the bomb. Sparta get themselves up towards 3. They hold on to double AWPs. Now that would have been notified that the double AWP be saved. Now Fnatic haven't brought any pace in for this entire T side. It's been quite slow, quite passive. Now that you know that you're up against double big greens, that might be the call to run out on a faster A play. Get yourself out towards T-Con quickly, even try and take pop a little bit faster.
Heroes posted with one. Towards the ramp entrance, Crims down, ran out towards Pop Dog, Dijon, maybe pressured and invisible. Smoke involved, a little bit of burst as well, timed well on towards Crims, so a little bit of damage. Playoff with 1 kill lined up, denied on Dijon with the second. Cypher trades Euro, gets right back in Z and deals with Fear to a 3v3. Bomb still can get planted. You've got Sol B looking around with the secondary AWP, trying to find an angle of attack, but nothing is presenting. Back at the orange train, needs to regroup for a retake.
That molly making it uncomfortable for Sol B because now he's got to put that down and he's got to work around his own smoke to try and deal with Crims in the off angle towards Olaf.
AWP seen, and Jambo locks onto him. Headshot taken, and from Olaf, Crims can deal with Cam Fuzz. Euromata has got to run and save his AWP, save his weapon once again. No second strung together by Sparta's part 6 for Fnatic. Minimums taken on T side, I should say. So used to saying minimums on CT side because that's usually how it goes, but Sparta have been pressured heavily. And just see how the rounds have worked up. The 5 in a row have denied so much presence from Sparta.
And for any of the puggers at home, watch out for where Jambo had his off angle in that post plant. You'd almost expect that you can be seen from camera, but you can't. And it's one of those pauses that you don't see frequently, but if you get yourself into that scenario, you can deal with both Hell and camera nicely.
Fnatic here. Molly's in, body blocks hard. Crims will line up 2, Fear will get 1. Dijon can take a trade back in the brown halls. Fear will be left a little bit isolated, but backup's on the way. Euromata can extend out towards Ivy, recognise that nobody's here, but there's also nobody for the CT side on the A-bomb side, which they're going to go to now. Bomb plant will be secured, and the lone AWPer only do so much, as can Dijon. 2v4 retake.
NWP does well to find the first. The issue is they're so separated. They are so far away from getting in. And it's just not worth it where the economy sits. I mean, even looking for exits, I would say, is a stretch. Dijon out towards Pop, sees the jiggle, but hold on to this M4, hold on to that AWP, make sure that that comes into the next round.
And the AWP won't stay for Sparta. AK of Dijon might just do so, however. Depends if Jambo checks this, which he actually might just do. Awkward spray. AWPer, shot to connect. Oh, that's unfortunate for Dijon. Another very awkward moment from a man that hasn't been performing all that well in this series.
When you see 2 moments like that in the same map, what it tells you is that there is a lack of confidence moving forward. There's a lot of frustration. Those are duels where all of these guys, they know that they should be hitting them. They know that those kills should be free as. But maybe the pressure of the scenario, not quite playing up to the pedigree that you expect. I think Sparta can be honest with themselves and say it's been a pretty poor best of 3 series. We certainly haven't shown what we did in the Open Qual and in some of the other tournaments recently.
Fast hit out of Fnatic into the B-bomb site. Heaven's gone unchecked. Cypher is going to try to draw them in though. C2 and take none of them actually. A threatening angle that could potentially be posed in the brown horse to the CT side, and AK in Canfuzz's hands. Will they continue to try and go for a retake? And certainly not with Jambo lining up against that AK. They're the second player out there. Fear gets a nice little lineup as Sol B shown for the smoke with the worst possible timing. The last player will go down invisible and at least do some damage, but damage is elementary going into the 12th round. Full buys up for Fnatic. Sparta, last round of the half to make it look like there's something decent there.
And if you're Zero Tenacity or the Ecstatic side, you'll be looking at this matchup in particular with not a huge amount of intrigue in terms of Fnatic overall, but what you will know is that individually they're looking quite good. So there is going to be a proper challenge in that semi tomorrow, and not going to be easy for either of those two squads. 8-3. Sparta up against the NWP aggressively out from Tikon. The Flash has driven him off the angles. They've done good work with the util to get the first opener.
But Blamer picks that orb right back up. Invisible faces him and goes down. 4-on-4 established. Cypher to creep up towards Ivy, move through that smoke and escape to source hell. Fight on the Sol B. Smoke off the Ivy entrance at A3, that's allowing any further access from the CT side, unless Dijon wants to push through the smoke again. At main, no pressure from the CT side as Canfuzz goes down. Dijon's picked up by Fear. A 1v3 for the opener retake. This round is over. It's another 9-3 half of Fnatic.
And Cypher's had some incredible multi-frags. I think about that previous double that he had out on B, and then that second kill against the bomb train player. That was sick.
He's warmed into this series, truly. Slow to start on Mirage, came into it, and now an absolute unit here on Train. Pivotal to Fnatic's success, leading by 6 at the turn of the half.
Your phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And welcome back to the RES Showdown. We're into our final match of the day, the last of the quarter-final games here in our playoff bracket. My name is Tal James, joined by Dwag, as per usual, for this one. Been a very interesting day overall so far, Dwag, but I'm very excited for it to come to a close because this, in my eyes, our final match is going to be the biggest one, or the match of the day, in my eyes.
Well, it's nice to see finally Ecstatic playing. I think you look at both of these organizations and you would typically say they're grinders. They play a lot of Tier 2 Cups, they play a lot of officials, a lot of maps. Ecstatic we haven't seen for a little while, so they get a taste of what it's like to go up against Zero Tenacity today.
Of course, victor of this series plays Fnatic, who beat Sparta a little bit earlier on. If you were joining us before the break, you saw how things were getting testing towards the end, but Fnatic still put ahead of the 2-0. Same thing for Foot, the ex-Na'Vi Junior roster, going over the OG side. Will take on VP Prodigy in that semi-final. They could take the upset of the opening of the day against Team Liquid. So wonder if we're seeing another upset in our final matchup. Although I will say that, again, Ecstatic Z10 a lot closer in comparison than most of the other matches we've seen today.
It's even difficult to call it an upset. I think if Zero Tenacity as the underdogs would be able to win, you'd probably just say that they performed well on the day, because this Zero Tenacity side has played at top-end level of Tier 2. I think they've been in flux. They've had some up-and-down results when it comes to tournament placements for the last sort of year or so, but they are a team that can go deep. They are a team that can qualify to what I would call larger-scale tournaments, and this is now about being able to deliver in the right account against a team that we have not seen play official for in a very long time.
Well, certainly you would give, I'd agree with and sort of respect your perspective on looking at how they would look like if Z10 took this matchup, but let's not make any mistake here. I think Ecstatic are the favourites in this kind of a series. I think at the end of last season, they proved themselves to be a top-end Tier 2 team. They won out that Elisa Nordic Championship, top 4 Glitch Masters. The problem is that ever since that glitched event, we haven't seen them at all. Last match on record, 7 weeks ago. They took the player break quite seriously.
Yeah, so to go deeper into the numbers, it's been 47 days since Ecstatic last played an official on HLTV and 76 days since they last played an online official. Because you were just mentioning there that they went out to LAN in Finland, they went to LAN in Sweden. Mate, to think that it's been nearly 3 months since an online official has been played for a team that you look at January, February, March, April period, they were within the top 5 of most maps played on HLTV at any moment in the last month, in the last 3 months. So it's a completely different direction from the organization. They've looked at things and said, right, we've grinded up VRS really nicely. We've got ourselves to a really high rank. Let's slow down. Let's just not accept every tournament invite under the sun.
And maybe that might be a positive for their own perspective, because if you are looking at sort of slowing down and sort of making improvements, then maybe behind the scenes work is being done. We know that they just brought in a coach, a permanent coach. They've had some like stand-in coaches and people that kind of only around temporarily, but Manx is here on trial. It feels like they want to bring someone in as a more permanent addition so they can make even further progress than what they did at the first half of the year.
It's an opportunity for Manx to now start his potential coaching career. This is a guy that's only played professionally. He's never coached before. So his first few tournaments are going to be looked at to see if he can get the boys in for deeper runs, see if he can improve the roster. They're going up against a Zero Tenacity side who aren't an easy team to beat. This is a long-standing core. You've brought in a previous Tier 1 player of Madden. And think about from his perspective, right, he's played plenty of Blast events with Ents and Falcons for, what, the last 2 or 3 years. It's time for him to bring that experience here to the online field and here to Z10 to try and bring him to the top of Tier 2.
And I will say that with Madden in the roster, this Z10 side looks like they're a refreshed team, basically. Like, I remember we called them during a CCT matchup against Passion UA. Passion UA, once again, obvious favourites, and actually they managed to beat them in that particular head-to-head. So you got a positivity in terms of a reputable squad there that Z10 are able to take down once already. They've also been able to make up good VRS points. They're up 14 places from last month to, from June to July, I should be more specific. They're expected to go up even further as well when the update comes around on Monday. So they're making a lot of progress on the Z10 side. That said, though, they have lost a match earlier on today.
Yeah, and that was a match where they took on Saw, where they picked into Inferno. Now, something that we do know for Z10, they've always used to pick Anubis, right? But with these changes of the map pool, it's going to make it very difficult. Now, first off, Ecstatic used to insta-ban Anubis. So from the Danes' perspective, I think this map change is really good because now you just start banning out Mirage or you start banning out opponents' strengths. Now, for the Danes, they're always going to pick Train or Nuke. And then for Zero Tenacity, well, Inferno probably is kind of the only option at the moment because you certainly don't want to pick Nuke against the Danes.
Now, we have seen head-to-heads going back in history, nothing recent, but I do know that the last head-to-head between Ecstatic and Z10 back in March had a Train and a Nuke involved in it. So we'll see whether those end up coming out. I wonder if Overpass might become a bit of a factor, given the fact that one of those changes, of course, directly affects the Z10 map pool. Nuke picked in by Z10 instead, Train out from Ecstatic. So those are the two maps that we saw them won last time, and already a lot of positivity, I think, for the Danes in that context. Inferno, if we have to get there, will be our decider.
I think it's a mistake picking into Train against a team like Ecstatic, just because it's a very good map for your opposition. I would have preferred to have seen it floated towards the end. The issue is you're always going to have a disadvantage with this head-to-head in terms of a veto. And when I look at the best of threes that were being won and the maps that were being won from Z10, even if we go back further than sort of the last few months, it was always Anubis. Anubis was always the ticket to trying to get a map. And now, with the map pool being changed, Zero Tenacity needs to try and change not only how they view a lot of these series, but they need to find what our number one map in the pool right now is. And I don't actually think they know themselves.
I mean, look, Train is a map that's been picked 6 times in the last... Oh, sorry, been played, rather, in the last 6 times in the last 3 months. So you haven't really got a lot of great reps on it if you are Zero Tenacity, unfortunately. That makes a very sort of key weak point in context compared to like the likes of Ecstatic, who still, in spite of their 7-week break, have 11 maps played of Train with an 81% win rate. Like they're really, really good on that map up there. Inferno also up there with the highest play rate alongside Nuke. I mean, look, it just generally feels like a very strong position to be in general, right? I mean, you mentioned difficulties in winning a veto like that. That's part of the reason why. And I think that therefore, Ecstatic, they look very strong across the board here in this context. The only concern is going to be that ring rust aspect. I think there's a little bit less intangible that we can speculate upon here for the Ecstatic side and maybe get a little bit more proof into how it's going to go down. But Nuke will be our first map in the series. Dweg, predictions, where you going?
I'm going to go 2-0 towards Ecstatic. I know it's been a little while since we've seen them play, but I think they're good enough to beat Zero Tenacity in that fashion.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 as well. They're picking into a Nuke of strength. They're going into a weakness of the Train side of part of Zero to Z10's part. I think it could be a 2-0 fashion. If not, I could still see them winning in 2-1 as well. The Danes will be on the CT side. Start of our first map. Namana is going to try and kick things off for Zero Tenacity as he works the outside control past Red Box.
They try and go in for the top side lean, out from Hart and out from Door.
Shots on for Martin. Christo is found unlay with a trade back, but Brute is able to respond towards the man. Zero's going to try and flank around the outside of the rafters. Will find Avon, see that bomb carrier, but struggles to stabilize his spray. Nut can get 2 on the return, though. It's a 1v1. Where's the last? He drops off. That would have been heard. Mana, we might find him. P250 taps away, but he misses all of his bullets. And now that's all the info that Nut needs to swing wide and get a triple and solidify the pistol for Ecstatic.
And Namana's going to be fuming at that one. He knows that is a free 1v1. Player's not even looking at him. Close range with the P250. It's unfortunate whiffed bullets. My main concern in that round was the missed smoke on the outside. I think that Z10 could have been punished a lot more from a main swing towards the likes of Namana, who was just scaling. It's an excellent effort from the trades. I mean, Madden does well to get that first kill on first contact out from the back of default from Hart. They're going to go in for the force buy because it was an expensive round. Bomb down and the likes of a few casualties.
Well, One Expert seems to agree with us, Dweg. They've got Ecstatic pinned as favourites in this series. And again, a large reason why they did establish themselves as a very, very good team at the very least. Again, in my eyes, I think top end of tier 2 at the tail end of the last season. And seeing whether the run in RES can give them a little bit more to work with and maybe a run at a higher level event, that certainly would be something for Ecstatic and something they might be aiming for here in this competition.
You've got Brute that got 3 kills on the pistol that dropped AK and just got Deagle in return. So no armor for him moving into the round number 2. And that hero AK got caught on the outside. Yeah, they can recover it. They can scale down to the lower portion. But you've already got Nut here. And with an M4 rather than an SMG, this is where he can play long range up at the rafters. Focus his attention towards the double door and out towards a glass.
And Decon door will open, that will communicate all the info the Nut needs. Swing back, kill found, can't quite get a second. Avon with a good trade from Ars on backside, missing his marker against the rifler down there. Chopper's got Unlay elsewhere, and Avon's got the man advantage by fighting on Christo. Close range for Syrah, he's also domed in. Brute takes that headshot, takes his own teammate out, and that provides a chance again for TMB. Picks up the AK, taps that bomb, 1v1. Where's the last man coming from? He hasn't got the info. Troffo, he's quiet about this. No kits for TMB either. He'll tap that bomb, hoping that Troffo makes a move. Double doors will open, and that will be all the information that the man needs. TMB sees it closing again, but time is short on him, and Troffo knows that he's got to hide, and that will be enough to win the round. Z10 will answer back in the second.
Now, unfortunately there for TMB, he tapped the bomb and then went and picked up the AK. So as Choffo hears that, he knows that he's off of the bomb in that situation. He knows that, yeah, it could have been a drop, but he would have had to have picked it up. So I don't need to face. I don't need to open the double doors on that first tap. A really good mid to late rounds, because in terms of opening success, it was a struggle, wasn't it? It looked like it was a very easy play down to the lower corridors. Ecstatic don't quite win the anti-force buy against them. TMB holds on to the AK, but the buy around it is weak.
Very weak. On bonus from us for Unlay. Scout in for Christo, 2 pistols. Certainly not ideal for the Danes. Z10. And they themselves won't be getting all too clean out of the round. They did lose 4 players, so 2 AKs brought back, an M4 saved, a MAC-10 in for Marden. And a Galil for Brute.
And this is only the 6th time that we've seen a Nuke official for Z10 since they brought in Madden, making it one of the least played maps in the pool. We know that they permaban Ancient, we know that they haven't played an Anubis, know that he hasn't played a Train yet. But it's mainly been the Inferno, the Mirage, and the Dust 2 that he's been playing the most recently.
Namana will walk his way down into Secret. Completely uncontested by Ecstatic. He's got teammates behind him as well. He searches in other areas of the map, particularly a lobby. Marden does not know about TMB's position. TMB hasn't seen him either. What is his timing? Unlay. Gonna catch him. MAC-10 dives down, and Madden can't get much done there. 5-7 on sight of Not. Hasn't quite got the stability to get that kill. Christo does finish off the job against the Mana, however, so advantage does stay with the CT forces with TMB's AK striking up. Flashbang keeping Choffo blinded, but he did take TMB down. MAC-10 rushes down the bomb carrier, trying to stop him with the aim punch. Syrah will get Brute. Choffo with a Tech 9's pulled and almost gets the young man, but Syrah hangs in there to steal one back for Ecstatic. These rounds are getting chaotic in the early game.
And that's a real shame for Madden, because he's missed the timing on 2 there, hasn't he? I know that it's going to happen when you're the top site lurk, but you miss the door player and you miss the hut player, and it basically means you can't even go 1-for-1. Now, what happens towards the lower bomb site is where Ecstatic just utilize chaos. They realize they need to try and get the bomb down in. They're going to struggle with the crossfire. Let's just start sending it. You start swinging from the left-hand side, the right-hand side, and up close and personal, they start winning out. Now, we're going back and forth a little bit with these force buys, but for the T-side line, taking opening nade damage, and with the Galil, I mean, last time we had the hero rifle on the outside, it was dealt with immediately.
Marden's going to take first fight with the Deagle, then Marden's going to sneak forward to that smoke. You're going to find Unlay? Yes, he will, and he'll find the kill to open up instead. TMB also revealing himself. Avon could strike with the man's back being turned. He hasn't got the info, though. He'll fall away and regroup to try to split their way in towards ramp room. Christo's going to cover off Lamana, though, so low HP for this rifle to fight.
It's all about the timing, because no one's in a position to break the glass on the top site when they can break the glass out towards lockers, but just a bit of movement there from Christo, and the in-game leader's got 2, and they've now even got the ramp pick, so this round is finished already.
This might be the strongest of the force buys we're going to see in these first 3 rounds. Z10, 4v1 now against Syrah, who's probably going to save the AK from this position. Ecstatic.
Bomb has been planted.
Likely should have just been there round outright, but once again, a hero rifle brought into play, and this time effective with zero tenacity. And should be able to try and recover some of those rifles that were dropped outside, particularly now that they've going to start searching in the outer yard and realizing soon these weapons are up for grabs. Syrah might want to think twice before pulling a trigger, because as soon as he's revealed, they're going to go hunting him.
And just to give a bit of an idea, even though both of these teams pick quite a lot of Nuke, and I would say have been quite successful towards the higher end of Tier 2, the highest rated player on Nuke for Zero Tenacity is Nemana at a 1.27, whereas for the Danes, it's only Syrah at a 1.06. There's a lot more star, what I would say, quality coming out of a player like Nemana, putting himself in those solo missions, driving in, opening kills, making multis happen, whereas Ecstatic are going to be based a lot more on the team synergy, a lot more timings, util usage. I'll be keen to see what Nemana's like on an actual AK, because at the moment, we haven't really seen the best of buys from either teams.
We'll see him on an M4, which is partway there. Ecstatic. Take Nemana and try and frag him out first and foremost. Christo down in the outer yard, not. From a Tech 9 on this part of things. Fight well against Chopo, spamming well as the second man's not going to quite work out as well. Nemana's get picked up on the outside as TMB's SMG strikes back. Him and Syrah in a 2v3. Syrah has made his way down through the vents, but Z10 apply the brakes.
But they're just packing right now. They're just grouping as 3 towards a lower portion, and at the moment towards glass, it gets smoked off. So Syrah's not going to be able to do anything about this. He needs to try and somehow set up a crossfire at the double doors with TMB.
Jump face past the smoke cross. Avan still fires blinded and gets that kill in. TMB down. Syrah trying to deny with the wall bang sprays, but doesn't quite do so. Minimal damage of the brute has been revealed right here, so he's going to have to try and escape with his weapon once again. Save it into the next. Z10 will break the stalemate. Put 2 in a row.
And it's not the first time that we've seen Zero Tenacity do well in one of these Blast qualifiers. I think back to last year when they played in the RES European Masters Fall event, they ended up qualifying to the Blast Showdown. So we know they've got what it takes to be a bit of an underdog team, push upsets, push in driving positions. And that tournament was only top 2 to qualify to Showdown. This time we're talking about the first place to try and get yourself out to the Open in London. Ecstatic will look at the start of Nuke and say, oh, we've probably come out of it on the wrong foot. We're on the city side. We haven't won out the Force buys. We give them not only the early momentum, but also the cash injection. Z10 will be very happy with where this sits.
Start to build into a decent T side right here. Three, 2 on the board. Only a lead of a round for now. It should grow to 2. We're going to see some upgrades on pistols with no Kevlar major utility around it. Syrah's going to try and protect that AK. Either use it into the next rifle round or insert it intelligently and find a steal right here. But really, the majority of potential in the round comes down to that AK. The pistols and the upgrades are going to do some damage to Nemana on the cross, as he is the forward man of Z10. But 64 HP, still pretty alright here.
What is a bit of a shame for the Danes, Jay, is that they were meant to go to Epic LAN a few weeks ago, but they had some visa issues with Anlay and they couldn't quite go. You look at a lot of these squads that are sort of what we would call high end of Tier 2, or at least pressing that marker. It's all about trying to see if they can impress that VRS, get themselves in a good position to come close to start qualifying to Tier 1 tournaments.
And no doubt in my mind, if they had gone to Epic, they probably could have, they would have actually won it.
Well, they would have been the favourites, that's for sure.
Oh, these CTs actually getting away with quite a lot out of these rifles and pistols. Are paying attention to other things, and Martin suddenly in a 1 versus 5. Ecstatic, this is an eco round. And the AWP shot on from Unlay will connect on Martin. No visa stopping him from securing a third. A steal for 0 investment on Ecstatic.
Well, Zero Tenacity haven't been that heavy on what I would say is the deep outside. They've either been going outside and going secret, or they've just been maintaining a lot of players towards lobby. Now that's a round where they start packing towards sort of the garage cross, getting closer out towards the lockers, the icebox area, and you just get pummeled, driven into what is a huge stack of CT players. Oh boy. AWP up for Christo, Galil for TMB, AKs for the rest. Now this is a massive swing round. This is a chance for Ecstatic to start generating a big round streak.
And off the back of an eco steal as well. We shouldn't be having this conversation right now. We should be talking about Zero Tenacity facing the first true rifle round of the game.
Well, I think this might be a more aggressive move, Jay, because look at it. You've got 2 AKs, but Namana doesn't have one. So that tells me it's maybe a vent drop, maybe a play towards the top site, or even something more aggressive towards ramp.
Well, let's find out. You've got one player setting up the nade. Martov in, but no action. Countered by the utility of the CT side. Counter incendiary there down at the squeaky door. The smoke there to ensure that they don't press even after the fire burns out. Namana has aggressed outside again with his Tech 9, supported by Chofo's AK. Diagonal smokes from the rest of Z10.
Now, Brute-Monster's got himself the molly and the flash lineup towards the back of default, so this should be an A split. Those outside players should run main.
Kill from Arden, strikes on TMB. X-Tier 1 man, newest edition of Z10. Now, the man advantage doesn't last from him. Arden takes down Chofo and gets found by Namana on the return. Advantage only by a margin of 19 HP. Nana's going to find Namana on the return from Cyril on the back of the bomb site. That's 2 fantastic frags. 1 versus 3, and Martin does not go further with it. Christo, he shuts him down, and that's a 4th round for Ecstatic.
Well, thank goodness Sierra's playing well, because that round was really messy from Ecstatic. They go, what, 1 for 1 on the outside. They give, I mean, they're double main. It's a very weird setup for the CTs. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in. But out of the backside, but this frag against the Hut player is just a ripper.
Oh.
Z10 would have felt that they were in a driving position with the kills that were created by main.
Didn't even get to see the shot from Christo's perspective. Very, very tight one to hit. He's looking on it with his AWP. 2 fantastic frags. It's all eco pistols though, so nothing that Z10 are expecting out of this round. Still very fast reactions from the AWP. All 5 alive. Economy's going to really build up for Ecstatic now. Zero Tenacity are in a position where they could have found resets and they could have found swing rounds, and now have to work real hard to break this stance that Ecstatic have. 1 away from minimum 6. And plenty of cash to buy for the next 3 rounds or so.
Ecstatic, they'll just know now with the amount of rounds that they've been able to win in a row, with how Z10 are now probably going to get a little bit desperate, because you could be looking at the barrel of a 3-7 sort of downside when you've had a really positive start. I mean, they were up 3-2 at one point.
Ecstatic have come back into their own. Oh, that nade placed so perfectly on Namana. I don't know who threw it. I think it was Christo. Either way, 42 HP without even needing to take directive engagements. No damage returned onto Ecstatic so far.
They do have Namana scaling, though, down in the lower corridors. Now, Christo needs to get 1 kill and then fall off to the right-hand side.
Misses the kill. Nut comes up with one of his own instead. Martin forced to return fire, but he's also been tagged low, so 4 on 4. With Christo being pretty isolated, Namana's insertion down through Secret has cut off the vent rotation. Christo needs to land this frag. Sees him, takes him, perfectly done. Now backup can rotate down through those vents, but Christo does not last too much longer to receive that support. Martin takes him 3 on 3 again.
Yeah, Brute-Monster is lurking on the top side. This means that getting the bomb down is not going to be easy, because Chofo doesn't have a lot of protection.
Brute's going to try receive. They just push the issue. Chofo, 1 pick found. The second man known towards Decon, and he fights on Brute. Chofo now going to be surrounded. Whichever side he decides to plant for, there can be a swing from the CT side. He gets away with it clean. Syrup applies the brakes, but peeks in at the right moment when he's looking up to the ramp entrances. Ecstatic will take minimums on the CT side.
Sarah looks impeccable right now. He is getting a lot of multi-frags, a lot of high impact. And that's around there where the readability is just on. And not only have you been able to create the pressure from door towards the lower players, but you've read the vent rotation. You're ready for Brute-Monster to drop from upper. And this is what I would say a slow start in terms of the gun round. Certainly not a slow start with how the rounds are going back and forth and that Z10 looked like they were going to get out on top. The idea that they lost to not an anti-force buy, but an anti-eco. There was only that 1 saved AK and then basic pistols around it. They lost that, and now they've just been trounced. Ecstatic are going to start building. And Sira's coming very close to his 200th map played with the Ecstatic organization, joined up with them very early on at the start of the year, the 10th of January, I should say. Yeah, that one piece, I think, is what they were missing, right? I think a fairly average 2024. They looked okay, but didn't threaten. They bring him in, and, well, you're winning LANs, you're winning online tournaments, you're in a top 30 position of VRS. Definitely the difference maker.
You could tell Sira was going to be something special on that Miles NXT roster. Ecstatic found a hell of a piece back in start of the year. Lucky to have him. He's showing you exactly why thus far. TMB strikes first on Martin, will burn and still find the mana as well. Triple can't quite be found because the HP is too much to mount up to, but not still provides support from the rafters. Bomb can be denied by Unlay, who gets him. Last man standing is Brute, and he goes down the same. Ecstatic. Oh, they've really found their confidence now, haven't they?
Well, really clever from TMB. So he gets the first kill on just a straight spam. Now, that second one, he's being mollied out towards the back close vent corner. And you might be wondering, why is his head ducked down? Surely he needs to be ready for the fight out to door and hut. Yeah, you've got to be ready for the fight. But you're also trying to play anti-flash, aren't you? You're trying to make sure that you're not getting hit against that top side util, because you know it's going to be an acceleration. You know that they're coming in quickly. And for him to duck away from the flashes, which ended up not coming anyway, but then refrag against the main individual, that's not easy, and he's made it look very simple.
Good kill from Choffo. Unlay falls down first. Z10 trying to generate some impact, trying to find some sort of response against Ecstatic, because Ecstatic are starting to run away with his CT side. Sprays blinded. Christo from beyond that smoke finds Avan next to a 4v4. Choffo has made his way towards Secret, though. 2 to meet him if they continue downstairs.
Well, it's a much different looking lower setup, and this means that for TMB, he needs to make sure that he stays alive. He can't fall to the top site lurk of Madden, otherwise A site is open and round is over.
Oh, Christo overcooking that flick there, couldn't catch his man. Repositioning towards Hell and locker rooms, it means downstairs will be the main target for Z10. It all depends on how they deal with the crossfire. Mana spotted. Nut takes his back up at Choffo. Sira unable to do the same thing though. Backs off towards the site. Can be happy with the man advantage. Top site player starts making his move though. Martin and a smoke off Mini give themselves a way back in. Christo just caught the bomb carrier though. Rotating back. Brute on the outside. Got a refight on the opposite position. Does manage to get wide faced, so he doesn't hit the second player, but it's time stalling. 30 seconds for Z10 to put the bomb down.
Yeah, they've just run out completely. And I want to say right now, Jay, this scoreline is completely misleading. Zero Tenacity have looked pretty good in the gun rounds. They've had some competitive mid-rounds. It's just that they've lacked quality right at the end. They've been unfortunate in a couple of clutches. You look at that one, they've got themselves a good read. Madden is out A. He recognizes that there's rotation room to bring that bomb back up from the vent. And then as soon as you start rotating, it ends up being dropped. And then you don't even know that TMB is out there to lobby. I think they're calling a fairly good game. But 3-8 down does not tell you that it's been a successful one.
On the other side of the board, though, I have to say that when Ecstatic get going, they really are going.
Well, they've also had a lot of AKs being held. I mean, that's always going to be the added bonus, is that when you start winning a few gun rounds and you hold on to the T-side weapons, you can just start railing.
Just to see how quickly they're responding towards what Z10 are doing. I mean, even just think about that last round, right? Christo, right place, right time, pick 1, pick 2, pick 3. Dropped the bomb like twice in those exchanges between heaven and hell. So effective, so efficient. We've obviously waxed lyrical about Sira. Even Nut on that lower defensive was on 11 kills right now. So much impact across the board. It feels like they are playing a different kind of game to what we're used to in the Tier 2 environment. Maybe that's a sign for some of the improvements that they might have made over the player break. What kind of things Manx might have brought to the table. Last round of the half, Z10 have a bye. 8-4 is their best case, 9-3 for Ecstatic on the contrary. Player coming down mini real quick for Z10, runs right past Unlay. Unlay gets his kill. Syrah receiving the rush. Unlay provides extra support. Triple found for him. TMB with one of his own. Chofo's all alone. This round has been shut down by Ecstatic. The scoreline might not represent how close it's been, but this round was not close in the slightest. Chofo's a goner. It's 9-3 at the turn.
It's been an excellent CT side to come out from the Danes, and to have yet another 9-3 feels unfortunate for Z10, especially being on your map pick, but they have simply been outclassed in the gun rounds, and even for Chofo, there is just nothing to be celebrating about in this first half, not even anyone getting towards double digits on their side.
Cresto's posted on the other side of this corner. Chofo, once he starts moving, he will get caught. He's pretty much cornered. And even if Ecstatic don't go for the hard, he's going to run out of time sooner or later. 48 seconds on the clock. So he peeks forwards. Cut down in an instant by Cristo, who's been lightning fast with his reactions indeed. 6 to the good on Ecstatic on the first map of Nuke. All squared up, all dead set even. Ecstatic move to the T side. Dweg, have they done enough on Z10's part of things to make the attacking side worth a look in? 1xBet don't seem to think so. Still, same money line to the favour of Ecstatic. Z10 may still need the pistol to really set things up though.
Well, you've got quite a lot of util moving forward. It's only Chofo and Madden that have invested into armor. Now, this looks to be a fake towards the top side for Namana to sell it on the outside to then move towards the inner play. Now, your B player on the jiggle of Nutnut is not going to have a quick rotation from Syrah on the bomb train.
Z10 with a lot of Hot Dog and Brown Hall's access.
So passive from the CT line. No one at the back of red, no one E-box, no one sandwich.
Telegraphing an A hit, all a ruse. And Nutnut's going to buy it. Z10 going to have a free bomb plant. Top of the Glocks, Nutnut held back. Tilly inbound these Molotov. Nutnut, I see what's going on. Can take down Brute. Not ready for Martin to make his way all the way up though. Secondary CT player, TMB waiting for the overextension. And Martin gives him that. Alvin's been picked up by Cristo in the meantime. Chofo and Amana, 2 versus 4. One man backside, one man trying to wait around towards Brown Halls now. The massive CT forces come in. Chofo isolating these duels for 2 kills. Not the third man. Cristo gets them both instead. And Ecstatic will have enough time for this defuse even without the kits. And make their lead regain once again.
And right there, if you're Namana, mate, you've got to be furious because you're the one selling them on the A play. You're the one that's trying to drive in those rotations. You've gone 1 for 1 out on that B bomb side. A 4v4 post plant, in theory, looks really good. You've been able to contain the bomb site. Now you just need to slow the round down. And there's just some overextensions unnecessary. Now, of course, we're going to look at it on 2 different mindsets. If Madden goes out there towards CT spawn and gets a double kill, you'll say, what a play. Yeah, he's been able to force forward. But it's a high-risk play when you've still got a lurk out towards A. And it's a play that does not come out to be successful at all.
Z10 got a bomb plant at least, so they're going to force the buy here for the next round. Khalil's on 2, Tech 9s and a Deagle for the other 3 men. Static. Spotting TMB. Smoke at the ready. He's also got his teammate there on top of Ren. Z10 by seeing that one player opt to fall back. Make their moves into the Brown Halls. Avon setting up more smokes. Counting utils right there. Perfectly timed for TMB.
It needed to break those smokes earlier, right? As soon as you break those smokes and get ready for the smoke yourself, that's when TMB just smokes off pop. And that element of surprise, that timing has disappeared now for Z10.
Forward a bit. Completely dry. Madden's going down. TMB expecting more to be out there. Might need support from his teammate, and he gets it somewhat. Syrah assisting in the kill. The bomb's been seen. Now a rifle from range. The Mana can fight against him. The USP still comes up good for TMB. Chofo can finally take the Deagle back, but the Mana can get the man advantage. Nut. Here's that bomb tapped once. Fights on the Mana, doesn't win it out. 7 HP to the good on that duel. Jordan might have made the difference. Z10 answer back to Ecstatic.
And Naman has done that a couple of times on what I would say is the weaker investments. Remember those first few gun rounds, or force buy rounds, I should say, to the start of Nuke? He was the one with the hero Galil that got the multi-frags and was working the outside. He seems like the player that I've recognized on those real key anti-half buy, anti-eco is kind of the guy that can step up and put a lot of damage forward. A triple kill comes in, and he needed that. The Z10, that was a survival round.
Ecstatic try and get it back with their own force buy. Of course, first stage loss bonus. They can only afford the 1M4. Passed off towards Zero of all players. Might have been quite the individual for map 1 and Nuke, but here only 6 kills deep. He's bottom of the board alongside Nut. Might not have had enough of a chance to really shine. Maybe this could be his round.
The unfortunate nature is that M4's been brought out to B, and this is going to be an A contact. And Madden can smoke off camera. They can come out of Pop, come out of T-Con. Unless TMB goes mental, there's just nothing in this round.
Missed shot, dead to rights. Zero's quickly on the scene at least, but blind sprays from that smoke. Gonna recognize that that rifle is in play, gonna be able to adjust against it. And the boost seen where Madden is, but Brute can take down the booster, so not platform for a moment's time. Christo now being seen here at Pop. Avon's in here, footsteps, that player's coming in close from range, seen the second player. Third man at Olaf being concerned. Unlay comes up good. Avon deals with Christo. 3-on-2. 2 rifles now in Ecstatic's hands. Now make it 1. Unlay's casualty. Zero's got to run. Keep his gun together. As Z10 will have the lead for the first time since the pistol of this map.
What's going to make it tough now for Ecstatic is not only are you going to be down 7 to 8, but you're going to move into the next gun round and you're going to have limitations. You're not going to have the AWP out for Christo. You might even have the odd player going down towards a FAMAS to get the kit, to get the extra util. This is a scenario where Zero Tenacity are coming close towards upsetting map 2. They need a few things to go right for them, especially once we start getting into further gun rounds. But they've done the absolute beginning. Lost pistol, won the anti-force buy, and now followed up with 2 in a row.
M4 stays, but nothing else gets brought around it. Ecstatic going for the guns in the next. We saw them steal an eco like this on Nuke and really set up that map to be as one-sided as it ended up being. And this is slow, careful, considerate. Z10 do not want to make another mistake like they did on map 1. Because they know that momentum swing is exactly where Ecstatic would thrive.
Zero Tenacity have not quite seen this boost that's in play out to the bomb train. It's been 2 rounds in a row now that it's been run. But both times, just because of the time stalling and the lack of contacts, it's received nothing. Now the USPs swing out to get the M4 a kill. Christo might not quite get seen. Oh, this is difficult for Madden. This is looking good for the CTs.
4v4, Madden low, can't deal with Nut, and Brute struggles to get him back as well. Fortunately, very little damage was done, but now the backstab at TMB can close in. Shotfo can deal with him though, quicker to the trigger, and had him on lock. Smoke out towards that main entrance, no kids for Zero and Unlay. Zero's already running. Unlay lost that rifle as it was taken towards T-Con. He can't pick it up towards Ivy. Good effort, but not to be for Ecstatic.
Chofo is underrated with his game sense. He's an anchor player, so we don't often see a lot of activity from him, but I thought he played quite well out towards ramp with his rotations down towards lower. And then here, the readability to hold that backstab out in T-Con, there's a lot of pressure building towards Con, out to camera, towards Hell, just because of how quickly the CTs are putting dink damage down and making the HP bars awkward, especially with the trade back on Madden. If he's not holding T-Con, if he's in that position but looking elsewhere, I think that round is just stolen. It's a freebie to come in from TMB and then it just collapses. 2 rounds the difference, and no one is going down to a FAMAS, so it does mean that there's only one kit in play, and TMB is the A-site player.
I better hope it's an A-site here and he doesn't go down first then.
Sirius just invested into one as well, dropping a little bit of util over.
A little extra just in case. He's also on the A-bomb side though. He's burning as well. Flash blind. I think 2 or 3 mollies were sent to that position, so he burned so quick. Didn't realise he was dead until it was far too late. Now Anlay's caught, but then exiting out into the A-bomb site. It's a massacre from Zero Tenacity. Not a 1v4. Line up a kill and a second forced out of the TK, but nothing that makes a difference in the round. Z10 on 10. Ecstatic. Losing their grip on their map pick.
Now, I reckon Z10 have gone for that double molly play because they know that there's no AWP in. Because of the reset that happened with the anti-force buy, they know that the riflers are going to want to get on the front foot, try and challenge map control early. So the idea they've put the double mollies down towards sort of the left and right-hand side of the E-box cross, especially with the flashes, Sierra is just getting caught, just sandwiched within it all.
Burning for so long, I didn't even realise it. Orpa Brute finding TMB on the swing in was Heaven. Kiro M4 bought and wasted. Ecstatic really getting pressured and are now struggling to compete here on this CT side.
Well, it's not just the CT side. They were up 6-3, and now they're down the barrel of, what, 7-11 deficit? They had the game wrapped up comfortably in the first sections of this map, and instead it's been a complete change-up.
Zero's D will try to provide some more decency here. Can't get back that rifle with the pressure being applied by Avon. Meanwhile, Madden's making his way out towards the B-bomb site. Can not counter-flank Avon to catch Anlay. And Not goes down in the end. Down to 2 men we go. Syrah inside that smoke. 5-7 can catch Avon, so he'll make it. Another pick towards the favour of the CT side. Christo has seen one player. Can't get the kill against him though. And Syrah doesn't even have the chops to go back into Pop Dog and grab that rifle. He's going to fall back into Brown Halls. Maybe recover it after the fact, but more than likely go down with the bomb blast at the worst. 11. 0 tenacity. Ecstatic. Would love to see a tactical pause out of them right now because this is turned from comfortable and easy.
Terrorists win.
To a bit more of a choke than they might have expected.
Well, for Zero Tenacity, it's been an excellent open qualifier run for them to get into this position. And they took a K27 on in the first round of the round of 16, pummeled them 13-1. They then took on the mixed squad of Aidkit, Zikos, Maze, Kaluba, 13-5 them on Anubis. They then had to play James Paravision, so that's Belchnok, Nota, Zailo, AW, 13-7, another comfortable win. And then the final matchup against Flatro, Synopsy, Acor, Senna, and Mikey, 13-4, slamming everyone in the open quals.
Slamming Broom Monster is ecstatic though. He's down and out first and foremost. There's your start. Is there more in it though? Do Z10 have a responsive there? I'm a bit tentative about going back in towards T-Con. TMB is going to hear these footsteps. The Mana on the other side of the smoke going to fade. Both players lean in. The Mana gets one. TMB strikes back.
Yeah, TMB for a moment might think about getting onto that big green. We know that he's not a bad hybrid player. And to also get that away from the T-side hands, you can back, play, and hold passively. Christo would have just seen Choffo there on the edge.
So much so that TMB is going to back off almost entirely. Lean in, spot man, take him down. Choffo to fall to 2 men now on Z10. Finally, something a bit more decent coming out of Ecstatic.
Well, the timing was quite nice. Out there to T-Con, they don't solo play aggro, they play as 2. They trade individually. And now down towards the B bomb site. Nut trying to get away from the util, gets himself one. Anlay's got a freebie. Avon should just have the bomb pulled out. Shouldn't even expect him here. So it's an easy 8th, but for Z10, still plenty of cash and still plenty of rounds to close out Train.
And they built out a few different advantages, although The buy-state will run out on the back of this round here. Even now, having a Galil for Avan to get all the utility together.
Had the opportunity to drop that AWP and pick up a rifle, but they've opted against it, so they're probably going to run the double AWPs for a little while.
Single AWP on Brute. Shot doesn't get found. Cyril just swings straight spray right to his head. Christo landing legs of Avan as well. HG's ready in case he continues that rush. He doesn't do so. Namana takes Cyril right back, but he himself is also low. They're aware of one player in Pop Dog. Are they aware of the Ivy presence? Aren't they? Better turn his back here. Utility in hand. AK is going to catch him. Chofo may have just made the move that wins Z10 the round.
Yeah, TMB has now got to focus on so many different areas. He's got to be worried about Hell, but he's also worried about T-Con, and then he's got to worry about Pop in a sec. He needs help. He needs rotators, and that's why Nutnut is leaving B to leave Christo here with the AWP so they can at least clear out some of the back lanes towards Ivy.
Meanwhile, Z10 start walking out of T-Con, and Namana finds TMB with his back turned and all. Christo and Nutnut 2v4. When it felt like it was going to be such a strong stance as well, the starting kill of Syrah felt like it set it all up. The damage against the Mana and Avan, the loud trades and everything. But one angle, Ivy exploited, leaving Ecstatic spooked. And now down against the map points of Zero Tenacity. 4 of them available to the T side in what would be a huge turnaround when we had them pretty well written off if train.
Well, it would have been the exact same scoreline as that grand final out in Finland for the LAN against Alliance, where it was 7-11 as the deficit. They brought the comeback forward, forced it out into overtime and won it. And this time, the overtime doesn't even feel likely. You win yourself your first, and then instantly there's a response. It's a great opening pick against Brute, but then it's just the Mana making impact happen. Good timing out towards Ivy. And then as TMB is just so wary about that Ivy flank, he just gets pulled around, and they have no idea what's going on. And Zero Tenacity have now got 4 very good chances to wrap up Train. And they'll feel that they have done an excellent job to return this series on a map that, yeah, look, they play a little, but it's certainly not one of their best in the pool.
To the final stretch we will go. Rifle round here, one of the key opportunities that Z10 are going to get out of this. Syrah forcing forward, Hades against him, tries to fight and gets so close against the Mana, a bit reckless, and it's just about going to work out for Unleashed Trade. 1 point of health though, or pin for Christo. Lands Martin, Incendiary to block any further pressure here, and now TMB starts walking in towards Pop Dog, Molotov ahead of him. Oh, shot misses for Brute, and TMB takes that chance to punish. Ecstatic finding a new lease on life here.
That's another round in which Namana kind of gets baited in terms of impact from the rest of his players. Not baited in terms of the position. Mate, he's got an opening kill and he's dropped Anlay to 1 HP. All the B players need to do is trade and group. And instead, they've found it very difficult to try and get out B.
Look at the extensions here as well. Anlay pushed on towards Ivy, not going to catch Chofo extending out of heaven. Avan will be known about as well towards Pop Dog, so they know they can slowly close in the pincers on him. The only threat would be an easy kill against a low HP player with a pistol pulled down for Avan on the AWP. Seems unlikely to hold here. 30 seconds, Unlay. He's in at spawn. Avan wary of the position, but not too wary. Not so much that he checks it. Not all the way. Static, a lifeline held. They are still in on Train.
It seemed as if they want to go hero onto Madden or buy it down all the way. They probably take a moment to think about exactly what the buy state should look like. Haven't seen the AWP too much out there towards the B bomb side. Probably the right call in terms of acceleration, but the spacing and the packing, it wasn't quite tight. Because they are buying up here, it means that the next round is not going to feature the best. So round 24 is probably their best chance of closing.
I think you're right about that assessment.
I can't believe Namana's not even got an AK. He's done that a couple of times out on Nuke.
Tech 9 on him and Brute. Martin, the one man with the AK, a bomb on his back, and his first player forward as well, it looks like. Molotov sent, not. Flash blinded. Molotov the way, TMB gets credited with that kill. Tech 9 forward, and not can cut that player right back down, look towards heaven, where Adam's going to get picked up. Brute can finally take a Tech 9 kill, 3-on-2. Brick Static's favour, bomb plan will be secured. Now leaving it all on Martin to clutch it. He's on one clutch so far in this map. We're all going to give it a second. Christo, easy shots of the AWP. A 10th on Ecstatic.
I'm convinced, Jay, that Namana needs to be more selfish and ask for the hero rifle. The amount of rounds that I've seen on Force Invest where he's down onto a pistol and it might be a rifle in Madden's hands or Chofo's, I just don't get that same level of threat from anybody else. I'm convinced that Namana is the best rifler on this team. Right there, he goes 1-for-1 with the Tech 9, but I would have just liked to have seen the AK in his hands. Ecstatic, hold off nicely. It's a good read. I mean, they got two players there on B. You had TMB on rotate, Nut that was at the back of Thomas. Between the two of them, they clean up pretty easily.
Deagles and Glocks for Z10, so it looks like we're going the full 24-round distance unless shenanigans take place from Martin and Namana. TMB spotted one of them. Madden does not pull the trigger early. Not premature about his stance. Arnley gets out of the way, almost get caught now. Reload. Does finally find his pick. Sierra found having a start. Arnley deals with all of Ivy. It's crisis averted. No further threats.
And keep the double AKs in. And that's got to be the big one. For Z10 on an Eco, you'd love to get an AK out of the hands of Sierra or out of Nut, but no, couldn't happen. And here we go, Namana on the Galil with everyone else on the AKs. Let's see how round 24 will play out.
Do or die for Z10 to take this map and push us to a third. Will send us to overtime for what I think is the second time today. Z10 into the brown hall, slow to the uptake, careful. But looking like their heart's set on the B bomb side right now. Depends on how this pop dog plate take goes.
Well, look at the lack of incendiaries. There was so much pressure building at T-Con to the start of the round and out to the brown halls. They've almost baited all of the util from the CTs.
Still got a few smokes and a couple of flashbangs available. Molotov up, Nut is still holding on the blue train. Flash sent, spray goes nowhere. M4 at TMB is good for one. Unlays cut down towards the backside. Execution perfection from Zero Tenacity. Can they deal with the retaking players? They're on their way in. TMB is low. It'll be on Christo and Syrah to do the heavy lifting.
And this is where the lack of incendiaries and HEs are really going to hurt on the retake. No way of forcing these T-side players out in the open.
Can smoke off entryway paths. TMB can get out of them. That's important on the start. Flashbang forward. Chopper's been seen. Dead. The TMB's double. Brew in a heaven. Can take one back. TMB's low HP. His M4 needs to try and strike. Namana going to make way forward to get him with third kill. Can he get a dark one? Hydra. Christozorb strikes, and at the very last hurdle, in the dying moments of regulation, Ecstatic pull us kicking and screaming by the hair into overtime.
I have no idea how TMB has won that, considering how low he is, and he's not really getting help there from Christo. Christo the AWP is trying to focus on ramp. He's trying to focus on the other player. TMB's getting no assistance, and when you're on red HP, you do need a miracle. You do need something out of the hat, and he has delivered probably the biggest individual sequence we have seen in this entire best of 3.
Can see it from his perspective a little bit more. Just wonderful placement of himself to cover himself from the Z10 players and pick up all the heads. That is a step beyond from him. And a wonderful, wonderful opportunity presenting for Ecstatic. Into overtime, still on for the 2-0 series. But we'll need to play a little bit longer to get there.
Massive choke too, 12-8 all the way to 12-12, and even in that last round, that's a 4v3 post plant when the CTs don't have retaking util. Not good enough from Z10. Nut does get hit by the anti-rush util, so it's an opening kill instantly.
There start, and also just as good follow-up there from Namana. Zero down outside of T-Con, Unlay. Only spotted there by the Pop Dog presence. The blind sprays come up, and they can't seem to line up the kill against him. Martin struggles, haven't found by the AWP. 3v3 has been returned by Ecstatic, but Chofoa Ivy has again been a concern before. He's been the difference maker in these rounds. Gonna go sneaking back line, try and find a big old flank. The bomb is in CT presence though. They dropped it outside of Pop Dog, so Unlay sat right on top.
Well, Chofo probably wraps Con here. The thing is, it's going to take him a while, and I think at some point, the distraction that Namana and his teammate can pull, it's going to get watched, and it already is from Anlay.
Checked on, but he's caught napping. Chofo still wins the fight, still wins that frag. Christo and TMB set towards the back lines of the bomb site, back towards main, a big old Ivy flank coming in from TMB. Christo can try to cut them off from the Pop Dog entrance, but now he's got to be wary of Zed. Flashed off, TMB. Oh, Namana. He might not be aware of the danger that he's about to get into. AWP battle will come down from Brute. TMB deals with a captain. 2v2. Christo, he's left him crossing. Bomb plant closed off from Zed because they know they've got that control there. Choffa was also revealed to a drop down. Christo, check it all the way. No, doesn't hit the shot. TMB too low to deal with this. 19 HP in a 1v2. The AWP's watching him. Be ready to cut him off to this peak of the between E-box. No time either. Desperate to find where Chofo is and will run right into Brute. And Z10 take the first of OT.
And we just see the difference that Namana has as soon as he's got an AK. Didn't have an AK in round 24, has one in the very first of overtime. And what does he generate? An opening kill within the first 10 seconds. That's a 5v3 very quickly from a Z10 because they get the kill against Nut on B, and then you've got Namana working T-Con. Ecstatic just gave away too many opening fights there. And you'd probably expect that Nut is not going to go aggressive to the start of the round again. Double AWPs now. Anlay picking one up.
Punished pretty consistently. Wolves is fast out instead from Z10. The Mana's punished for it. On the contrary, TMB and Christo combining the kill and assistance there on the feed, keeping Avon at bay as well. The AWPer is so close to spotting another. Almost got close on that blind shot as well. Ecstatic can hear them coming. Blind sprays at TMB. Come up good for a secondary kill. Armley still waiting and watching, but Martin, wide faces on a tight angle held by the AWPer. Sarah's not done. Nut chimes in as well. Chofo's alone. 1v3 can take that first, but not that second. Showering out from the AWP doesn't find him either. Either way, he's being pressured, suppressed, and being triangulated by the remaining player of Ecstatic as well. AWP finds him. Christo cuts him back. And Ecstatic are up to 13 as well.
Well, that might be the message that Anlay hears of, yeah, I'm not going to double AWP again. He was struggling out there towards Ivy. He's getting jiggled. He's getting forced on wide swings, and he's not finding anything. So go back towards a rifle, mate. 13-13, well handled. TMB just with the straight spam. I mean, you feel for Avon. He's not even given info out there to the T-Con area.
but going the distance. Who's going to pull ahead? Right now, Ecstatic with Sira's opening pick on Amana. Look at Amana quickly up. Red Train players seeing TNB dives behind E-Box, but Sira finds extra support with a triple, a quadra, in fact, as Chofo's down as well. Give him the ace, lads. Brute's known. Flash blinded. Orpin shot down on Sira, and TNB closes. 14 to the board. Sira, what a sequence from him.
Zero Tenacity are trying to get in with these aggro moves. Out from T-Con, gets denied. Out from Pop, gets denied. Looked as if Madden had a really good timing with TNB out there to the top of the red train, but it's just distraction. Very easy quadra, and TNB just flies in. Z10 only get away with one. And from Ecstatic going 8 to 12 down to now 14 to 13 up, it does feel like this game has changed. It feels like the complexion of the favoritism at one point was in Z10 to close. Now it's completely in the Danes' hands.
Just like it was at that beginning. Based on how Nuke went down, we had Z10 written off. Ecstatic started off this train with a 6-1 advantage. And for the first time since the turn of the regulation half, it feels like they are going to make good on the promise that they made. Prowess that they showed with that lead. Advantage is only one. Zero Tenacity have a chance to equalise, disallow the match point to come in for the Danes. Brute's AWP is set. TNB, still lands a dink against it. Avan's going to lean forward, try fight, take one. Christo turns it back. He caught a first kill as well on Martin. Avan and Amana keeping it in 3-on-3 scenarios, and Amana's double dipping. He's going in for more. Chofo has been caught tagged. Brute triangulating, pinning this one player in the corner. The bomb's on the back of Christo. Oh, the timing couldn't be more perfect, but who does it favour? Clearly not the CT side anymore. Christo has escaped the brown halls. Chofo started out of the way. Namana continues to give chase as Ecstatic start to look to take the A-bomb sites.
This looks to be a Namana classic. This is where he's got to get to and win the round. By himself on the flank out to take on.
Flash in the Z. Chofo not discovered. The AWP of Brute certainly is, though. Smoke involved, and Namana has gone completely unchecked. Christo has no idea of the danger. He's in, exposed, dead to rights. All important round from Namana. Brute is low, as is Truffo on half HP. T-side players playing around the smoke. Someone's got to grab that bomb, though. It's got to be Nut to plant it down. Namana's got Dominion and Vision over it. Zero checking out Pop, though. Might have to take the directive fighting T-Con. No, not. Gets it back to a 2v2. Brute is low, now been seen, but his AWP can take down the Nut. And now it's on Sira. Bomb picked up, going for the plant. Down at default, exposed towards Zed. Choffer's going to walk through the smoke. He's about to clear, backs are turned. Oh, this is all timing, but he doesn't take the move. Sira to hide at old hell. Brute to make his move up. The shot connects the crosshair. Where's the last man, though? He checks all the way, but doesn't hold his confidence. Twitchy. And it gives it 10-14.
You don't expect Chofo to be out there in con for two reasons. First off, he hasn't faded the smoke when you've tapped, and he hasn't even spammed. Chofo is in a really good position to spam there through that smoke, but he plays it patiently. And Namana, I think, unfortunate to only get away with one. That was a really well-timed backstab. Good cross, decent effort, but the clutch comes forward for Chofo, and they make it 14-14.
Brute strikes first as well on the CT side. Sira, man down. Namana, man tagged. As is Marden, but a lot lesser so than his captain. This HE, this is placed so perfectly against TNB and Unlay with the Marden support as well. This could be 2 kills out of it. Only one picked up, but Unlay is traded by Marden. 4v2 for Z10.
That's a great call there for Namana. Util usage and a double swing. And for Christo and Nut, there's no map control. There's not much ability in the 2v4. Avan is overextending. There's a chance here for the AWP, but it just doesn't happen. Zero Tenacity are going to get up on map point now.
Z10 a game on again. Now with none not being seen, Alvin and Martin can't deal with him as appropriate. Map point, only one for Z10, but they're 5th in total here on Train.
And for Zero Tenacity, you almost start wondering, can we consistently generate these opening picks? Because they're coming in quite frequently. Here it is again, Namana just on the front foot. And while his numbers might say that he hasn't had the best of games, he has been all over it in terms of putting himself in positions to win rounds. 22 and 25, that's what you expect from the star in-game leader.
Fast out for Ecstatic, at least for Unlay, who goes down quick to Avon. Ecstatic are forced to apply the brakes, because going any faster, going any quicker could lead to their demise, a suicide move. Ciro's been tagged. Madden's backed up. Namana by his side on the bomb train, 2 players in Pop Dog to deal with, but no further progression from Ecstatic.
Anlay just gets sold there completely. Not a huge amount of support. They cancel as soon as he loses the opening casualty. Great work from Avon with the util. And TMB is trying to catch a timing. At least they've spotted the player out towards the back of the bomb train.
And done some damage to Namana in the process, but not a massive amount. Smoke on Pop Dog will block them, so now the option is B. Got 1 flashbang left for Brute here on the Z10 utility basis. 2 flashes, 2 mollies. The TMB and not to set up the execution. 40 seconds to the hit.
Well, they need a clean entry. They can't afford to let Chofo stay alive out here from the bomb train. Otherwise, it will just buy too much time for rotations.
Molly, flash, Chofo, kill found, Ciro down. Secondary player picked up, Avon returns fire. Christo down, Nutnut all alone at 1v4. Can plant that bomb, but the back lines are closing in ever so slowly. And Madden will pick him up from the back itself. 16-14, Zero Tenacity have hung in there from the dungeons of a 1-6 deficit into a map win on Train.
Well done, because it was a bit of a slow start from them. They were down 3-6 on Train. It really wasn't that easy. They got it to a 6-6 half. They then managed to get to 11-7 scorelines and 12-8. Yeah, they probably should have closed in regulation. We probably shouldn't have even had TMB on his red HP 4K going out towards that B bomb side. But it's the result in the end. At least we're going to a decider.
And especially when you consider the fact that they were pretty easily swamped over on Nuke, right? I mean, you did have some close affairs. You did give them a little bit of a way back, but at 9-3, you're never really going to make that a map victory. So the fact they're able to do this on Train, on your opponent's map pick, I think is a huge step up from Z10 compared to map 1 and 2. And they give them a serious chance now going into Inferno.
Oh, I thought Inferno should have been the map pick for them. So the idea that you've got that as a best-of-3 decider, yeah, it looks promising, but they're going to have to deliver. And I've got to be honest, I think Namana needs a bit more help. I think Chofo as the anchor's done all right. Avon in particular did well in that last round, but Brute Monster on the AWP, Madden your star player, you've got to get more out of those guys if you really want to beat Ecstatic on Inferno.
Not perfect on Train, but it was enough. Inferno will be our final map of the day, the final map between Ecstatic and Zero Tenacity. Can Z10 pull off the victory? Will Ecstatic reinstate themselves as the top team in this matchup? We'll find out after this very short break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, here we are at the final battleground of this series and of the day in the quarter finals. Inferno will decide who moves on as the fourth and final team to the semi-finals. Ecstatic started with Dominance and Z10. Well, we went from seeing the Z10 that we saw against Saw earlier today to in the second map a bit more like the same that we saw face Passion UA a few days ago. Now we're going to see which Z10 will come out to play for Inferno. Dwayne, you were mentioning this could be a possible map pick for them, so sure that's a good sign for the Zero Tenacity squad.
Oh, you'd think so, but I think they're going to get farmed in this decider. And the main reason is, I think Ecstatic have just had a realization check. That's not good enough. It was a subpar performance out there on train, in which they probably felt when they had an early lead that they could have wrapped this series up early. I know that it's been a while since they've played an official, but I think they're going to lock in and they're going to come out here in the decider and they're just not going to give Z10 a look in.
Well, look, I mean, you have to compare the pair of results. Even though you've got 23 maps played on record for Zero Tenacity, the maps that we've seen from Ecstatic have once again been extremely good. One-sided victories against teams within the Tier 2 space. The last match they played on this map up was during that Glitch Masters LAN, beat NIP 13-5. That's NIP, a team currently right now in that Tier 1 sort of atmosphere playing at Tier 1 events. So with that in mind, as a useful bit of chain logic, and you've got a number of matches which have been losses as well from Z10 against Tier 2, high-end Tier 2, and even lower-end Tier 2 squads, you have to look at that and think that right now still the history, the factoids, the numbers, they favour the Ecstatic squad, even if you could look at this map as being a potential pick for their opponents.
And I really want to see a little bit more coming out of Madden, because I was having a look in the break. He has averaged a 1.03 rating since joining Zero Tenacity. That's a joke, man. Like, for a Tier 1 player, he should be farming at this level. He should be absolutely just destroying pods. And in terms of the hype of the move, the talent's just not there. I actually think this could be one of the worst moves for Zero Tenacity, because you might sit here and say, oh, but they're winning series. They are recently, but how is Madden not performing? I don't know. I'm lost for words of how he is so low impact in comparison to what he should be.
I am starting to question what I said earlier about this team looking like a refreshed squad with Madden's addition when they've done great things in their previous matches, because I will say it is a good point to make. He wasn't doing that well on Nuke. He was kind of okay-ish over on Train. It was much better impactful elements from Z10 on Train, in my opinion. Inferno might have to be his moment to step up or step out of the RES Showdown. They are on the T-side start as Ecstatic are on the defensive line for our final map of the day. And the final map between Ecstatic and Zero Tenacity. We've got Glocks versus USPs. No major upgrades, but a hell of a lot of utility.
Yeah, they've been heavy on util for almost every T-side pistol in the game, in this entire best of 3, map 1 and map 2. Brute Monster and Madden clearing out the sandbags. Now they can pull a bit of a fake out here towards B, try and drop some counter util. Anley's not yet put his smoke down or flash towards Banana, so they're doing a good job to hold on to it. I wonder if this is going to be like a B fake into an A fake into back to B. They've got so much util that they can fake rotations here.
Now, 3 players set towards the A-bomb Silene. The brackets control, including the bomb carrier. Molotovs and smokes are sent. Romano's going to act out as well. So certainly sending them on the idea of the fake, but not quite committing. They'll draw attention, and that will draw enough attention, in fact, away from the A-bomb site, so the bomb plant can come down pretty much for free. But Namana did take a lot of damage in exchange for that fake.
And the HE could do a lot of damage out here to the default players.
Doesn't quite land, unfortunately. 1 kit on TMB, who is the first man into the charge. Unley's going to join them late. Wary of a B backstab, and that's a possibility. Namana instead towards mid, fought upon, killed off Christo with Brute Monster support. Choco training TMB on the site. Syrah gets 2 kills back alongside Nutnut to get the man advantage. Someone's going to go ahead and pick up that kit. That's Nutnut. Right on it already. Covered off by Syrah and Unley, who land those headshots. And that's a lot more likely from Syrah. Triple in a start off the map. Pistol taken by the Danes.
I think right there for Z10, even though they force quite a lot of an over-rotation and they get the bomb down, you've got to remember it's a 5-on-5 post plant, but they've got no more util left. And because there was so much util, aim punch is really going to hurt them on that retake. And there was a couple of situations where it came back to bite them. Good work from Syrah up close and personal. Not easy to get this backside player, especially when they're not giving you much of a fight. Zero Tenacity end up getting the bomb plants.